The man was furious, grabbed the young girl by the hair, and threw her against the wall. He shouted at her that the other children had been paid for long ago and that they had finally stopped bothering him, but she still hadn't been taken, even though she was already 15 years old. He shouted at her to stay in the room, and under no circumstances let him see her. The young girl looked at the crack in the door where light was streaming in. She thought that the beautiful dream she had had was a reality. She looked at the spider who was next to her and asked if he wanted to hear what the dream was like. She said that what she saw then truly was like a dream, and in that dream, a nobleman decided to take her away. After the nobleman took her, they went together to a large and wonderful house. She sincerely hoped now that this was no longer just her dream. One day ago, she was riding leisurely in a carriage. She rode in the carriage, trembling with fear. She still felt like something was truly wrong. The young girl was surprised and did not understand why she was riding in the same carriage with a high-ranking person. The man looked intently at her companion and asked her if something was wrong. The man looked at the girl and told her to make herself comfortable. He said there was no need for her to be so nervous, but still the young girl didn't know how not to be. She was incredibly nervous. After all, she had had to leave the orphanage so abruptly, and now she was riding in a carriage with such a high-ranking person. When the young girl was 15, no one wanted to take her in, but now, for unknown reasons, such a noble man had taken her in. The young girl looked intently at the man and asked in a trembling voice if he really would be her parent now. The man calmly replied that everything was true, she said. He looked at her and said she would receive his full support, as she was now his adopted daughter. The young girl was surprised. The man said she would now receive their family name, Elkadonia. She was confused. The man looked at her and asked if she didn't know about the Elkadonia family. The young woman was shocked. She couldn't understand how she could have learned about her family, since she lived in an orphanage and couldn't leave its confines. She apologized to him for her ignorance. He looked at her and asked if she knew there had been a war. The young lady said she didn't know, as it was a war of empires against a pseudo-religious organization called Collagio. She said she'd also heard that the organization had an incredibly dangerous villain leading it, and the battle against them had been incredibly difficult. He looked at her and asked if she knew how the war ended. The young lady smiled and said she knew as a very powerful imperial knight had bravely defeated the villain. The girl said the knight had blonde hair and golden eyes, but despite his handsome appearance, he was a formidable knight who mercilessly destroyed his enemies. The young lady stared at the man after speaking. She was shocked as she knew he was the knight. The man looked at her and said they had arrived. He also said she had spoken correctly. The man looked at the young lady and said that he was that knight, and his name was Julius Ecodonia. Julius offered his hand to the young lady. She looked at him intently, frightened. He looked at her and told her not to be afraid and to take his hand. Julius looked at her, then turned his gaze to the estate. With a smile on his face, he said that she would now live here, and this was her new home. The young lady saw the Archduchy Elkadonia. Roel, the family's butler, was shocked. He looked at his master and asked if he had really decided to take the child under his wing. He also asked if his master had really decided to become a foster parent, rather than just make a show of it. Julius looked at him and told him to stop yelling. Julius looked at the butler and said everything would be fine, and especially since he had adopted the girl, because he had no children of his own. The maids whispered. They didn't believe it was true that he had decided to adopt the girl. They thought he had most likely decided to do so to show what a kind aristocrat he was. After the war, the number of orphans increased dramatically. Afterward, nobles began actively taking these orphans into their own homes. Of course, they raised, educated, and fed these children, but in reality, they were treated like pets. In secular society, this looked like the noble act of a kind aristocrat. The butler shouted at his master to take responsibility for what the aristocrats were doing and put an end to it. The butler approached the young girl and asked her name. The young girl was terrified and in a trembling voice said her name was Mint. The butler looked at the young lady and asked if she had any previous connections with the Duke. He also asked if she knew why the Duke had decided to support her. Mint stood there trembling with fear. The butler looked at her intently and said she didn't seem to know anything. He looked at her and said she should take a bath first, and then they could continue the conversation. A moment later, a servant came to the young girl. It was her personal servant, Kirian. Kirian greeted Mint with a smile and said she would help her bathe. Mint said in a trembling voice that she would do it herself, as she was not a small girl. She knew she smelled very bad. Still, the maid, smiling, told the girl to turn around and help her take off her clothes. Mint agreed. The young lady felt very uncomfortable as she felt the maid's gaze on her. She didn't know what to do as she realized the maid smelled something unpleasant. Mint apologized to the maid in a trembling voice and asked if she could be left alone. She said she could bathe herself. The maid stared intently at the poor girl. The maid was very surprised, as there wasn't a single uninjured spot on the girl's body. Her entire back was covered in bruises. The maid smiled and said everything was fine, and that she would wash her very carefully and gently. She asked with a smile if it hurt when she scrubbed the girl. The maid smiled and brought the young lady some hot chocolate. Mint looked at her in surprise, as she'd never seen anything like it before. The maid smiled and told the girl to be careful, as the chocolate was very hot. Kirian looked at the young lady and said with a smile that she could rest. Now Mint, surprised, agreed. Mint looked at the hot chocolate in surprise. The girl decided to try the chocolate. She was very surprised as the chocolate was so delicious. She felt like her tongue was about to melt. Mint stared at her cup of hot chocolate. She never thought she'd taste anything so delicious. She didn't know if it was really true. Mint wished it were real, not another dream she'd had at the orphanage. She thought that if this were a dream, she wouldn't want to wake up. She wanted to drink as much hot chocolate as possible before she woke up. Julius entered her room. He glared at the maid and asked if the girl had any bruises on her body. Mint was terribly frightened by Yulia's unexpected arrival. Her cup even flew out of her hands. She threw herself to the ground with lightning speed and frantically begged for forgiveness. Mint said she had made a big mistake and would make it up to him honestly. She begged him fervently to forgive her. Mint couldn't understand why she was so stupid that even in her sleep she managed to make a mistake. Mint knew she needed to apologize to him properly. Julius looked at her and told her to raise her head and stand up. He told her never to do that again. Mint apologized to the gentleman again. Julius looked at her and asked if she had heard what he had just said. He looked at her and said that she had received his family name, so she didn't have to apologize anymore, even if she had soiled the carpet. He looked at her intently and asked again if she understood. Mint looked at him in surprise. She hadn't expected this. She said, her voice shaking, that she didn't know. She also asked if he could have been mistaken in what he had just told her. She knew that, whether it had been a dream or reality, she would have answered exactly the same way. Mint, her voice shaking, said that she couldn't really have married into such a wonderful family, nor had the right to stay there. She said that when she was at the shelter, no one even looked her way. She thought he'd probably throw her out when he got disillusioned. She didn't want to talk about it, but she had to face the truth. She knew she was good for nothing, and since she was worthless, she hardly deserved to be treated well, much less loved. She knew he would simply throw her away the first time she made a mistake, and yet she didn't know why she'd been born so worthless. Several years ago on the battlefield, a young knight saw a little girl floating in the air. He looked at her in surprise, as if he didn't understand what was happening. The knight looked at the girl with puzzlement and asked why she didn't kill him. The young lady looked at him intently. The woman looked at the young girl and told the man that the girl had dry skin and was unlikely to sell for a profit. The woman said the girl had grown up in terrible conditions. She said that even if she wanted to, she would hardly be able to use the girl, as she was considered useless. The man, in turn, looked at the girl intently and said that her hair color was simply disgusting. He said that even if he took this child in with hair like that, everyone would laugh at her, and at him too. The man laughed at the girl and asked her to show him someone other than this wretched creature. They all looked closely at the children and asked if there was one child who would look normal. The man looked closely at all the children, wondering if among them was the child he needed. Among all the children present, he spotted a plain-looking girl. He looked at the man and told him to bring the child closer to him. The man looked intently at the young girl and said that he would take her in. Julius looked at the girl and asked if she thought he'd made the wrong choice with her. The young girl bowed low and said he would never make the wrong choice. She didn't know what to do to keep him from getting angry. The butler looked at his master and said he was overreacting, as his reaction could frighten the child even more. But he did say he would prepare all the necessary documents. Mint bowed low. She said she hadn't really thought about it. She hardly deserved to be here, but she still desperately wanted him not to send her back. Mint said she wanted to stay here at the estate. Mint said she was very good at mopping floors. She could also wash dishes. Julius looked at her in surprise and asked what she could do. He said her body was too fragile for the job. Julius said he didn't think she'd be able to even hold a mop, let alone clean. Mint knew she could do anything, just like she used to clean the hallways of the orphanage. She wanted to show him she could be useful. Mint was incredibly nervous and shaking, but she knew she needed to calm down. She knew she could be useful to him, and she just needed to say so. Her heart couldn't stop beating wildly. It was too loud, and she felt like it was about to burst out of her chest. She trembled and said she could do anything. Julius sat down next to her and said that if she wanted to say something to her interlocutor, she should always look him straight in the eyes. "We're rotting later." Mint raised her eyes and looked at Yuli. She said she could do anything. A moment later, she firmly said that she would do whatever he said. Mint said she wouldn't cause him any trouble. She firmly assured him she could do anything he ordered. Julius looked at her and smiled, saying she'd said it well. He said that unfortunately, she wouldn't be able to do the job, even if she wanted to, because she didn't have to. Julius called the maid. The maid came closer to the girl and told her to remain still and turn her back to her. For a moment, Mint was shocked and didn't understand what they wanted from her. Mint was terrified, but she still hoped that after the bath, that awful smell would disappear. She didn't understand why Julius wanted to look at her. She thought it probably wasn't the smell, but something strange on her back. Mint wondered, puzzled if it was because she had an unattractive, dirty face, unlike the other children. She wondered if he probably thought her back was just as ugly and dirty. Julius, you in turn stared intently at her back, which was covered in bruises. Julius looked closely at the maid and asked if she was referring to those bruises. The maid said it was true. Julius looked calmly at the girl and asked who had left those bruises on her body. Mint, for her part, only trembled and didn't answer. Julius, in turn, sighed heavily and said that they would return to this issue later. He looked at the young girl and told her she could rest. Julius said that just in case he would repeat his words to her again about how she didn't need to work at the estate. He said with a smile that her duty was simply to be a little princess and grow up healthy and happy. Mint was in shock as she realized that what she had experienced yesterday was like a dream. So she thought that if she opened her little eyes and woke up, everything would stop and she would be back at the shelter. The maid looked at her mistress and said that the butler had completed the adoption process, and in the future, the estate would officially be her home. Mint was surprised and unsure if this was true. She thought she'd live like a stray dog at best. The maid looked at her and said with a smile that she had very beautiful hair. Carry-on said that the young girl's hair was very beautiful, as it was an emerald green, and she was very lucky as her hair was beautiful and thick. Mint smiled, puzzled, and said that wasn't true, as she was always being scolded for her hair color, which everyone found very strange. The maid smiled and said they were only saying that because they were jealous of her. She looked at her mistress and said she had a product that would gently help her hair look its best. The maid smiled and asked how she liked the final result. Mint was very surprised, as she had never seen her hair look so beautiful before. Mint stared intently into the mirror. She really liked the result. Mint was surprised, because she looked completely different. It seemed to her that when she looked in the mirror, she saw a completely different person. She was very happy because now she had the opportunity to smell wonderful every day. She could wear clean and neat clothes. The maid looked at the girl and said with a smile that the dining room was behind the door. She said that from now on the mistress would dine with the master. Smiling, the maid told the girl to eat a lot and grow up healthy. Mint entered the room. She was very surprised as she smelled a pleasant aroma. She wondered if this was the place where she could finally live happily. Entering the room, she saw a man. Mint was very surprised and confused, but at the same time, she was very scared. The man, in turn, was no less surprised, as he hadn't expected to see her. The man looked at the gentleman intently. He said, puzzled, that she was now the family's little princess. Julius looked at the Mint and said that it was time to sit down at the table. The man looked closely at the girl and told Julius that thanks to his care, the girl had become like a sweet little lady. He said that thanks to his care, she would shine brighter in the future and even become popular among the young men. She trembled with fear. She was afraid of the man. But she still knew that as long as Mr. Julius was around, the man from the shelter wouldn't do anything to her. She thought that since she was in the mansion, she'd never see him again, but she still trembled and wondered why he'd come to them anyway. The man smiled and said that Mint was still as shy as before. When the Mint overheard that a man was coming to sign the adoption papers, Julius looked at the man and said he'd called him because he'd been caring for a young girl for a long time and wanted to hear more about her from him. The man looked at the girl puzzled and said he knew her very well. The man said the young girl was very shy and had no friends at all. He said she was a man of few words. Mint was puzzled, as she knew it was all because he hit her when she talked too much. Mint knew she had no friends. They had long since been taken away by other families, and she was left alone, as there were simply no children her age left. The man looked at her and said that he was worried about her again, as she was only 15. The man said that he hoped that the girl would have time to learn everything and get used to aristocratic society. Julius was surprised because he heard that the girl was 15 years old. Mint was surprised. She didn't understand why Yuli had such a reaction to her age. The man, in turn, hoped that the gentleman wouldn't reject the girl because of her age, but he still knew he needed to get out of this situation quickly. Julius looked at the girl and said he thought she looked about 11 years old. The man asked the gentleman if he was interested in why she was in the orphanage, even though she was no longer 11 but 15. He said that when she turned 15, none of the aristocrats wanted to take her in. The man said that if the gentleman wasn't happy with her age, he could visit the shelter again. He said he would definitely give him another child of the right age to choose from. Mint was very upset. She knew that if the conversation hadn't turned to age, he wouldn't have sent her away. She didn't know whether she should tearfully beg for forgiveness and ask to stay at the estate. Julius said he thought Mint was small because of her skinny frame, but after talking with the man, he realized a lot. Julius looked at the men with disdain. Julius said that was enough for him, and he also said he'd like to hear what the situation was like at the shelter. Julius looked at the man and asked if he would tell him how things were at the shelter. After all, that was precisely the reason he had decided to invite the man to his estate. Mint, for her part, was terrified. No matter how she looked, the food looked delicious, but she couldn't taste it at all. Yuli looked at the girl and said that if she really didn't want to eat, she shouldn't force herself. Mint, her voice trembling, said that wasn't true at all, and that the food was delicious. Yuli said he thought it would be better if she ate a little later. Julius looked at her and told her she could go to her room as he needed to speak with the orphanage owner alone. The young lady agreed and left their company. Mint knew she could tell him again that she would work hard and would definitely be of use to him, but she was deeply puzzled by his insistence on age. She understood that, precisely because of this, she would be unable to convince him otherwise. Yuli looked at the man and said he thought they should pick up where they left off. He said they seemed to have settled on the point where the man said the girl was only 15 years old. The man looked at the gentleman with bewilderment and apologized for not telling him the young lady's age right away. He said he was afraid the gentleman would refuse her. After all, you're a shelter, and many people have come, and everyone has refused the girl. Yuli looked at the man and asked why he thought he'd refuse her. Yuli said he was a little surprised, as the girl was only 7 years younger than him, but she looked very fragile for her age. The man was very surprised. Julius said that if he had known her age from the start, he would have behaved appropriately towards her. The man realized that her master didn't care about her age. He even wanted to sell her brothel when she turned 16. The man thought the gentleman wanted to sell the girl for a higher price, but he still left her as he had changed his mind. Julius looked at the man and said the girl had a lot of bruises on her body. The man looked at the gentleman with bewilderment and said that the girl had no friends at all. He said that when she had a fight with the children, they must have decided to teach her a lesson like that. The shelter owner told the doctor to remember that this girl and her bruises wouldn't just heal. The doctor, in turn, said that unfortunately, he was unlikely to be able to help. The man looked at the gentleman with confusion and said that the girl had fallen down the stairs, but he had immediately taken her to the doctor. Julius looked at the man and asked if he had forgotten who he really was. Julius said that despite his youthful appearance, he was one of the 5 master swordsmen. The man looked at the gentleman with bewilderment and said he simply couldn't forget. Who exactly was the gentleman? Julius looked at the man with contempt and malice and asked why he was now speaking such nonsense. Yuli looked at the man and asked if he really thought he was so stupid that he couldn't tell the difference between accidental bruises and beatings. The man looked at him puzzled and said the bruises were probably caused by children. Yuli looked at the man and said that bruises like that couldn't have been caused by children and that they were the result of beatings from an adult. The man looked at the gentleman, puzzled and frightened, and said he was telling the truth, and the gentleman, in turn, could call a doctor and ask him. Yuli said there was no need for that. He said he'd met him before, and he'd found him to be just like the orphanage owner. Yuli told the man that as the owner of the orphanage, he was supposed to protect and care for the children, but instead, he'd chosen to beat them up. Yuli looked at the shelter owner and said there were witnesses to his violence. The man looked at him puzzled and frightened. A moment later, Lord Julius called his knights to apprehend the owner of the shelter. Julius looked at the man with contempt and said that he was detained for numerous violations of the laws of the empire. The man in turn shouted that he was innocent, saying he hadn't genuinely cared about the children. Julius looked at the man and asked if he thought his words would make a difference. Julius said that the man would rot in prison for his actions. The shelter owner was in shock, shaking and shouting at the gentleman to ask the young girl how she had been living at the shelter, but Julius knew the girl was frightened and trembled at the sight of the man. Yuli, in turn, told the man that he didn't even need to ask Mint, since when she saw him, she was shaking so violently that she even had trouble holding cutlery. The young girl was shaking very badly with fear, and Julius saw everything perfectly. Julius looked at the man and said they needed to stop this idle chatter. Julius said that as long as he was alive, no one could harm her again. The man shouted that he would appeal since he claimed his innocence. The maid looked at her mistress and told her with a smile that her master was calling her Data, looked at the maid and said that she was already on her way. Mint was a little puzzled, as although it was her first time eating such a delicious steak, she in turn couldn't even remember what it tasted like. However, she did know that she had managed to taste and smell what hot chocolate tasted like. She had no desire to eat the disgusting food they had at the shelter again. Julius looked at her and said that she had arrived faster than he expected. He looked at her and said that she hadn't really eaten anything, so she should eat now. Mint looked at the gentleman and asked if he really wanted to give her up. Julius looked at her and said he had no intention of doing so. The young girl said she didn't want to go back at all, as the owner of the shelter was a bad man and had treated her very badly. Yuli looked at her and asked if she really had no friends at all at the shelter. Mint said she had no friends, because the children were quickly taken away by different families, and she was ultimately left completely alone. After all, no one wanted to take her in because no one wanted her. Yuli looked at her and showed her the document. He said it stated that she was officially placed under his guardianship. Mint looked at him and asked in a trembling voice if she could stay at the estate. Now Julius looked at her and asked if he had ever said he was going to give her up. Mint in turn said he hadn't said that at all. Julius looked at her and asked if she didn't want him to be her guardian. The young lady remembered that the gentleman had once told her that if she wanted to say something to her interlocutor, she should always look him in the eyes. Julius looked at the girl and said that in fact he could refuse guardianship. Mint looked at him and said that she really wanted him to be her guardian, since she really wanted to stay in the mansion. The gentleman looked at her and asked if she promised to behave well. She looked at him and firmly said that she would behave well. He also asked her if she would study hard. Mint smiled and firmly said that she would study hard. Julius looked at her and stroked her head affectionately. He said that even though she was trembling, she still tried to speak up. Yuli looked at her and smiled, praising her. He told her to continue to behave this way. He looked at the girl and said that her guardianship had already been approved, and all that remained was to get her signature. Julius looked at the girl and said that while she didn't have a signature, she could just leave a handprint. The young lady, with lightning speed, dipped her hand in paint and made an imprint on the paper. Julius looked at Mint and said with a smile that now the guardianship could be considered fully approved. Yuli looked at her and said with a smile that he would like to fully introduce himself again. Yuli introduced himself fully and said with a smile that he was now her guardian. The young lady woke up terrified from a nightmare. She frantically begged to be left alone. The butler approached the young lady and told her to try breathing as deeply as possible and that she would feel better. Mint looked at the butler and thanked him. She said she already felt much better. The butler looked at her and said that the dreams would remain forever, only with them. He said that she shouldn't worry so much. He looked at her and handed her a cup of hot milk and honey. Mint thanked him. 2 months had passed, but she still couldn't recover from the nightmare of life in the orphanage. Royal looked at his mistress and said she had classes today, so she needed to get out of bed quickly. Mint stopped dreaming of remaining in that wonderful dream forever, because now her life has become wonderful, just like in a fairy tale. The girl who was bullied in every way at the orphanage is a thing of the past. After all, the current Mint, now a little princess, has only a bright future ahead of her. Mint began learning the basics of the language, as well as the basics of etiquette and writing. She studied diligently for 2 months without a break because she desperately wanted to stay at the estate, and to do that, she had to study hard. Tutor Letna looked at the girl and said that they had finished their lessons for today and would leave it at that for now. She looked at Mint and said she thought that very soon, if she worked hard, she would be able to master writing, reading, and etiquette. Mint smiled and thanked the tutor. Mint knew that to bear her new name with dignity, she would have to study very hard. After all, she was now a member of this family. The woman looked at her student and said she had a suggestion. She said she thought it would be much better if Mint studied with someone her own age. That way, she could not only reinforce the material she'd covered, but also make friends. Letna told Mint she could introduce her to another lady from the family. She said she was a little princess, and Mint could become friends with her. Mint could already imagine what her new friend would look like. She was very happy that she could find a true friend, and especially one her own age. Mint looked at the tutor with confusion and said she would first need to ask the Archduke's permission. Letna looked at the girl and said she could ask now, as a gentleman had just entered the room. Julius looked at the young girl and asked what she wanted to ask him. Mint was a little puzzled, as she knew the gentleman was always busy, which was why she hadn't had the chance to meet him. It had been a long time since they had last seen each other, but she thought the gentleman had become much more handsome. Mint looked at the gentleman and said that the tutor had offered to introduce her to a lady so she could study more effectively and make a friend. Julius looked at Mint puzzled and thoughtful. Needed anything, she could feel free to contact the butler. Julius was about to leave her company when suddenly Mint ran up to him and asked if they could have dinner together that day. The last time they ate together, Mint couldn't eat much and had to quickly stop eating. The Archduke looked at Mint and said that, unfortunately, he was very busy today. Mint looked at him, puzzled, and apologized. She said she shouldn't have asked him such a thing. The Archduke looked at her and said she had no need to apologize, and she didn't need to ask him for forgiveness. He looked at her and said he would pretend he hadn't heard her apology. A moment later, he said it was time for him to go. The maid looked at her mistress and said she hadn't looked well all day. The maid looked at her mistress and asked if something had happened to her. Mint told the maid that Master Julius had refused to dine with her. The maid smiled and said that the Archduke was simply accustomed to dining alone, and he wasn't at all uncomfortable with the idea of eating with her. The maid looked at her mistress and said with a smile that she would cook the most delicious meal in the world for her. After all, Mint was working very hard at her studies. Mint thanked her maid. Mint knew her dream had come true, and she now lived in a beautiful house. She wondered if she could rise above the dust and become as great a person as her master. But he still hadn't told her why he'd brought her to his home, and this made her very nervous. Mint knew that it was more important to study as hard as possible right now. Her thoughts vanished when the butler entered her room. The butler looked at his mistress and said that it was time to take her medicine. The young lady was shocked, as she knew she needed to take her medicine today. The maid smiled at the butler and told him not to worry, as the lady was already taking her medicine well. The butler smiled and said this was very good news. The butler looked at the lady and asked if she had received any news. Mint looked at him puzzled. The butler said that because the lady was seriously undernourished, she would need to take a specially formulated medication. Mint thanked him. The butler looked at her and said that even if the medicine didn't taste good, she still needed to drink half of it. Mint couldn't resist and spat out the contents. The young girl felt very awkward, looked at the butler and apologized. She said she would clean everything up immediately. The butler looked at her and said she didn't need to do anything. He told her to remember that she was a mistress, not a servant. Sometime later, the young lady drank all the medicine. Mr. Julius told her that if she needed anything, she could ask the butler, but the butler intimidated her a little. Although Mint knew the butler was a good man, after everything she'd been through, she began to be afraid of all men. The young lady was a little puzzled, as Mr. Julius didn't frighten her at all, and this struck her as very strange. The butler looked at the lady and said she had a visitor. She was surprised, not expecting to see one. Roll looked at her and said that before she met the guest, she needed to remember one thing. The second daughter of Marcus Tibelian Acella arrived to see Mint. Tibelian smiled and said that she was very pleased to meet Mint. Mint looked intently at the girl, as she thought she was as beautiful as a rose. Roll looked at the young lady and said that her guest would be the first person from a noble family she would meet, so she should be on her guard. Roel shouted at the young lady not to be timid, as she mustn't show fear. He said that how she presented herself would reflect on the Archduke. The young lady was a little taken aback, as the butler looked very intimidating. He looked at her and told her to absolutely not allow bad things to be said about her, and most importantly, she needed to be careful. Mint was a little puzzled by everything that was happening. She looked closely at her new acquaintance. Mint knew the girl was a child, just like her. Mint understood that the girl would hardly spread rumors. A moment later, Mint introduced herself to her new acquaintance. Mint knew that Mr. Yuli's reputation shouldn't suffer. Because of her, Mint smiled and thanked the girl for coming to see her. Mint knew that this was the best thing she could do for the one who saved her. Acela looked at Mint and thanked her for accepting her, even though she had arrived quite late. Acela said that when she first heard about Mint from her tutor, she immediately decided to meet her. Mint was surprised, as she hadn't expected anyone to want to meet her. Acela said she thought it would be cool to have a friend her own age. She looked at her and asked if she could just call her Mint, if that was okay with her. Mint stared at her new acquaintance. She was very happy as she had made a true friend. Mint stared at the girl. She was beautiful as a flower and had a pleasant smile. Mint was glad that she finally had a friend and one her own age. Acela looked at Mint and said that she was now the most famous person in the empire. Acela said she thought that if others knew she had met Mint, they would all envy her. Acela said that everyone was curious to see Mint, since Archduke Julius himself had decided to adopt her. After all, Mint was shocked, as she hadn't expected to hear such a thing. She admitted that she'd been too lost in her dreams and had relaxed after realizing she had made a friend. Acela looked at Mint and said she was very curious about something. She asked Mint where she came from and where she had lived before Mint knew she needed to change the subject quickly. Mint looked at her new friend and said that what had really been worrying her from the very beginning was who this person was who had come with her. Mint was a little surprised, as the boy had been standing there the whole time, and Acela hadn't introduced him. Acela glanced sideways at the young man and said he was her bodyguard. Acela said the boy was of low enough rank to be eligible to become a servant. She said that's why she decided to make him her bodyguard and take him with her everywhere. Acela. She said that it is considered fashionable among young girls to have a personal bodyguard. Acela looked at the young man and said that he had once been a slave, but after she saw his beautiful scarlet eyes, she immediately desired him, but because of his beautiful eyes, the price was quite high. Mint was very surprised as the girl spoke of a person as if he were some kind of object. Acela looked at Mint and said that when she saw her, she immediately noticed her unusually beautiful eyes. Acela looked at Mint with a smirk and said that if she were a slave, she could sell her Mint for a very high price. She smiled and said she thought she would even buy it herself. Mint was shocked by this statement. Acela in turn smiled and said it was a joke. The young lady replied that Mint wasn't a commoner, so she wouldn't be at risk. Moreover, the Archduke wouldn't take a commoner's child into his care. Acela said there were rumors circulating in high society that the Archduke had adopted a commoner girl from an orphanage. She said people loved to spread unfounded rumors. She smiled and said it was a good thing she decided to personally verify the veracity of these rumors. After all, they turned out to be a pathetic lie. Acela looked at Mint and said she'd like to continue the conversation. She smiled and asked where Mint used to live, as she was eager to hear all the details. Mint was a little frightened, realizing the girl already knew everything about her. Acela said she wanted to get to know Mint better. Mint was confused and didn't know if she could show her temper at the moment. She didn't want the Archduke to drown in rumors. She didn't know if she could show her anger right now. Mint didn't know whether she should hold back or show everything she was capable of. She didn't know what the right thing to do in this situation was. Acela looked at Mint and said with a smirk that she'd like to hear her answer to the question she'd just asked. She said she'd soon dismiss it as just rumors, as she was certain Mint couldn't be a commoner from the orphanage. Acela said with a smirk that a person like Mint could not become a member of the Elkadonia family. Mint looked at the young lady and said with a smile that she would like to talk about this after they became closer. She knew she had done everything right, and she shouldn't have given in to her emotions. After all, the gentleman's reputation would depend on how she presented herself. Acela looked at Mint and told her to promise to tell her everything later. The young lady looked at Mint and said, yes, they really have become friends, and she can lend her bodyguard for a week. She looked at Mint and told her to take a closer look at him, and if she liked him, she could sell him to her. Acela, with a grin, told Mint that they looked good together, and for a second, she even thought they were both commoners. A moment later, the butler entered smiling and apologizing for being so late. Acela was surprised, not expecting to see Sir Roel. She looked at him and asked what his job was at the estate. Roel looked at her and bowed deeply. He said he was currently working at the estate as a butler. Roel glanced at his watch and said he hadn't even noticed how quickly time had flown, and it was already dark. Roel told the lady that the Marquise must be very worried about her. He said she needed to go home as soon as possible, and he would take her there. Acela agreed and said they would meet with Mint next week. Mint was very surprised, but also glad that, thanks to the butler, She had managed to restrain herself, however, she knew she wouldn't be able to restrain herself as well next time. Mint glanced sideways at the young man and said he must be tired of standing. She looked at him and asked if he wanted to sit down. The young man looked at her intently, but did not answer. Mint looked at him and asked with a smile if he wanted to eat together. She said there was cake and hot chocolate. The young man looked at her intently and said that only little children ate such things. Mint stared at the young man who didn't look like he'd grown up. She looked at him and asked if he was really an adult already. The young man replied that he was only 15 years old. He looked at Mint and timidly said that it was simply what Mrs. Acela always said. Mint looked at him and said her name was Mint Elkadonia. The young man said he had heard that before. Mint smiled timidly and said she understood, as Mrs. Acela had told her name earlier. She smiled and said it was his turn to introduce himself. The young man looked at her and said she could continue to bombard him with the status of simply being his bodyguard. Mint looked at him and asked if he didn't have a name. A moment later, she said she'd come up with one herself. She began to ponder aloud what name would suit him best. The boy looked at her and said his name was Urian. A moment later, the butler returned to the room. He looked at his mistress and asked if she would like to meet Miss Acela later. Mint looked at him and said that she would like to meet her, and she also asked why he was asking such a question. Roel looked at the young lady and said that if suddenly she did not want to meet her again, then Mint could refuse. Mint realized that it seemed his timing wasn't just random. He'd heard the entire conversation from the start. Mint looked at the butler and said with a smile that everything was fine, and she wouldn't mind meeting her and continuing their friendship. Mint knew that if she refused, the shelter owner's words about her having no friends would become true again. Rumors might also spread that she was a strange loner, leading to her being shunned. Mint knew she had become part of a new family, so she couldn't miss this opportunity to make friends. Mint looked at her new friend and asked if he wanted to eat cookies with her. Urian turned to his mistress and said that a bodyguard cannot eat the same food that his mistress eats. Mint looked at him puzzled. She said she'd taken extra cookies on purpose so they could eat together. She looked at him puzzled and said she doubted she could eat all the cookies by herself. A moment later, they were eating cookies together. Mint noticed a beautiful petal. She noticed that it was completely different from the other petals, which had already lost their beauty. She thought it looked like it had just stepped out of a photograph. She looked at her friend and smiled, telling him to extend his hand. The young man was perplexed. Mint smiled and told him to look at the petal that had just fallen. Mint smiled and said that the petal fell and was not damaged at all. Urian in turn took the petal to the trash can. Mint was surprised. The young man looked at the lady and said that if she had told him right away, he would have picked it up himself and thrown it in the trash. He said that she shouldn't have picked it up at all. Mint was puzzled. She looked at the young man and said that she hadn't actually wanted to give him the petal, so he would throw it away. She had wanted to give him a gift. The young man was surprised and puzzled. He realized he had made a mistake. A moment later, he ran to the trash can and began his search. Mint was shocked, shouting that he shouldn't take it out and that everything was fine. She said the petal was already dirty. She'd find him another petal later and be sure to give it to him. The young man looked at her and said that it was her gift and he couldn't just leave it in the trash. A moment later, he approached her with a petal in his hands. Urian looked at her and thanked her with a smile. He also said he would cherish the petal. Mint stared at the young man. At first glance, she thought he seemed very rude and cold, but she knew that if she got to know him better, she would realize he was a very warm and kind person. She knew that if they had met at the orphanage, they could have become friends. Urian looked at Mint and asked her not to do servant work anymore. After all, she was an aristocrat, so she should enjoy the comforts and give orders. Mint understood that her friend didn't know that just a month ago, she was a person who wasn't even worthy of eating dog food. Mint looked at her friend and said with a smile that in that case he should be comfortable too. He looked at her and said she was wrong, since he was just a bodyguard and nothing more. Mint was puzzled, realizing she would now have to seek friends among the aristocracy. She wished she had a choice of whom to befriend, as she realized she'd chosen Urian over Acela. Mint looked at him and asked if they became friends, he could relax and enjoy the comforts. The young man said he couldn't be her friend. Mint looked at him and asked what he had been doing while with the Tibelian family. Mint realized a moment later that she had asked the wrong question, as she had brought up the fact that Acela, whom she knew, had dressed poorly with the young man. Urian timidly averted his gaze and said that he served his mistress 24/7 day and night. Mint was surprised and asked if she had understood correctly that he served even at night. Mint quickly jumped up and asked him if his mistress had beaten him. She asked him if he hadn't slept at all. Urian said that was why he didn't know what hobby he could occupy himself with outside of work hours. A moment later, the young man told his mistress to forget everything he had just said as he realized they had been talking about completely different things. Mint looked at him and asked if he had anything else to say. Mint looked at him and said it was good that he was okay, and that no one had hit him. The Archduke came closer to them, and the atmosphere between them became very tense. She looked at Julia and greeted him. She looked at him and said she would like to introduce the bodyguard her friend Lady Acella had left for her. The Archduke glanced sideways at the young man and said he knew about it. Mint understood that the Archduke was always very busy. She didn't understand why he came in his work clothes. She thought something must have happened. The Archduke looked at her and asked if she had eaten, yet Mint was surprised, as she hadn't expected such a question. Last time she was selfish and asked him to eat with her. She knew he was very busy right now, and she couldn't make the same mistake as before. Mint looked at him and said she had already eaten with Urian. She smiled and said they had had a wonderful conversation, and it had been a lot of fun. Mint looked at the Archduke and said he must have been very worried about this. She thanked him for his concern. Mint knew she needed to put less stress on him if she wanted to stay at the estate. Mint had no intention of bothering the Archduke with trivial matters, as she understood he was always very busy. Mint looked at him intently, surprised and confused by his sudden change of mood. Mint was a little confused and didn't understand what had happened. She thought she must have said something wrong. Mint looked at the Archduke and said that she had already eaten lunch, and therefore the gentleman need not worry about her. The Archduke was shocked. He looked away, puzzled, and asked if he really shouldn't worry. Mint noticed that the gentleman had a strange expression on his face. She didn't know if she had said something wrong. Urian looked at the Archduke and said that he would sincerely serve the princess and do everything to make her comfortable. The Archduke looked at the young man and said that he noticed that he had been trained properly. The Archduke said that in that case he would leave them. Mint thought that everything seemed to have returned to normal. Mint, smiling, wished them a successful workday. Finally, the Archduke told the girl not to wait for the next opportunity. Mint was surprised and didn't understand what he was talking about. She watched him leave. Mint didn't understand what he meant or what opportunity he was talking about. Urian looked at his mistress and asked if she really didn't want to dine with the Archduke. Mint looked at him puzzled and said it was all a misunderstanding. She said she'd recently asked him to dine with her, but he'd been busy, and now she didn't want him to worry about her. Mint said she wanted to show him she could handle it herself. She looked at her friend and asked if that wasn't what princesses were supposed to do. The boy was puzzled and said she was already a princess. Mint looked at him and said they were going to lunch now. Mint couldn't tell the boy that she wanted them to be friends, and in fact she wasn't a princess at all, but she couldn't tell him that. But still, she really wanted to tell him everything. Mint wanted him to wait a little while until she became a real princess, and then she would definitely tell him everything. Mint knew that she would then be asking him to become real friends. Acella met with Mint. She looked at Mint and said she was very happy. Mint would be coming to her mansion. Acella said that everyone had been preparing hard and was looking forward to Mint. Mint smiled and thanked the young lady for inviting her to tea. Acella looked at Mint and said that everything would be wonderful and that everyone would change their minds once they met Mint. Acella knew there were rumors about Mint that she was an orphan, like a commoner. Acella looked at Mint with a smirk. Mint, for her part, didn't want to encounter aristocrats like Acella anymore. But in turn, Mint knew that everything was not so bad. Mint knew that she had to be very careful not to inconvenience the master. The butler looked at the young lady and said that regarding the tea party, Mr. Julius said that she could do whatever she wanted. Mint looked at the butler and said with a smile that she would accept the invitation to tea. She knew that if Mr. Julius had told her not to go, she wouldn't have. She was sure that if she stayed, there would be even more rumors about her. The butler looked at her and smiled, telling her not to worry, as their knights would protect her. Sometimes Roll the butler frightened Mint, but she was very glad he was on their side. Mint knew that in any case, this would all feel like a test of becoming a princess. Mint hoped that in this case, the master would recognize her as a princess. Her friend was always by her side. He looked at her intently. Mint knew that if their knights were so strong, then she must be strong too. The young man watched his mistress intently, never taking his gaze off her. Acella looked closely at her former bodyguard. She knew they were birds of a feather. The lady looked at Mint and said with a grin that she seemed to get along very well with the bodyguard. She said they were more like friends. Mint looked at Acela and said with a smile that she had had a lot of fun with her bodyguard. She also thanked the young lady for the opportunity. Urion smiled and said he was very glad the princess had enjoyed everything, as it was a great honor for him. Acela was a little taken aback, realizing they had both missed her sarcasm. She realized they were truly perfect for each other. Acela stared at the young people. She didn't understand why it irritated her so much. It was unpleasant to see them getting along so well. In an instant, the young lady jumped up and looked at Mint. She said she'd like to go to Rue Ebel. Mint was a little surprised, as she hadn't expected such a thing. Mint looked at her in surprise, as she didn't know such a street existed. The young lady smiled and asked if it was true Mint who lived on that street. She said it was a slum full of beggars. Acela said with a grin that they nobles needed to help such people. Acela shouted to the coachman to take them to Rue Ebel. The young man was surprised, glanced sideways at the lady, and asked if they weren't going to the mansion. Damage was a little taken aback, and in a trembling voice, he said that the princess shouldn't be in such a place. Acela was very angry and couldn't understand how they dared to speak to her like that. One of the knights approached the Mint and asked if she really wanted to go there. Mint was a little puzzled, but she still agreed to go outside. Mint thought that when they arrived outside, the young lady would simply say this was the place and they would leave. She didn't think it would do any harm. Only Mint was a little puzzled, as she was very tired. The man looked at the carriage with a grin and asked what such aristocrats were doing in such a place. He looked at them and asked if they had come to offer them alms. He grinned and said that in that case they would take everything. Mint was shocked because she didn't expect this. She was very scared. Mint glanced sideways at her friend. Acela said she herself hadn't known what this place was. Acela said that they did not need to worry, as the knights who accompanied them were the best knights in the empire. Mint was a little surprised, but also pleased, as the knights were simply incredible. Acela looked at the knights and said they had dealt with everyone. Acela said that she was right, and that they needed to hurry up and leave. The knights noticed another man whom they had not dealt with earlier. The man stabbed the horse with a knife as fast as lightning. The horse in turn became enraged, and thus the carriage overturned. Urion reached out with lightning speed to the Mint and grabbed it. They both fell. The horse became nervous and began to run away. One of the knights reported the situation to the lord. He said they would immediately follow them, but unfortunately, the tracks ended abruptly there. Julius looked at the carriage and said that there should be at least some traces left. Julius glared at everyone present and declared that there had to be traces. He ordered that any trace be found with lightning speed, or they would all die by his hand. Mint was very scared. She didn't know where she was. Through the veil of fear, she saw a man. She was terribly afraid of him and asked him not to hit her. Mint woke up from someone calling her. Urion called her name a few more times. She was surprised to see him. With a trembling voice, Mint asked where she was now. Urion looked at her and asked if she was okay. He also asked if she was in any pain. Mint pulled herself up to a sitting position. She said she was fine and thanked him for his concern. Mint had a vague recollection of what had happened. She remembered the carriage shaking violently, and then the carriage suddenly settling. A crowd of suspicious-looking people burst in. Urion looked at the lady and said they'd been kidnapped, probably by illegal slave traders. Mint was surprised. She couldn't tell if it was true or not. She looked closely at the children. She was surprised, as she knew they were ordinary children. She knew that slave traders sold commoners at the market. Mint realized that, judging by the way they'd been kidnapped, it looked like they'd been kidnapped too. Urion looked at the lady and said that, surprisingly, she was very calm. He said that Acela had been crying profusely and had been taken to another location. Mint looked at the young man and asked why he was so calm in this situation. The young man timidly replied that he was a bodyguard and had been sold at such a market. Mint looked at him puzzled and apologized. Urion said that's not how a legitimate slave market works. By law, they must enter into an Arab contract by personal agreement, and if something goes wrong, the government can intervene. Mint was a little puzzled, as she'd never seen a slave market before, having lived in an orphanage. She knew it would be nice to live among aristocrats and serve them. Still, she waited for the moment when one of them would adopt her. Mint thought that she was about to become happy, but unfortunately, she was faced with test after test. Mint looked at the wall and saw an incomprehensible symbol. She saw the pagan emblem of the Kalism religion. Urion, puzzled, said that this seemed to be the place where the remnants of Kalism had gathered. The Kalistei are pagans who have been at war with the Empire for over 10 years. Not many people died in that war, and Lord Julius personally destroyed them and put an end to the war. Mint knew it was true, having heard it in class. She couldn't understand why something like that reminded her of her ominous landscape and made her heart flutter. A man burst into their room. He looked at Mint with a grin and called out to her. Urion blocked the young lady with his body and glared at the man. He told the man to stop and stay back. The young man looked at the man with disdain and asked if he knew whose daughter she was. Urion told the man that his behavior would not be forgiven. The man scornfully remarked that it was difficult for him to deal with aristocrats. He said they were very surprised to find a noble carriage in such a place. The man struck the young man with lightning speed and dealt him a powerful blow. He said with a grin that by the time the aristocrats learned of her disappearance, the girl would already be sold far away. Mint was shocked and screamed at her friend. The man grabbed the young lady's hand. He grinned and said he'd heard from a girl in the other room that Mint was from the Elkadonia family. The man grinned and said that was very good and that it would be enough for blackmail. The man grabbed the young lady by the hand and began to lead her out, as everyone was already tired of waiting. Urion stood up a little. He didn't want his mistress taken away. Urion gritted his teeth and said that they should take him instead of her. The man hit the boy again and asked if he wanted to die. Now Mint was shocked and screamed at the man to stop. Mint looked at the man and in a trembling voice said she'd go with him if only he'd stop beating her friend. The man looked closely at the boy and said he must have had a lot of strength since he was still resisting him. He said that was excellent, and the boy could prove himself to whoever bought him. The man looked at Mint and told her to keep going. Mint glanced sideways at her friend, who was lying on the ground. Mint was shocked. She didn't understand why Urion was doing this for someone like her, not to mention why he fought so desperately for her. Mint and the man walked slowly down the hallway. Mint knew she needed to thank her friend. She understood that if she now went with the man to the place where he told her to go, she would never meet her friend again. When she entered the room, she saw a lot of people shouting very loudly. Mint was surprised and frightened, looking at everyone present. The man was shouting for everyone to calm down. He said it seemed the rumors had spread sooner than he thought. The man hugged Mint. He grinned and said that today's product was an Elsidonian girl, the sworn enemy of Kalaism. He said there were rumors that the girl was the princess of Elsidonia. The man grinned and said that considering the blood they'd spilled, they deserved it. He said it would be perfect for getting even. The man grinned and said he'd like to start the bidding. Mint was in shock from everything that was happening. She knew she would most likely die. Mint stared at everyone present. She knew she had to do the right thing, but she also knew she would soon die. She knew she shouldn't act like a crab. She knew she shouldn't show any trembling or fear. Mint understood that her actions could reflect on the reputation of the Archduchy. Mint understood that this was all terribly scary, but she had to do it. Everyone present shouted for Mint to be sacrificed to the gods. They wanted to take all her blood. They desperately wanted to punish the Archduke for all his sins. Mint was terrified and frightened. She thought her life would most likely end now. This endless nightmare now confirmed it for her. However, contrary to what she had been prepared for, her body was trembling, but she still understood why. Mint silently thanked Mr. Julius for making all her dreams come true. She was glad to have met so many kind people who gave her warm memories, but she still felt very sad that she couldn't repay them in any way. Mint looked at the man and called him. A moment later, Mint asked if she could have her last word. Someone in the crowd said that now was not the time to ask for salvation. She remembered the gentleman's words. He had told her that, if you have something to say, you should always look your opponent in the eye and say it. Mint looked at them, and her voice shaking, said they were idiots. Everyone present was shocked. They hadn't expected this. She looked at them and called them pathetic idiots, seeking revenge through a child. Instead of dying like a fool, Mint wanted to die like a true princess. Mint knew that at least this way she wouldn't harm the gentleman's reputation. The men were shocked. They didn't understand what she was saying. They wanted her to die right then and there. They were furious knowing that nothing less could be expected from her family. They screamed in rage at her to die right then and there. Mint looked at them and thanked them for their words. Mint knew she had done well. For a moment she thought she heard the master's voice. The man shouted in rage that he would cut off her head right now. Mint stared at the man and closed her eyes, but a moment later she opened them. and saw the Archduke who had killed the man. Mint was in shock, unsure whether she was dead or still alive. A moment later, she noticed that the gentleman had severed her rope. The Archduke looked at her sideways and told her to close her eyes. Looking at the girl sideways, he said that it would be better for her not to see this. The Archduke dealt with everyone with lightning speed. Mint knew the Archduke had told her to close her eyes. But for some reason, she felt that she would regret it if she closed her eyes. Suddenly, someone grabbed her arm. The man shouted at Julius to stop immediately. The man was furious. He shouted that if Julius didn't come to his senses, he would kill the girl. The man put a dagger to Mint's throat. The man shouted at the Archduke to stop. The man looked at the Archduke and asked if Julius thought he was joking. Julius looked at Mint and told her to definitely close her eyes this time. A moment later, he told her to cover her ears too. A few minutes later, Julius was holding Mint in his arms. He looked at her and gently told her to take her hands off him. It was all over now. He looked at her and told her to grab her shoulder or neck. Mint looked at him, puzzled, and agreed. Mint was shocked and overjoyed. She realized that Mr. Julius had come to rescue her. The Archduke looked at the young lady and said with a smile that she was clever. He said that she had truly said everything she wanted to say. Mint was a little puzzled. She said that after all, she thought those were her last words. Julius looked at her and said that, nevertheless, she had held up well. He said with a smile that she had surprised him. Mint was surprised and didn't understand what he was talking about. The Archduke looked at her and said that it was a sight that would make her peers faint. Mint was surprised and stared at everyone present, who lay dead on the floor. Julius looked at her and told her not to look. Confused, Mint apologized and said she didn't know. Mint knew it was a very bloody scene, but for some reason, she felt like she'd seen something like this before. She was a little confused, as her stomach was clenching with pain. Julius looked at her and told her not to remember what she had just seen. He told her to close her eyes and forget everything, because she was safe now. Mint was surprised, but she also knew she suddenly felt very good. She desperately wanted to sleep, but she knew she had to say something before she fell asleep. Mint quietly asked the gentleman to take care of her friend. The Archduke in turn did not answer. Mint woke up from the noise, but she was also very hot. The maid looked at her and said she still had a fever. In a trembling voice, she told Mint to hold on and that she would bring her more water. The butler looked at the young lady and said that the fever had completely subsided, but she still couldn't get up as her body hadn't yet regained sufficient strength. Roel said in a trembling voice that it was his fault, and he also apologized to her. He said he should have gone with her. Mint knew it wasn't his fault at all. She wanted to tell him this, but she couldn't. She was puzzled because she felt her body was very heavy and she couldn't speak. Mint was very surprised as she was being taken care of. Mint was also surprised as the butler was very kind to her. She didn't understand why she had always been afraid of him. Mint suddenly remembered the director of the orphanage. He told her that this was all her fault and that she didn't know her place. He told her that she was useless. Mint was on a mission because she'd had another dream about the orphanage. She didn't know when she'd stop dreaming about them. She heard someone ask her why she was blaming the principal again. The girl who looked a lot like Mint said she was dreaming about him because Mint wanted her to. Mint was very confused and didn't understand what the girl was saying. Mint said she didn't want to have this dream at all. The girl smiled and said that Mint knew where she belonged. That's why she was having this dream. The girl smiled and said the food was delicious. The bed was warm, and there were no aches or pains. Such happiness didn't suit Mint. The girl said that Mint knew it was too good for her. The girl said he was Mint, but she didn't want to admit it, so she continued to assure the butler and the nobles. She looked at Mint and asked who was to blame for this, that Mint was firing everyone and trusting no one. Mint angrily shouted that it wasn't true, and she was happy here. The girl came closer to Mint and asked why Mint felt so good. When she dreamed in the closet, Mint was puzzled and didn't know what to say. The girl said angrily that Mint didn't want to be happy at all, and she couldn't even admit it. Mint woke up screaming. She didn't know where she was. She was in shock. She couldn't tell if this was reality or a dream. Her head was spinning, but she still knew she had to get up. Her body felt very heavy. A moment later, she saw a gentleman sitting next to her. Julius looked at her and asked if everything was all right. Mint was shocked. She didn't understand why the Archduke was next to her. Julius looked at her and said her hands were still hot. He asked her if she needed to lie down a bit longer. The Archduke looked at Mayataya and said that her fever had already gone down, but it was still too early to get up. Mint was surprised, realizing Julius had been taking care of her. The Archduke looked at her and said the carriage had been banging around a lot while it was moving. He said she probably didn't know it, but she had a lot of bruises all over her body. Mint was surprised. When she calmed down, she felt all this pain. He looked at her and said she wasn't quite well yet, but he was very glad she hadn't broken anything. She looked at him and apologized, but a moment later she thanked him for saving her. Julius looked at her and said she was preparing for death. He asked her why she hadn't also considered that he would save her. He looked at her and asked why she thought her family would abandon her. Mint was perplexed. She didn't know what to answer. She felt a darkness envelop her. They told her there was nothing she could do about it, and no matter how good the Archduke was, there was no point, and being a princess didn't suit her at all. The Archduke looked at her and asked if she trusted him. The darkness whispered to her. It said that being a princess was hard and scary, and happiness wasn't for her. Mint trembled and begged the darkness to stop to say such things. The darkness said she'd be better off in the closet, and she'd be more comfortable there. Mint said that wasn't true. Mint thought she was talking to the gentleman, but she was terribly frightened, and only bad thoughts entered her head. Mint saw the gentleman in the darkness, telling her that nothing could be done. He looked at her and said that it was only his fault, that he had not earned her trust. Julius looked at her and said she was sweating profusely. He said he'd bring her another towel. Mint, her voice trembling, thanked him. Julius looked at Mint and said that, as she understood, Elkadonia was not a small family. He said he had enough strength to save her. He looked at her and said that, of course, he shouldn't have allowed her to be kidnapped. Mint said it was okay, and in the end, it was her fault for agreeing to Acella's request. The Archduke looked at her and asked if she was going to apologize for her kidnapping. Perplexed Mint said she wasn't going to apologize. Mint noticed the gentleman had a very frightening expression on his face. Julius looked at her and said that he did not know how she lived before she came to the estate, but he said that he wanted her to remember one thing. He told her to always trust him, because he would always come to his man wherever he was. Mint was puzzled. She didn't understand why he was doing this to her. He looked at her and said that, besides, she was still a child, very small, and it was natural for an adult to protect a child. Julius said he felt like she didn't understand it at all. Mint was upset because she realized she was just a little child to the gentleman. He realized she hadn't understood his words at all. He looked at her and told her to rest. He said she had plenty of time to sleep. She looked at him and asked him to wait. Mint looked at the gentleman and asked in a trembling voice if he could stay until she fell asleep. Mint knew she was acting like a little child again, but for some reason, when she heard his words, she felt like she might be a little capricious. The Archduke looked at the young lady and said he would sit with her. Mint was surprised, as she hadn't expected him to agree. The Archduke looked at her and, smiling, said he wouldn't sing a lullaby. Mint looked at him puzzled. The gentleman said he wasn't confident in his singing. After hearing about the lullaby, Mint wanted to hear him sing. The Archduke looked at her and said that, judging by her open eyes, she didn't seem ready to sleep. Mint said she was already falling asleep. Julius smiled and said that was good. He said she needed to get some sleep and remember to eat well, since she hadn't eaten at all while she was sick. Julius said he felt how light she was when he picked her up. He looked at her and asked if she was sure she was taking her medication. Mint said that of course she always did, and she downed the whole bottle in one gulp. He looked at her and said that if she wanted something to eat, she could tell the maid or butler any time, but if there was something else, she could always tell him. Julius looked at her and, puzzled, told her not to do what she didn't want. She was a little puzzled, knowing that if she did all this, she'd become as mean and capricious as Acela. Mint said she was a princess now, and that didn't mean she didn't like it. Mint didn't know how to properly convey what she thought. Yuli stared at Mint. He remembered the past, and these memories made him feel uneasy. Julius looked at her and told her to think about what she didn't like, and then she could say. So Mint, puzzled, said she understood everything, but nothing had occurred to her. Julius said it could be anything. Julius said it was because he'd brought her here. Mint, puzzled, asked what he was talking about. He looked at her and said it was nothing special. He told her to go to sleep and not talk until dawn. She knew that wasn't right, and with a smile, said she was already falling asleep. Mint knew she should ask again later about their conversation. She felt a warm hand on his. Usually, when it became quiet, she heard an owl hoot in the distance. That sound used to frighten her when they chased her away and she had to sleep on the hill. But now, to her surprise, she could hear herself breathing. Mint was surprised, as she had never heard such a quiet sound before, and the owl's hoot no longer bothered her. Mint walked down the hallway. Mint was a little confused, as she felt like there was something before she fell asleep, but she couldn't remember anything. A moment later, she saw the door and knew she had arrived. Mint knocked and asked if she could come in. She also asked her friend if he was asleep. Urian was surprised, not expecting to see the lady. Mint said she'd heard he was seriously injured. Urian greeted the lady and said he was fine. Mint was shocked because she saw his face. Mint ran up to him like lightning. She said it wasn't right and asked for his forgiveness. She said he'd suffered because of her. The young man said that wasn't true. Mint looked at him puzzled and told him not to get up, but rather to lie down. Mayatoyu, perplexed, apologized to him and thanked him for the kidnapping and for the imprisonment, as he had helped her so much. Urian said he was fine and she shouldn't worry about him. Urian looked at her and said that it wasn't her husband who saved her, but the Archduke. Mint said that was true because they were only children. She said it wasn't surprising that they were weaker than adults like her master. Urian, puzzled, said he was still a child, but he already longed to become an adult. He said he wanted to be able to save his mistress even without the Archduke's presence. Mint was a little surprised. She said that he still had to protect Acela. Mint was a little confused, as her friend had abandoned his mistress to save her. She knew Acela wouldn't like it, as he had rushed to Mint's aid. Urian looked at Mint and said he didn't care about Miss Acela. He said he just wanted to protect Mint. Mint was surprised and asked why he wanted to protect her specifically. Urian looked away from Mint and said it was because Mint was kind to him. Mint smiled and said it was because she wanted to be his friend. Urian looked at Mint and said, puzzled, that he couldn't be friends with young Mrs. Mint smiled and said he'd said that before. Mint understood that she couldn't be friends with him, as it would be a burden on him. She knew that once the treatment was over, he would return to his mistress, and then they would likely have no opportunity to meet again. The young man looked at her and said with a smile that he was very glad that Mint considered him a friend. He thanked her with a smile. A moment later, he said with a smile that he was genuinely glad about it. A moment later, Mint grabbed her friend's hand, wanting to tell him something. Urian looked at her in surprise. Mint looked at her friend and asked with a smile if he wouldn't mind staying with her. Urian looked at her and said that he wouldn't mind staying with her. Mint looked at him and asked if he wanted to live here with her. She was glad she could finally show him how she felt. She didn't want to say goodbye to him at all. She had no intention of letting him go. To the lady, who was trying to persuade him, Urian stared at Mint in surprise. Mint looked at him and said with a smile that she would make sure he stayed at the estate. She remembered Mr. Julius's words, telling her not to do anything she didn't like. The Archduke sat in his office and looked closely at the documents. He was a little puzzled, as he found it more difficult to concentrate on his work. The Archduke thought he needed to rest. The Archduke realized from the sound of footsteps outside the door that it was already lunchtime. He smiled, lost in thought. He remembered what he'd told Mint to eat whenever she wanted. He couldn't understand how she could hesitate over such trifles, even though she was so brave in the face of death. The Archduke thought Mint was a very interesting child. Mint looked at the Archduke and shouted to him that she wanted to live with Urian. The Archduke was shocked, not expecting such a thing from a young girl. A moment later, Mint, puzzled, said she wished he could live there. The gentleman smiled and said he understood. He looked at her and told her to sit down and eat first. Mint thanked him. Mint was surprised that the gentleman also liked sweets. This was surprising to her. The Archduke looked at her and asked if she loved Urian. Mint was shocked, as she hadn't expected such a question. She looked puzzled and said that she didn't love him at all. Mint said she was simply grateful to the boy for what he had done. She said that, whether in the carriage or in prison, he had always wanted to save her. The more she thought about it, the more grateful she was to him, and she desperately wanted to apologize to him. Mint said she owed him a favor, but if the boy returned to his former family, he would be treated poorly. The Archduke looked at her and asked if that was really the only reason. Mint looked at the Archduke in surprise. The Archduke looked at her and asked if she was really asking him to let the boy live here, because he wouldn't be happy with his old family. The Archduke looked at her and said with a warm smile that he had previously told her to say whatever she wanted. The Archduke said that she now reminded him of the day she first came here. Mint looked at him puzzled. She understood that everything had been different then. She sincerely wanted this, but she didn't know if she could say it. Mint was puzzled. She didn't even want to think about the boy going back to a family where he was being bullied. Mint looked at the Archduke and said that she would very much like for the boy to stay at the estate. Mint looked at one gentleman and said that she wanted to become friends with him. The Archduke looked at her and said that anyone who saw this would think he was mocking Mint. Mint looked at him in surprise and said that was not the case at all. The Archduke looked at her and said he understood her. Mint was surprised, but also very glad she had told him everything. The Archduke looked at her and said they could eat later. He looked very tired. Mint was surprised. The Archduke said he wanted to sleep before dinner and then eat. Urian entered their office. The young man looked at the Archduke and asked if he had called him. The Archduke noticed that the boy did not look very well. The Archduke looked at the boy and asked if it would be okay if he touched his face. The boy meekly agreed. The Archduke looked closely at the boy and said that he had a strong body and that he could become big in the future. The Archduke looked at the young man and said that once his wound healed, he could train with the immortal knights. Mint was a little surprised, as she hadn't heard of knights before. She realized they were knights who protected their families. The Archduke looked at the young man and said that he would be sorry to make a mere service of him. Julius looked at him and said that if he didn't want to, he could return to Tibelion. Urion said he had no desire to go back at all and that it was a great honor for him. He thanked the Archduke and said he would do everything he could. Mint was overjoyed and also surprised that the young man could speak so loudly. The Archduke looked at Jurian and said that even if Jurian hadn't agreed, he still wouldn't have let him go. The young man was surprised. Mint rushed to him and said with a smile that this was very wonderful. Mint thanked the Archduke with a smile. Julius knew the boy had saved Mint, and he would do as she wished. The Archduke looked intently at the young people. He knew that the young man's future depended on the purpose for which he came to Elkadonia. Roel looked at the man and said it would be better if he answered. The man was frightened and said he knew nothing. He said he didn't know the princess was involved. He simply went there because there was an auction. The man, puzzled, said he knew he shouldn't participate in auctions, but he was still certain the Archduke had no right to tell him about morality. Roel was surprised that the Archduke had arrived. He looked at the butler and told him to leave the room, and that he would take care of everything himself. The man looked at the Archduke puzzled and said he knew nothing about it himself. He said he'd like the princess had stumbled upon the auction by chance. The Archduke calmly replied that he knew about it. The man looked at the Archduke and with a grin said he knew the Archduke would understand. The Archduke said he couldn't understand one thing, how a noblewoman could go to the slums for the first time and accidentally encounter a gang of thieves who turned out to be connected to Kaleism. The Archduke said there were too many coincidences. The man was frightened, shouting that he'd said everything and knew nothing more. The Archduke looked at him and told him he could remain silent. The man was furious. He shouted that the Archduke was a monster and that this was all his fault. Julius looked at him and said he'd brought him here because it would be difficult to kill him there. The Archduke looked at the butler and told him not to let the man go until his life became a horror story. The Archduke looked at the man and said that, depending on what he said, his life could be saved. Roel, however, knew it wouldn't save him. Roel was surprised, realizing the man was very resilient. He wondered if they were already used to this kind of thing. The Archduke looked at the man with horror in his eyes. He was furious because he hadn't received a proper answer. Roel watched everything that was happening intently. The Marquis arrived to see the Archduke for an audience. They talked for some time. Some time later, a maid and a butler came to see Mint. The maid smiled and said everything was fine. The butler smiled and said the young man would now live in the Archduke's residence. Mint was overjoyed knowing she could now help her friend. The butler was surprised and unsure of the pretext for keeping the boy in the residence, but he knew there was nothing to worry about. The Marquis was very surprised, looked at the Archduke, and asked what he meant by replacing all of their family's employees. The Archduke looked at him and said he had already said everything he said, that the man who told Acella about the slums was Calliost in disguise. The Archduke said that if the Marquis didn't know who exactly it was, it would be better to replace everyone. The Marquis was surprised and asked if that was really necessary. Julius said he had no other choice. The Archduke looked at the Marquis and said that if something like this happened again next time, the Marquis would take responsibility. In a trembling voice, the Marquis said that he would certainly replace all the servants. The butler knew that thanks to the gentleman, this problem would be solved instantly. But something still made the butler wary. He looked at the young lady and said that Acella had come to see her. Acella came to Mint with a large bouquet of flowers. The butler was a little puzzled. He did not know whether the princess would be able to talk to the young lady safely. The butler was very worried about this. Acella looked at Mint and said she had come to apologize. Mint, in turn, greeted the young lady calmly and with a smile. The butler was surprised, as he hadn't expected such calm from the young mistress. The butler saw that the young lady was very worried, but she still did not show it. Mint looked at the young lady and calmly said that she had been waiting for her. She remembered Mr. Julius's words. He told her not to do anything she didn't like. Mint knew she was a princess and should act like one. Roel was very pleased, as he saw a true little lady. Acella, for her part, eyed Mint warily. Acella looked at Mint and said she didn't understand why she should apologize. Everyone had suffered a little, but they still returned home safely. Acella said it wasn't her fault at all. Mint looked at her and said it was her idea to go to the slums. Acella said it wasn't her fault the pagans led them there, and she didn't see why she should apologize for it. Mint had heard that sending the nobles to the slums was a good idea, so she investigated further. Acella said she had suffered as well, but she still didn't understand why the Marquise had to apologize. Mint looked at her and said that she almost died because of this. Acella frowned at Mint and said nothing. A moment later, the young lady looked at Mint and asked if she understood correctly that Mint was saying it was entirely her fault. Acella was shocked and couldn't tell if Mint was serious. The young lady looked at Mint and said she was deliberately trying to blame her. Mint was shocked, as she hadn't expected to hear that. The young lady looked at Mint and said she now understood why people from the lower classes went to the Archduke. Acella angrily remarked that Mint was very smart. Acella angrily asked Mint if that wasn't true. Acella asked her companion if Mint wanted to blame her for taking her servant. Mint was shocked because she didn't expect this. Mint looked at her companion and asked what they were talking about. Acella angrily asked Mint if Mint wanted her to sit quietly and watch as Mint took away her servants. Acella said that Mint was shameless. The young lady said that Mint had probably even said something about her to the Archduke. She said that all the servants had already left and she had no intention of giving up her bodyguard. Acella screamed furiously that the bodyguard was hers. Mint was shocked by such a statement. Mint firmly stated that the young man was not some kind of object. Mint looked at her companion and said that, as Acella had said earlier, she was innocent, but what she was saying about Urion was different. Mint said the young man was unhappy with Acella, but Mint was only trying to protect him. When Mr. Julius told Mint not to do anything she didn't like, Mint knew that's exactly what he meant. She knew she shouldn't bend if she thought it was wrong. Mint looked at the young lady and said that all the sectarians now knew the young man's face, and therefore she would take care of him and his protection. Acella was very surprised that Mint didn't answer her question. She said Mint couldn't even speak properly. Acella asked if they had ever left in this way. Mint was showing off her high status. Mint calmly replied that she hadn't even thought about it. Mint looked at her companion and apologized. She said she felt like they were having a pointless conversation. Mint asked her companion to go home. Acella was furious, saying it was pure robbery and that she would protest. Mint looked at her and said with a smile that she would wait until Acella was ready to surrender. Acella was furious she didn't understand how Mint dared to talk to her like that. A few months later, Miata and Urion were busy with their routine. Urion looked at the document and said there were no errors this time. Miata smiled and said it was thanks to him. The young man smiled and said it was all thanks to her efforts. Mint smiled and said it was good that he stayed here. She smiled and said that for a bodyguard, he was very smart, and she now understood his former mistress perfectly. The young man smiled and said he was very glad he had been of use to Mint. Mint smiled and said she felt her knowledge of the language had improved thanks to their correspondence. She thanked him. Mint looked at the young man and asked if his former mistress had written to him. The young man looked at Mint silently. Mint said she'd heard the young lady confess her love to him and ask him to come back, and she'd said she forgave him. Urion said the letters were coming, but he was ignoring them. Urion looked at Minto and said that the declaration of love was nothing more than words of reconciliation, and it was all simply her cowardice, but still he didn't know it would last so long. Mint looked at him and said she thought Acella was being somewhat sincere. Mint smiled and said it was because he was getting better every day. The young man was surprised, as he hadn't expected to hear such a thing. Mint said, with a smile, that he had grown a lot since their first meeting, and if she saw him now, her desire to take him would increase exponentially. The young man hesitated, unsure what to say. A moment later, he said he'd simply grown taller, because the knights regularly made him sleep and gave him good food. That's why he'd matured so quickly. Mint smiled and said she envied him. She didn't know if she could grow up like him. Urion looked at her and said she was taking her medication and could get bigger. He said she was healthier now than before. Mint smiled and said that was correct, and now she feels less tired than before. The more Mint got to know her friend, the more she realized he was a wonderful person. Although he didn't like her, She understood Acella's feelings. However, she noticed his mood was deteriorating, so she didn't want to mention the young lady again. The butler entered their room and called the princess. The butler looked at her and said the Archduke was looking for her. Mint said she was on her way. A moment later, she apologized to her friend. The young man was surprised. Mint said she thought she'd upset him with her conversation about Acella. The young man looked at her and said that wasn't true at all. Mint hesitated a little and thanked him for reading her letter. She smiled and said he could answer her any time she smiled, and said it was time for her to go. Urian was a little puzzled as he realized that he was expressing his feelings in letters because he had the strength to do so. Roel looked at the young lady and asked if he'd understood correctly that they'd spoken about Acella, and the letters Mint was surprised that even he knew about it. The butler said the young lady was overstepping her bounds with her letters, and he knew it too. Mint said with a smile that she didn't think the young man was interested in such things. The butler said he thought the young man was quite handsome. He said that for this reason, many people in the castle wanted to meet him. Mint smiled and said that it was very wonderful. The butler was surprised and asked if it was really wonderful. Mint smiled and said she thought it would be very nice if the young man had many friends. She said he didn't get along well with other people, but she would be overjoyed if he made new friends. Roel smiled and said it would be nice to have many friends. Mint looked at the butler and asked him to accept the letter. She said she'd learned a little writing now. She wrote a thank you note to her loved ones. The butler was shocked. He hadn't expected such a thing. Mint smiled and said he didn't need to write a reply, as she knew he didn't have time. Roel said he would definitely write a reply, and she should accept it. Mint smiled and thanked him. Mint silently apologized to the butler for thinking he was such a scary person. Roel looked at Mint and told her she could leave. The Archduke looked closely at Mint. He said that since she had already arrived, she could sit down for a moment. The Archduke said he'd be finished soon, and they'd eat. Mint was shocked. Having seen all his paperwork, after reviewing the tasks, she looked at him and asked if he wasn't busy. Julius said he had time for them to have a meal together. Mint looked at him and asked with a smile if he needed her help. The Archduke was surprised. Mint smiled and said she had learned to write. The Archduke agreed and said she could sit down and sort the letters by content. Mint was very happy because she could finally help the gentleman. Mint looked at him and said that she could sit up herself. The gentleman smiled and said that he thought the chair was too high for her. Mint was very glad that she could help the master. The butler knew that the gentleman was a great fellow, although he did not know why he had brought Mint. The butler knew that the Archduke was not interested in women, but many wanted to start a relationship with him, sending him a mountain of letters. Mint was reading the letters and noticed that she came across another love letter. The Archduke noticed that the young lady had fallen asleep. Mint was a little puzzled, as the love letters were very boring, and so she fell asleep. The Archduke looked at her intently and smiled. Mint slept quietly, and the Archduke in turn worked leisurely. Mint woke up and was very surprised. She hadn't expected to fall asleep, and she had no idea what time it was. The Duke looked at her and asked if she had slept well. Mint looked at him with alarm and said she hadn't slept. The Archduke smiled and said she'd even slept very well and snored. Mint was shocked. She looked at the gentleman and asked if she really had snored. The Archduke smiled and said he was joking, but she still needed to get a good night's sleep. He told her she needed to go to bed early. He didn't understand the point of studying late and sleeping during the day. Mint realized he knew she stayed up all night studying. When Mint sorted the letters, she clearly understood which were love letters and which weren't, but she still had a hard time sorting through the rest. She realized she needed to study more, as she didn't understand the letters. But the Archduke, for his part, was actually glad she would filter only the love letters. Mint thought she understood love letters thanks to the book she read last night. Mint looked at the Archduke and asked with a smile how many children he would have. The Archduke was surprised, as he hadn't expected such a question. A moment later, the butler entered and said he had brought them tea. Roel looked at the gentleman and said it seemed they were having a family meeting and that he was busy. He said that was not the case. The butler looked at them and said he thought they were busy working, so he decided to bring them lunch. Mint apologized as she had fallen asleep and forgotten to go get food. The butler smiled and said it was no big deal and asked what they were doing. Now Mint smiled and said they were talking about the master's love letters. Mint folded a whole stack of letters. She said that a lot of them had arrived, and soon the time would come for the gentleman to grow up and get married, and he would have children. The Archduke looked at her and asked if she would marry when she received the love letters. Mint was a little puzzled. A moment later, she said it all depended on the person who wrote to her. The Archduke agreed. He also said he couldn't reciprocate every letter. Mint said she understood this, but he had a lot of admirers. She smiled and said she was up for it because he was a very kind and warm person. The butlers and the Archduke exchanged glances. Mint looked at the gentleman and asked if it wouldn't be wonderful if he could fall in love and start a family after such a letter. Mint looked puzzled and said that she seemed to be jealous of him because she didn't have a family. The Archduke looked at Mint and said that the sender of this letter probably didn't think so. He said that a ruler only cares about power, money, and authority, and nobles usually marry for convenience. He said that of course a family could come from such a marriage, but it wasn't in his interests. Mint was very surprised. She was a little puzzled, as she had never seen his family. She thought it was likely that they lived separately from the Archduke. He said that it only takes one loss from the family. Mint looked at the gentleman in surprise. They'd already given me a servant who burst in and asked for forgiveness. She said the emperor's envoy had come to see them again. Everyone was surprised. There was a commotion in the office. The Archduke looked at his subordinates and told them to let him in 10 minutes. The Archduke looked at Mint and told her to stay in the room, and they would eat next time. Mint, puzzled, agreed. He looked at Mint and told her to follow him. Mint was perplexed. Mint noticed that the Archduke had a very serious expression. She realized the envoy had come again, but she was still puzzled that she didn't know what he was doing at the estate before. Mint didn't think everyone was happy to see him. She realized that if she was told to stay in the room, it meant a very scary person had arrived. Mint was so deep in thought that she didn't notice the butler's back and bumped into him. A man entered the office. He greeted the butler and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Mint quietly hid behind the butler. Roel looked at Count Aboko with disdain. Roel told the Count that he was being very rude. The butler couldn't understand how the Count could leave without permission. Roel looked at the knights and asked what they were doing that the Count had just dropped in. The knights apologized and said the Count had told them he'd come on the Emperor's orders, and they couldn't identify him. The Count with a grin told the Dorian not to shout at the knights too loudly. The Count with a grin on his face asked if there was anyone in this land who would refuse His Majesty's orders. Roel told the Count to speak more simply to him, as he was now merely the butler of this mansion. The Count looked at the butler with disdain, and with a smirk said that he would speak as he saw fit. He ordered the butler to kneel and beg his forgiveness immediately. The Count looked at the maid and said that she had better apologize since they had treated him very rudely. Mint was shocked. She realized the Count was a very strange man. Mint realized that this was the reason they were hiding her. The Count said he was very glad he had come today, as he had been able to see the young lady's face. The Count said that today, by order of the Emperor, he would take Miss Mint under his wing. Before the Count could finish speaking, the Archduke approached him. The Archduke looked at him coldly and asked who would like to take her under his wing. A moment later, the Archduke asked the Count who had given him permission to see the young lady. The Count began to speak slowly. The Archduke looked at him angrily and said that he had not given the Count his word. The butler and the young lady left the office. Mint was extremely frightened and agitated. She asked the butler if the Archduke really wanted to kill the Emperor's envoy. Roel replied that he would not kill the envoy. The Count looked at the Archduke and said he had come on the orders of His Majesty the Emperor. The Archduke looked at the Count and said with disdain that he didn't understand why he had to act so recklessly when the Emperor was giving him orders. The Archduke said with a grin that he wondered if there would be any punishment if he killed the Count now. Mint, puzzled, said she was asking whether the Archduke could kill the envoy. He'd made that clear. Roel calmly said it was just manipulation, and she shouldn't panic. Mint looked at the butler and said it seemed the envoy had come to find her. She asked if she shouldn't meet him. The butler said she shouldn't meet him, since His Imperial Majesty was keeping an eye on her. Mint didn't understand why the Emperor needed her. The butler said the imperial family were conquerors. They ravaged the Western continents, and the great Emperor never knew defeat. Mint looked at the butler and asked why this man was looking for her. The butler said that this monster intends to make Mint an empress. Mint was shocked, as she did not expect this at all. Mint said that His Majesty the Emperor was 40 years old. That was all she knew. Mint was a little surprised, as the Emperor looked like a woman. Mint said she had actually heard that the Emperor was a woman. Roel said it was true, and she would soon be 40. Roel said that for the Emperor being underage was of no consequence, because that crazy monster of an empress does whatever she pleases. Mint was shocked because she didn't expect the butler to say something like that. Mint said in a trembling voice that it was disrespectful to address the emperor. She said it was punishable by death. Roel looked at her and said it was fine. Mint, puzzled, said she didn't like her either. She couldn't understand why the empress would want to live with a man who hadn't even reached the required age. Mint looked intently at the butler. She said that in that case, they were now accomplices in slandering the empress. Roel looked at Miata and said that in fact the empress had several children. He said that they were her children, the children of a man who had no equal. And for some unknown reason, they died one after the other, and now there are only two of them left. And when the Archduke was engaged, the Empress said nothing to him. Mint was shocked, because it was the first time she heard that the gentleman was engaged. The butler said the engagement was later broken off by the Archduke. The Empress, for her part, wanted to maintain good ties with the Archduke, so she decided to take the young Mint instead of the Archduke. Mint was surprised. She asked the butler if even if she became his wife, she would be of any use to the Empress. The butler said that His Excellency treasured Mint, and the Empress would take Mint as a hostage. Mint was surprised and puzzled, but somehow she was also glad. The butler said that, after these words, an idea occurred to him. The butler said the Empress had never taken commoners. He suggested that perhaps the Empress wanted to make Miata a concubine for her son. Miata was surprised. Royal looked at the girl and said that the nobles would try to force her to bear the Empress a granddaughter or grandson. Mint was shocked. She didn't understand anything, but she could see that the butler was very angry. She said there were many things she didn't understand. Mint looked at the butler and asked why the Empress was so attached to their family. The butler said there were several reasons. He said the two main ones were power and authority. Mint realized her new family was larger than she'd imagined. Mint looked at the butler and said he'd mentioned earlier that the gentleman had been engaged and had broken it off. She asked if she also had the right to break off the engagement. Kindness, conscience, morality, and innocence. Roel knew the Empress was far removed from all of these concepts. He didn't know what she was aiming for, but a war had broken out on a peaceful continent. It was destroying many countries and cruelly killing members of royal blood. She was like a hungry beast devouring everyone in her path. Over time, she consumed the entire continent. The butler paused, puzzled. He said that Mr. Julius and Mint were very different things, and such a conversation wouldn't help here. Mint stared at the butler. She remembered how the Count and Acela had addressed the butler with great respect. Mint realized that the butler was not an easy person. The butler stared at the flowers and walked toward them. Mint didn't understand why Mint knew that yesterday they had been a small begonia and today a daffodil. Mint didn't understand what was wrong with the butler. She noticed a strange atmosphere filling the room. The butler snatched the flowers with lightning speed. A moment later, he broke them. Mint was shocked as she hadn't expected this. The butler glanced sideways at Mint and apologized. He said he needed to step away for a moment. He also asked her to wait for him in the room. Mint was in shock. I didn't understand what had happened, but the butler still really scared her. A knight came to Mint. Mint greeted him. The knight smiled and said that he was now the one who would accompany her. The knight looked at the young princess and said with a smile that his name was Carmine Rodate. Mint smiled and said she was very glad to meet him. Carmine said she could call him by his first name. Roel looked at the princess and said that his name was also simply Roel, and she could call him by his first name instead of Butler. Mint, puzzled, said that she would do so. Mint didn't know why, but she really liked addressing Roel by his rank. Detsky looked at the young lady and said, "Knight, that's the Archduke's order." Roel looked at the princess and asked if she had seen the flowers he had brought. Mint, puzzled, said she had. The butler said the flower was enchanted. The butler said it was hypnotic magic. He said that if Mint in a deep sleep inhaled the scent of the flowers, she would be hypnotized. The maid slowly entered the room. The Archduke looked at all the people present and said that the next one should be called. Mint knew they were currently doing a thorough cleaning. After the butler found the flowers, they decided to check the estate for anything else suspicious. It was decided to check all the servants, just as they had done with Acela. Mint approached the man and asked if he'd seen her friend. The man, puzzled, said he hadn't seen him today. The man suggested the young man might have gone to the basement. The knight looked at the young lady and asked if she would like to go down to the basement. Mint said there was no need, as Master Julius was currently conducting an inspection there. She said he must be very busy and she didn't want to disturb him. Mint said she'd actually thought all the servants would be cleared out, like Acela had been. Mint said she'd been very scared of that. The knight thought for a moment and said it was completely different in Tibeliana. The knight said the cultists had already infiltrated the place, so it was impossible to count them. It was like burning insect nests that had already grown. However, their situation was completely different, so all they had to do was find the hole the insect had crawled through. Mint was a little puzzled. The knight said the empress had tried to bewitch her, and there was a high probability that the man who brought the flower had also been bewitched. He said they could look into it and analyze the type of magic used. Now Mint understood why they were conducting an investigation, but she still didn't understand why the empress was so obsessed with Elsidonia. Mint said the butler had told her it was all about power and money. The knight smiled and said he saw the butler had given her a rather superficial overview. He said he would explain everything to her now. The knight said the first reason was power, as this duke was the only one of the 5 aura masters on the entire continent. Mint said she knew what an aura master was, because he radiated energy through his sword. The knight said she had understood correctly, and the archduke could accomplish much with his aura. Indeed, thanks to the power he had used in the war, the empire had won. The second reason is money. 70% of the spirit stone mines on the western continent are located in Elsidonia. Mint was surprised, as she didn't know what spiritual stones were. The knight smiled and said that, to cut to the chase, it could simply be said that this stone was very expensive. He said that since the stone is so rare, a few centimeters would be enough to buy an entire castle, and Elsidonia, with its vast wealth from mining, is the family that pays all the taxes. The knight smiled and said that for this reason the family was very rich. Carmine smiled and said that, be that as it may, the archduke's influence was so great that the imperial family wanted to establish ties with him. Carmine and Mint were having a pleasant conversation when suddenly a maid approached them and called the knight. Carian looked at Mint and asked if she could speak to the knight. Now Mint smiled and said that of course she could. Elsidonia was a wonderful place, after all. She wanted to think she'd be a special person. She knew that Mr. Julius was a very kind man, one who was raising an orphan. Mint knew she was very lucky. She'd always wanted to be special, and now that she'd realized how she felt a little ashamed. Mint noticed a letter near the door. She knew it was her friend's handwriting. She wanted to read it, but she knew she couldn't enter the room yet. The knight looked at the young lady and said she could enter the room only after he finished his inspection. Mint smiled and agreed with him. She wanted to read the letter later. The maid looked around the room with lightning speed. Mint smiled and looked at the maid. She wondered if she was just an ordinary person after all, but she was still glad to live with such good people. And that was already something extraordinary in her life. She knew her job was to be grateful for her good fortune, giving it her all. The maid smiled and said the examination was over, and she could go into the room. Mint thanked the maid. Mint knew she was destined to become a princess, someone no one would ever be ashamed of. She always felt sleepy after washing in warm water. She remembered she was supposed to read the letter. She noticed that the letter was very easy to read, and her friend's beautiful handwriting immediately caught her eye. When she opened the letter, she was a little surprised. A moment later, she was enveloped in the light from the letter. A moment later, a woman appeared in front of her. The woman smiled and said that she was a very good child. Mint was very surprised. She didn't understand who this woman was. The woman looked intently at the girl and asked what her favorite flowers were. Mint looked at her in surprise. The woman said she must have disliked the yellow daffodils. Long ago, it was said that a celestial dragon lived in the empire, worshipping Tamara, the goddess of light. The celestial dragon shone silver, and it was this color that symbolized the imperial family. A moment later, Mint realized who this person was. The woman looked at Mint intently and said that if she didn't like the flowers, she could tell her. She also asked again what her favorite flower was. She said she was inviting Mint to the imperial castle. The knight looked at the young lady intently and with surprise. He was very surprised, as he did not expect her to come out at such a late hour. He looked at her in surprise and asked if she could sleep. He said he had to go to a shift change, but he could stay with her until she fell asleep. She looked at him and told him like a bitch that everything was fine. She also asked him to take her to the Archduke's chambers. Mint was shocked. She wished the knight hadn't done it, since the Empress had taken over her body. The knight agreed, and the Empress, who had taken possession of the body, thanked him with a smile. Mint followed them. She was in shock, as no one had heard her, and she couldn't tell anyone that the Empress had taken her body. She didn't know what to do. The knight said that Mint had come to see the Archduke. The Archduke ordered Mint to be let go, but the real Mint was in shock. She didn't know what to do since no one could hear her. Julius looked at the Mint and asked what happened. The Empress apologized to him. Mint was shocked. The young lady said she was very worried and couldn't sleep. She looked at Julius and asked if the Empress hadn't sent her daffodils because she wanted to take her away. The young lady burst into tears and said it was all her fault. Mint was shocked and didn't understand what she was doing. Mint never cried in public and didn't want the gentleman to worry about her, as she knew it was wrong. The young lady looked at the Archduke and asked if it wouldn't be better if she visited the Empress. He said it wouldn't be any better, since the Empress was more terrifying than she thought. The young lady said in a trembling voice that she was not guilty of anything, and especially her guardian, the Archduke, the estate. She said that the Empress probably shouldn't be so harsh with her. Mint was shocked and didn't understand what the Empress was doing. The Archduke looked intently at the young lady. A moment later, he said she wasn't Mint. The real Mint was shocked. She couldn't understand how he'd realized so quickly that it wasn't her in the body. But in turn, Mint was very glad that he realized that it was not she who was in the body. The young lady lay down on the Archduke's chest. She asked him with a gentle smile what he was talking about. She asked him if she wasn't Mint. Then who was she really? The Archduke said he could feel the Empress's presence in his gut. The young lady said that couldn't be true. Mint was shocked. She knew they'd already exposed each other. She sincerely wanted the master to save her. The young lady asked the gentleman in a soft voice how long he would hide from the Empress. The Archduke calmly replied that there was no point in their meeting. He said it was a pointless meeting, and he couldn't accept her demands because she wanted to seize power over his family. The young lady asked if he knew why she wanted this. She said she wanted to destroy the temple and proclaim the rule of the imperial family. She asked him, since he was also a man of the empire, whether it wouldn't be better if he sided with her. Mint was shocked, but she still knew she shouldn't listen to this. But Mint screamed loudly, wanting her body back, but the Empress only smiled. Mint was very angry and didn't want anyone to mess with her body. The young lady asked the Archduke if he truly wanted to take my side of the temple. The Archduke said he was on no one's side. He said he no longer wished to interfere in this dirty and unnecessary power struggle. Mint in turn was very glad that he turned the Empress down. Because the Empress is waging a power struggle against the temple, she needs Lord Julius to achieve this victory, but Mint still didn't understand why she should try to extract this from the Lord. Mint was furious because the gentleman said he didn't like it. She didn't understand why the Empress was being so persistent. The Empress looked at him and said that he used to be a very small child, only reaching up to her waist. The Empress looked at him and said that he was now behaving like a grown-up Archduke. Mint was a little taken aback, realizing the Empress had heard everything she'd said. The Empress looked at him and said that despite being only 22, he was still very arrogant. She said it wasn't at all cute. She looked at him and asked if that was why he had broken off his engagement to the crown princess. She said he had deliberately avoided getting involved with the Empress. The young lady looked at the Archduke and asked if the Empress wasn't renowned for her beauty and intelligence. She said she knew they had known each other since the war. She said that at that moment, there was already talk of their engagement, and everyone was saying that they were a wonderful couple. But she was very surprised that the Archduke broke off the engagement and soon asked her for approval to adopt. The young lady came closer to him and asked him if he liked younger girls. The real Mint was in shock. She didn't understand what the Empress was doing. The Archduke looked at the young lady and asked the Empress to settle down. He said he could no longer continue this conversation. Julius looked at her and said that no matter what she said, she wouldn't succeed, and she wouldn't get anything from him. Mint, for her part, was very happy. The Empress looked at the Archduke and asked if he was pretending or if he genuinely didn't understand. The Empress looked at him and asked if he really thought she'd come just to chat. The Archduke looked at her and told her to leave Mint's body immediately. Mint was very surprised as she saw a bright light. The Empress looked at him and asked what he intended to do. She asked if he really intended to eliminate her with the aura of his ball. She said he could even wound part of her soul and drive her from this body. This would be a very good opportunity for him, since he didn't love her. She knew that, of course, both she and the body's true owner would feel pain. She looked at him and said that he knew best whether this girl's body could withstand it. The Empress looked at him and said she would speak frankly. She said she agreed with the people, and he should marry Arabella again. The Archduke examined the Empress and told her that this would mean the crown princess would lose her honor. The Empress said she knew this. The Archduke said the girl would be unhappy. The Empress said they needed to win the public's trust, so whether she was happy or not was irrelevant. The Empress looked at him and said that, nevertheless, Arabella's anxiety meant that their separation wasn't due to bad relations. She asked then whether Arabella's happiness didn't depend on him. The Empress wanted to conclude a verbal agreement now. She looked at him and said that in exchange for breaking the contract, he would risk his life. Mint was shocked. She didn't understand what they were talking about or what they were saying. The Empress looked at him and said it didn't matter, that he had broken off the engagement. She would magnanimously forgive him. She looked at him and said that it wasn't really that bad, so he needed to decide quickly. Mint was shocked. She couldn't understand how the Empress could threaten her master. She knew he would never agree. He looked at her and said he agreed. Moments later, the Archduke said firmly that he agreed to all the conditions. Mint was shocked and didn't understand why the master needed all this. She knew there was no need to interfere in the Empress's childish squabbles. A few minutes later, Mint found herself at the table. She was in shock and didn't understand what had happened. The Empress looked at the girl and said she would like to talk to her. The Empress looked at her and told her not to think it was her fault. It wasn't at all. She said it was the Archduke's destiny. She said that a man with the Archduke's power would not be able to live in peace. Because of this power, many want to use him for their own ends. She said many families and people had been killed by this force. She said the war wasn't over. The capture and rebellion of war orphans like him wouldn't change anything, and he needed to stick by the Empress anyway to gain even more power against their common enemies. The Empress said this with a smile, so Mint wouldn't think it was all her fault. She said Mint had simply become a means by which she could reach the Archduke. Mint looked at the Empress with puzzlement. Mint said that the Empress herself had said earlier that Mr. Julius was very young. Mint knew that the fate of people who wield power and authority is very complex, and these people take this for granted from childhood, but it was obvious that Mr. Julius didn't want this. Mint remembered him saying that it was wrong to interfere in this dirty and unnecessary power struggle. Mint remembered his cold expression when he said he agreed. Mint looked at the Empress and said that the gentleman was a very kind man who valued the life of a child like her. She looked at the Empress intently and said that if the master did not want to get into a fight, there was no point in forcing him and using the word fate. The Empress looked at the Archduke and said that they needed to finish the contract as soon as possible. The Empress looked at the rod and said that Mint kept crying and begging him to save her, and they needed to finish the contract quickly so he could help her. Mint was furious. She shouted at Julia not to believe that she was crying. He looked at the Empress in surprise. A moment later, he quietly told her to say the right words. Mint was very angry with herself. She was very upset that she couldn't get rid of the sound she heard. Mint thought it would be better if she just died. She knew that if she could save the master at the cost of her own life, she would do so. Mint was asked if she thought her life was worth it. Mint quietly said no. Mint said that it just meant that she had to save him at any cost. She knew that she would regret her actions earlier, so she wanted to save the master. The Empress screamed furiously at Mint to leave her body. The Empress was shocked. She couldn't understand what was happening, or how this was possible. People were shocked. They ran and screamed that a monster was attacking them. She knew she was a monster, not a human, but she still knew that all she needed was the strength to save her master. Mint knew that she could protect the master. The Empress was shocked as she found herself in darkness. The Empress did not understand what was happening and was very frightened and shocked. Mint couldn't move her fingers, but she was very glad that she had finally gotten her body back. The Archduke looked at her in surprise. Mint felt the Empress still inside her body. She didn't know what had happened, but she knew this was her only chance to drive the Empress out. The Empress was in shock. She did not understand how this could happen. The Archduke looked at the Mint with fear and surprise. A moment later, he called her Mint, realized the Empress had left. But she was in great pain. She fell onto the bed, and the bed was covered in blood. Julius shouted at the knight to call the butler immediately. Mint was losing her mind. She didn't know if death awaited her. Mint was very confused as she was in pain. She knew that before she died, she had to say thank you to the master for the delicious cocoa that made her sleep so good. Mint heard a strange voice. She didn't understand why she was hearing it since she was supposed to die. She heard a voice that said that as long as she lived, he would close her ears and eyes so that she would never see the light. Mint was furious and screamed at the voice to leave her head. Mint opened her eyes slightly. She saw the man who was screaming at her. A moment later, she saw the butler. He was looking at her intently and fearfully and calling her name. The butler looked at her and said that she seemed to be fine. Mint looked at him puzzled and said that she was fine. A moment later, she touched her tongue. Mint thought it had been torn off by the bite, but now she saw that it was fine. Mint realized that she had fainted due to severe pain. The butler looked at her and said he wanted to say that when the Archduke first brought her, he was very nervous. But despite her shyness, she tried very hard to work hard at everything, and she did quite well. He looked at her and said that considering all this, he would serve her sincerely as the family butler. The butler stood up from his chair and shouted that he would try his best and protect her until his death. Mint was shocked, unable to understand why he was acting this way. Roel said she shouldn't apologize for getting angry. He looked at her and asked if he really needed to show her how to value herself. Mint, puzzled, said there was no need and it was really her fault. Roel looked at her and asked what she was talking about. Mint, puzzled, replied that she had summoned the Empress. She said that she was walking past a letter that was in the crack of the door. And she didn't tell anyone about it because she thought it was written by her friend. Mint read the letter, after which the Empress appeared. In a trembling voice, she said once again that it was she who had summoned the Empress, and it was all because of her. Mint said that Kyrian and Carmine had courted her diligently. She said that because of her, the master was in danger. Mint apologized for that. The butler said the Empress's summons was just an accident, but Mint knew better. The butler gently told Mint that he was angry that she was apologizing. He said it wasn't her fault she couldn't stop the vile Empress who had conquered the continent. He said he didn't think it was her fault, as she had simply gotten caught up in an adult argument. Mint said she bit her tongue and lost consciousness, so she apologized to him for worrying him. He looked at her and said she hadn't just bitten her tongue, she'd cut it off. Mint was shocked, as she hadn't expected to hear such a thing. Roel said he couldn't even imagine what might have happened if he had arrived a little later. He said that she was cured with magic, and her tongue was attached back. The young lady was surprised. She'd heard that only mages used healing magic, but she'd thought she'd heard that mages couldn't leave the temple. Mint thought that most likely Mr. Julius kidnapped the magician because of her. Mint looked at the butler and asked where the gentleman was. The butler looked at her and said that the gentleman had gone to see the Empress for an audience. The butler said that as much as he wanted to avoid the meeting, he had no other choice. The Archduke arrived to see the Empress for an audience. The Archduke knocked down the door with all his fury. The knight told the Empress, in a trembling voice, that the Archduke had arrived to see her. The Empress looked at him and said she was very glad to see him, but it would be better if he left the door intact. She explained that the door was made of oak wood, given to her by the elves as a token of friendship some 500 years ago. The Archduke looked at the Empress and said she had many nicknames. He looked at her and asked what had happened to her last night. He said she ran away, fearing the pain of having her tongue cut out. The Archduke, with a grin, said he found the spectacle amusing. The Empress looked at him and said with a smile that she was glad to have amused the Archduke, who loved to make children cry. The Empress said that it was all natural, and the older she became, the more afraid she became of pain. The Empress said with a smirk that together they had destroyed the national treasure of the Kingdom of Capleton. The Archduke, enraged, destroyed the stone chair. He furiously told the Empress that she had crossed the line. The Empress smiled and said she understood, but they had moved on to a new level. The Archduke said he could see she had a lot of free time since she was making jokes. The Empress looked at the Archduke and said it looked like he wasn't going to kill her, so that meant the girl was still alive. She smirked and said it must have been the Archduke's mage who saved her. The Empress said that the mages of Tamara's temple cannot use their power outside the temple. This is what they agreed upon to maintain the balance of their powers. But it seems he has upset the balance, the Empress said. She thinks he will have great problems with the temple. Julius looked at her and asked if this wasn't what she wanted. The Empress said it was. She said that if they strengthened their relationship and he was on her side, she would have the opportunity to win with his power. The Empress looked at him and said that he seemed to have definitely used a mage, so it turned out the rumors about him being fond of small children were true. The Archduke looked angrily at the Empress and asked what she had to lose. The Empress smiled sweetly at the Archduke. A moment later, she said with a grin that she didn't want to lose anything. A knight came to Mint and said that the Archduke had already returned to the estate and he would like to meet her. Mint said that she would go to him right away. Roel had previously told her not to blame herself, as she had simply been caught up in an adult squabble. Although Roel had said so, Minta remembered the conversation with her master. She remembered the words he had spoken to her after he had saved her from slavery. Mint sat and basked in the sun, thoughtfully thinking about everything that was happening. Mint didn't know if the light had always been as bright as it was now. The Archduke looked at the Mint in surprise and intently. A moment later, He said that she should not have come to him, as he himself was going to come to her room. Mint wanted to apologize to him, but the gentleman told her to say something. Mint was surprised and didn't understand what he was talking about. The Archduke came closer to her and opened her mouth as he wanted to look at her tongue. Mint, puzzled, said that her tongue was fine. She knew she was fine, and that he shouldn't worry about her. The Archduke looked at her and said that it was very good that she was feeling much better. The Archduke looked at her and asked if she knew that tongues are not cut out, even when people are tortured. He said the tongue is very sensitive, and people may go into shock. The Archduke looked at the young lady and said that if it weren't for the magician's help, she might have died before his eyes. Mint was shocked, as she hadn't expected to hear such words from the gentleman. She hadn't realized it was so serious. The Archduke told her to sit down first, as there were cookies and she could eat. Mint looked at the Archduke, puzzled, and apologized. The Archduke looked at her and asked why she was apologizing. Mint replied that she shouldn't have read the letter and had accidentally summoned the Empress. Mint didn't understand why it was so difficult for her to talk about it. She said she'd cast the spell and the Empress had left. Mint said that because of her, the master had been dragged into this too. Everyone stared at her. Mint was a little taken aback, and it was difficult for her to speak. She hadn't wanted to talk about that at all. She wanted to say something else. In fact, she wanted to apologize to the gentleman. Mint remembered how the master said that he would definitely save his man, no matter where he was. After a while, Mint looked timidly at the Archduke. A moment later, she apologized to him for not trusting him. She said she thought she had put him in danger. The Archduke looked at her and said that he would not just sit and wait. The Duke said the verbal contract was formed by magic, and to bring it to fruition, the Empress needed to come with her body, and at that very moment, her connection with the Mint would weaken. He said he was waiting for that moment to pull the Empress from the Mint's body. The Archduke said that if the Empress had failed this time, she would have tried again. He even said that on the contrary, it was fortunate that everything had ended the way it had. The Archduke looked at the young lady and said that even if he made a contract with her, it would be his choice alone. The Archduke came closer to her and asked how he could not trust her. He remembered the past. Mint looked at him and said it wasn't his fault at all, and she just wanted to help him. Mint thought she could be of use to at least someone. She looked at him and said she was simply useless. Mint said that this time she hadn't helped, but rather hindered. She said she couldn't assess the situation, but simply wanted to be acknowledged. She was willing to risk her own life for the master's life, and in the end, she committed a rash act. Mint looked at the gentleman and said she wanted to be of use to him, and it wasn't his fault. The Archduke looked at her and said he didn't expect anything like that from her. He told her to remember that he had chosen her, and not the other way around. The Archduke stared at her hands. He looked at her and said that no matter what she was like, he didn't want her to die. He said that whether she was cool or not, it didn't matter to him. He said he would never be disappointed in her. Mint was surprised and didn't understand why he was saying that. He looked at her and said that she wanted to stay here, and he accepted her. He said that was enough, and there was no need to look for any more reasons. The Archduke said that if she wanted to hear his opinion, he would want her to stay alive. Mint remembered someone telling her that she had to live. Mint didn't know if she had the right to stay alive. She couldn't stop her tears, they flowed like a river. The Archduke was surprised. He did not expect such behavior from her. The butler looked at the Archduke and gestured for him to place his hand on her shoulder. The Archduke embraced the young girl. The Archduke looked at her and said that until she gained confidence in herself, he gave her the right. The Archduke gently told her to live. Mint thanked him. She didn't know how many times she had to hear that everything was okay before she truly felt okay. Mint, her voice trembling, told the Archduke that she loved him. After she said these words, her soul felt lighter. She felt very warm. A few hours earlier, the Archduke was demonstrating his might and strength. The Empress looked at him and told him to stop. The Archduke had no intention of stopping. The Empress looked at them and told her shadow to stop. He looked at the Archduke and said that the Archduke was behaving rudely in front of the Emperor. The Archduke said that he saw that he was serving the Emperor well. The Empress looked at Rurik and told him to lower his sword. She looked at them and said they were both masters of aura. She told them not to fight in such a place. She asked them if they really wanted to destroy her palace. The Empress apologized to the Archduke and asked where they had left off. The Empress said the Archduke had previously stated that Kretun's rights to extract the Spirit Stone had been revoked. She said she would not accept compensation for the termination. The Archduke had earlier angrily told her that if she didn't apologize properly, The Elkadonia family would become an independent principality and declare war on the royal family. The Archduke, in turn, looked intently and quietly at the Empress. The Empress looked at him and said she had no intention of fighting him. She said she didn't want to lose a warrior like him. The Archduke looked at her and told her to return the pain the young lady had felt. Then he would accept her apology. The Archduke said she had cut out her own tongue. He asked her if she understood the unbearable pain it caused. The knight looked at the Empress and said that the Archduke had grown up to be a boor, and that it was his fault. The knight said he could bring the Archduke's head to the Empress. The Empress said that there was no need for this, and she was very glad that the Archduke did not start a riot in her castle. Rurik was shocked. He couldn't understand how the Archduke could dare to behave like that. The Empress smiled and asked him to be more quiet. The Empress looked at the knight and said with a smirk that even if he were angry and started a war, it would only lead to unnecessary casualties. She said she would give him what he so desired. The Archduke looked at the Empress and said that Beta did not touch the mint again, as next time he would not forgive her. The Empress said she was so hurt that she even shed a tear. She said it would be very nice if the Archduke were as nice as his teacher. She said that even if he behaved like that, they still couldn't let him go. The Empress recalled the Archduke, who had said that she had fled, fearing the pain of having her tongue cut out. Yet the Empress knew that this was not the cause of her fear. The Empress was inspired by something greater, the fear of being devoured. The Empress realized that the girl was not at all an ordinary orphan who remained after the war. The Empress looked at the knight and said dryly that they needed to find out more about the girl. The knight looked at the maid and told the Archduke that she was the same maid who had delivered the letter to Mint's room. She had been careful not to be seen while doing so. The knight said she was obsessed with the thought. The Archduke looked at the maid and said it was the Empress's magic. The recipe said that immediately after delivering the letter, the maid lost her memory and was found unconscious in the stables. Mint was shocked. The Archduke said he felt very sorry for the maid, but since she had harmed their family, he couldn't just let it go. The knight said they could pay her wages and send her home. They also needed to write a letter of recommendation. Mint was surprised, because she didn't expect the maid to be fired. The Archduke looked at Mint and asked if she really thought she'd be fired, because of her Mint said she didn't think so at all. A moment later, she said that the Empress was to blame for everything. Julius looked at the little girl and said that was true and that it wasn't her fault. Mint had a problem, as she initially thought it was all her fault. The Archduke said she had a certain habit of blaming herself for everything, but she'd gradually break that habit. The Archduke said that if you take all the blame on yourself, you don't need to argue with others. He said it consumes less energy because you're focusing only on yourself, but eventually, such people usually start to think they just need to disappear to avoid problems. Mint looked at the Archduke in surprise. He looked at her and said that the more she saw, learned, and thought, the more the world would become for her. He knew that then she would be able to gain self-confidence. Mint looked at him intently. She had a very strange feeling. The man returned to the house. He looked at the young girl and said with a grin that it was very cold outside and that alcohol would be just the thing. The man approached the young girl with lightning speed and grabbed her by the clothes. Mint was terrified. The man looked at the girl with disdain and asked why she kept catching his eye every time he was in a good mood. Mint apologized in a trembling voice. The man grunted angrily and pushed the girl away. He told her to get out of his sight. Mint knocked on the door intently and begged the gentleman for forgiveness. Mint frantically begged him to open the door. While Mint knocked on the door and asked the man to open it, the man in turn was drunk and asleep at the table. Mint was in shock. She realized she had been abandoned. She cried loudly because she was cold. Mint didn't know where to go or what to do. A moment later, Mint heard a strange noise. She turned around and saw a kitten. Mint came closer to the kitten and saw that he was shivering from the cold. The kitten trembled with fear and meowed. Mint looked at the kitten and realized that he too had been abandoned. When she looked at the kitten shivering from the cold and told him to come to her, and she hoped that he would feel warmer when she hugged him, Mint knew that at least he would not leave this world alone. Suddenly, a man approached the young girl. He looked at her and asked why she was sitting there. Mint wanted to say it was because she was useless, but she remained silent. The man looked at her again and asked why she was sitting there. It turned out that God had sent her not an angel, but a demon. The man looked at the kitten and then asked why she was hugging a dead kitten. She was shocked. She didn't expect the kitten to die, but she still realized that she would most likely be next in line. The man looked at the girl and told her not to despair, as God had not abandoned her. He said that faith always exists as long as it flickers in hearts. The man smiled and said that their God would never abandon them. A moment later, the kitten came to life and began purring happily. Mint opened her eyes, puzzled. She was a little surprised, as it had been a long time since she'd had a strange dream. She realized it was because it was snowing and she couldn't sleep. Mint was a little confused, as she was sore all over. She realized she needed to warm up by the fireplace for a bit. Mint was very surprised. She wondered if she really wet the bed at that age. Looking under the blanket, she saw blood. Mint was terrified and began screaming. The maid was shocked. She realized she had heard her mistress scream. The maid looked at the young mistress and said she was congratulating her on her first period. Mint was puzzled and very frightened. She didn't understand why she was being congratulated. The maid looked at her and said that such an event should be celebrated. They usually arrive early, but if the body is not healthy, they may be late. She said it was very gratifying to know that Mint had recovered somewhat. Mint looked at the bed with confusion and said that since she was bleeding, it would most likely be the same as with baby teeth once in a lifetime. The maid smiled and asked Mint what he was talking about. The maid said that from now on, they would be coming to her every month. Mint was shocked by what she heard. The maid said she would clean everything up and explain everything to Mint. After the maid told Mint everything, Mint was deeply puzzled and shocked by what she heard. She realized that she had thus become an adult and was now capable of bearing a child. The more Mint thought about it, the more shocked she was. Mint was in shock as she understood that she would have to lie in this position for several days. Her back hurt a lot. The maid came to her mistress and said she had brought her a medicine that had various effects. She suggested her mistress try the simplest one first. Mint was shocked as the medicine had no effect. Mint understood that she needed to wait a little for the effect to take place, but she didn't understand why she had such a strange feeling. Mint remembered the maid telling her that on days like these she would have different moods. The maid was talking about her mistress, telling her not to take these thoughts into account. She thought that if she were next to the director of the shelter now, she could bite off his hand. Slowly, the Mint fell asleep. The Archduke looked at the maid in surprise. She had said she needed a flower in the middle of winter, one with medicinal properties. The Duke looked at the maid in surprise and asked how bad the girl's condition was. The maid smiled and said that wasn't the issue. On the contrary, she had gotten much better. The maid looked at the master and said she would like to congratulate the young lady on her recovery and give her some flowers. The Archduke said flowers would be quite difficult to obtain at this time and that they should ask a magician for help. The Archduke said that a man from the temple would soon arrive and then they could ask for help. Suddenly a knight entered and announced that a man from the temple had arrived. The knight looked at the gentleman with puzzlement and said that he came because the rules of the magicians were violated last time. The Archduke, for his part, was very angry, as the Poppy had decided to come to their estate. He angrily declared that if they had decided to sacrifice their lives, then their will must be carried out. Mint suddenly woke up from a nightmare. Mint woke up to a strange sound. The maid saw her mistress awake and asked how she was feeling. Mint greeted the maid and said she was feeling much better today. Mint looked at the maid and asked what that sound was. The maid looked at Mint puzzled and said that was exactly why she came. The maid looked at her mistress and said she was probably bored being alone, so she brought her all sorts of goodies. She also said that a guest had just arrived. The maid asked if she would mind eating in her room. Mint looked at the maid and said it didn't make much difference to her. But still, Mint was surprised and asked the maid who had come and who had raised such a fuss. The man looked at everyone present and said with a smile that he was the Empress's representative. He said with a smile that he would be sure to convey to her everything that was said here. He looked at the Archduke with a grin and said that she would probably be very pleased. The man looked at the gentleman and asked if he was wrong. The Archduke stared intently at the man getting drunk. The man looked at the Archduke and said it was a good thing they put the knives away. The smell of iron was repulsive to him. Mint looked at the maid and asked who this man was. Mint looked at the man and asked the maid if he really had a couple of lives left. She asked the maid how the man wasn't afraid to speak, so about knights in front of the Archduke. The maid said the man seemed like he thought that if he came to the Empress's place, he could act very insolently. Mint knew the estate was quite remarkable, as it was home to many distinguished people. The maid looked at her mistress and said she'd heard a man had come to the estate because of Mint's previous treatment. The maid explained that there had originally been a rule prohibiting the use of magic outside the sanctuary. Mint was surprised. Mint realized that it was because of her that the Archduke had brought the mage to the estate. The Archduke looked at the man with disdain and asked him why he hadn't covered his nose, since the smell of iron irritated him. The man in turn was furious. He didn't understand why the Archduke was speaking to him so disrespectfully. The man said that a surge of magical energy had recently been detected in the area. He couldn't understand how the Archduke could use magic for his own purposes without the sanctuary's permission. The Archduke looked at him intently. The man was furious. He said Julius had no need to lie to him, as it was pointless. Mint and the maid ran out into the street. In their haste, Mint screamed that it was all her fault. The Archduke was surprised. He hadn't expected to meet Mint at all. Mint, in turn, thanked the maid for helping her down. The maid apologized to her master. She said Mint wanted to say it personally. Mint looked at the Duke's father and said the man had come because of her. The Archduke looked at the Mint and said that it was not necessary for her to come down. The Archduke looked at the young lady and said that since she wished to speak, he would not install her. Mint looked at the gentleman and smiled. A moment later, she thanked him. Mint looked at the man and greeted him. Mint looked at the man and introduced herself. She introduced herself with a smile and said she was very pleased to meet him. The man looked at Mint and grinned and said he was glad to meet her. The man said he was the sanctuary's chief mage, but today he had come to them, the Empress's representatives. The man said his name was Carto Schrade. The man looked at the young lady and said with a smile that she could just call him Carto. The Archduke approached them and said that he should stop already. The Archduke didn't like the man being so close to Mint at all. The Archduke looked at the man and said he hadn't authorized this handshake. The man, surprised, said he didn't need permission at all. Carto was furious and told the Archduke that he apparently didn't understand his current situation. He said he had come here to see a man who had recently broken the law. Carto said he would be staying here briefly with the paladin and hoped to be treated with respect. The Archduke looked at Carto with puzzlement and said that was precisely what he was doing. The Archduke looked at the man with fury and said that the fact that he did not cut their throats showed that he treated them with respect. The Archduke looked at the man and said that there should be only one of him, since not a single yard dog would go to his estate. The Archduke looked at the man with disdain and said that he was giving him exactly 3 days, and he had time to find what he was looking for. The Archduke looked sideways at the man and said that if he only had one life left, then he should listen to him on his own territory. Mint was surprised and didn't understand why the Archduke hated the sanctuary so much. She thought it most likely had something to do with his past. The young knight looked at the lady and said that this had happened. The knight looked at the lady and said he'd heard she'd even greeted the man. He said it had been more than 10 years, and it wasn't surprising she knew nothing. Mint looked at him in surprise and asked what had happened. Mint was very surprised. She looked at the knight and asked if it was an attack, kidnapping, or hypnosis. The young knight looked at her and said he was very sorry she knew such terms. The knight said it would be very nice if it was one of the above. The knight said it happened when the Archduke was about 10 years old. He said the sanctuary had long had its eye on the spiritual stone mines, and like the emperor, it was eager to get its hands on them. The current Archduke's father refused them, and relations between them deteriorated significantly. But one day, an offer came from the sanctuary. They wanted to improve their relationship for the benefit of their future, and to strengthen their hopes for a bright future in the Cleasty forest. But instead of magicians and the sanctuary, pagan mercenaries came. There was a terrible massacre between the current Archduke and the pagans. The knight said he didn't know how the Archduke survived that massacre, but his entire family was killed. Mint remembered the Archduke saying earlier that it was enough for him to experience the feeling of losing his family once. The knight looked at the young lady and said that the forest was considered divine and that entering it with weapons was forbidden. Only the palace knights were allowed to enter with weapons. Mint was surprised and asked if the people of the sanctuary had really planned everything back then. The knight looked at the young lady with bewilderment and said that there was no point in looking for the culprit now, and they were simply unlucky and there was no evidence left. Mint was very surprised as she understood that the Duke, knowing this fact, hadn't drawn his sword in front of him. She was surprised and said that the Archduke was simply a wonderful man and considered him an angel. The knight looked at his mistress and said that he was surprised too. Mint, puzzled, told the knight that if she'd known about this, she would never have greeted him. She was furious and said she'd been very foolish. The knight smiled and said he was surprised too, but a moment later, he said that on second thought, it was a very good thing she'd greeted him. Mint remembered how she'd introduced herself to the man. The recipe had said that her introduction sounded threatening to her enemies. and the fact that there was now another member of the family sounded equally terrifying. The knight smiled and said that it seemed she meant to say that they would under no circumstances bend the knee to him, no matter how much he wished. Mint smiled and said that she hoped he took it as the knight meant it. The knight smiled and told Mint to look at it from a different perspective. The knight was a little puzzled. He knew that if the Archduke wanted to expand his family, he would have to bring home a wife. Mint understood that there was no point in bringing her adopted daughter to the estate. She knew it was foolish of her. The knight knew there was a slight age difference between them. He thought she was more like a sister than a daughter, but overall, he knew they were family. He looked at Mint and asked if he could bring her something sweet. Mint said she wouldn't mind some hot chocolate. Mint was a little puzzled as she thought back to that day. She thought she shouldn't have met him after all. She was also puzzled by the fact that her period was causing her back pain. The man saw the young lady and said with a smile that he was glad to see her again. Mint knew she needed to control her emotions. She looked at the man and greeted him. He looked at her and said that it seemed she had been kind to him this morning. He looked at her and said that he thought she felt a pain somewhere. He asked her if she wanted him to heal her. He also asked, smiling, if she wanted him to perform a magic trick. Mint was puzzled and said that magic couldn't be used outside the sanctuary. The man smiled and said that all it took was his permission. He added with a smile that only prudent people like himself could decide such matters. Mint was furious, knowing he'd forbidden the use of magic, yet he was using it outside the sanctuary. The man looked at her and asked if she wanted to see any magic. Perplexed, Mint replied that she wanted to see absolutely everything. Mint looked at him and said furiously that she wanted to see magic happen with his disappearance from this house. She wanted to see it happen because he really irritated her. Mint wondered if she'd gone too far, but she realized these people had hurt the gentleman, and she hadn't said anything unnecessary. She knew she had no reason to stand on ceremony with them. The man looked at her and said with a smirk on his face that she was ruder than he imagined. He said with a grin that even beautiful roses have thorns. Mint was furious as she realized the man didn't respect her. She truly hated him. The man looked at her and said he was about to show her disappearance magic. He looked at her and said that if he disappeared, she wouldn't know if it was magic or not. He invited her to join him. Mint was scared. A knight approached them and held a sword to the man's throat. He glanced at him menacingly and asked the ambassador what he was doing. Kamen looked at the man and threateningly told him not to touch the lady under any circumstances. The ambassador looked closely at the young lady and said that it was very interesting as he felt something magical from the lady. Mint was surprised and didn't understand what was going on. He sent her off, looked at the young lady, and told her to give him her hand, as he needed to find out if she had magic. He shouted furiously that he had to find out whether she had the ability or not, since magical ability was a gift from God. He said that if she did have the ability, he had to take her to the sanctuary. The ambassador shouted that she should work in the sanctuary and express gratitude to the god for this power. Mint was perplexed. She didn't understand what he was talking about, as she knew there was no magic within her. Kamin looked at the ambassador and said he could see she didn't want it. He told him to step away from her. The knight warned the man that if even one hair fell from his mistress's head, he would cut off his own head. He was furious, unable to understand how an ordinary knight could dare raise his sword against him. The ambassador shouted that the inhabitants of this estate were extremely arrogant. The man shouted that he was the ambassador of the Karto sanctuary Shreda, and he must be shown respectful consideration. The knight looked at the ambassador and apologized. He said he was merely the lady's bodyguard. His name was Kamen Thiord. Kamin grinned and said that it turned out he'd merely forgotten to mention his name. He thanked the ambassador for reminding him. The ambassador was furious. He shouted furiously at the man to get out of the way. The ambassador struck the knight. The knight, in turn, looked at the man with disdain and said he wouldn't fall. He said he'd witnessed him attempting to use magic on his mistress. The ambassador shouted that it was all because she herself had asked him to use magic. He also shouted that he needed to know about the young lady's abilities. Mint decided to intervene and told the ambassador to stop. Mint looked at the ambassador and said that it was he who started being insolent and there was no need to slander her bodyguard. Mint glared at the man and angrily declared that she had no magic and therefore refused to be tested. Mint knew she couldn't be alone with him. The man looked at the young lady and said that he had been rude enough to grab her first, so he apologized to her. Mint suddenly heard footsteps. A moment later, Mint realized who it was. Urion slowly approached his mistress. The ambassador looked at the young man and told him to come to him. The ambassador looked at the young man and said he could see he was sweating a little. Urian looked at the man in confusion and said he was just fresh from training. The ambassador angrily told the young man that he hadn't been given the floor. The man swung at the young man. Mint was shocked by the whole thing. She didn't understand what the man was doing. The young man looked at the man and apologized for the harm he had caused. He said that next time he wouldn't dodge the blow. He looked at the man and said that he could hit again. The ambassador was furious. He couldn't understand why the boy was speaking to him so arrogantly. Mint in turn screamed at the man to stop. Mint didn't want her friend to suffer because of her. The ambassador looked at the young lady and told her to let him go. A moment later, the ambassador's actions left a scratch on the young lady's face. Everyone present was shocked. They ran closer to the young lady and asked if she was all right. The ambassador was shocked, realizing he had misjudged his strength. But a moment later, he calmed down, as this was his goal. He wanted to mend fences, so he sent him here, but they still treated him like a nobody. They broke the rules, and they didn't take the shrine seriously. The ambassador knew Elkadonia would never be forgiven for what she'd done. The man knew they had to know their place. He looked closely at his hand, where a bloody ring was visible. The man looked at everyone present with a disdainful smirk. He knew he was right, of course. The Archduke approached him from behind and asked why the young lady was bleeding. The Archduke was very angry. The man looked at the Archduke and said he had accidentally bumped into the young lady and intended to apologize immediately. He said he would like to perform healing magic as an apology, but the young lady refused. The Archduke was furious at what he heard. A moment later, he dealt the man a powerful blow. The man flew into the wall with lightning speed. Mint was shocked by what was happening. She was used to beatings, but for the first time she felt anger after a blow. She had asked for forgiveness before, but now she knew she had no such impulse. But still the young lady understood that the Archduke was crossing all boundaries. Kamen looked at his master and asked him to calm down. He said the man had come here on behalf of the emperor. The Archduke looked at his knight with a threatening look and told him to shut his mouth. The man looked at the Archduke and said he'd seen something magical emanate from Lady Mint too. He looked at the Archduke and asked if he'd been deliberately hiding something. The man asked the Archduke if he could imagine the stir this would cause, but the Archduke in turn decided to listen to the man and dealt him another blow. The knight in turn shouted to the master that the young lady was watching everything that was happening. The Archduke paused for a moment. The Archduke looked at the young lady and called her. He came closer to her and told her to go to her room. The Archduke smiled softly and told her to go to her room and eat some different things. Yuri and Urian shared some goodies. Yuli looked at the young lady and said he hoped the scratch wouldn't leave a scar. The knight looked intently at the young lady, mentally asking her to establish her master's identity. Mint, in turn, understood the knight very well. Mint looked at the Duke and said that she was fine and that nothing was hurting her. Mint looked at the gentleman and said with a smile that even if it left a scar, it would be a very good thing, as it would make her seem very strong. The Archduke looked at the young lady in surprise and bewilderment. Mint tried her best to restrain the Archduke. Roel looked at the gentleman and asked what was going on. He couldn't understand why the ambassador was in such a state. The butler called the Archduke. The Archduke glanced sideways at the butler and asked what he wanted. The butler looked at his master and asked why he was still alive. The butler told his master that if he was worried about the young lady, he could go with her. With lightning speed, the butler took off his gloves and said he would finish with the ambassador himself. The young lady was shocked by everything that was happening. The butler looked at the ambassador and asked why he was still alive. He said it was time to finish this matter. Mint tried to locate the butler. Mint looked at the butler and said he should be left alone. The butler looked at Mint and asked if he needed to deal with the ambassador. Mint in turn asked him to stop. The man looked at everyone present and said they were now declaring war. He said he was now here in the Empress's place. The ambassador was furious. He couldn't understand how they dared attack him. The ambassador looked at the Archduke and asked if he really wanted to go to war with the Empress. The Archduke glared at the man and said that he wanted war. The Archduke asked the ambassador if he had forgotten that he was good at war. The ambassador looked at the Archduke with horror. The Archduke in turn looked at the man with fury and horror and asked if he hadn't come to their estate to declare war. Julius replied that he was grateful to the man. The man was horrified, knowing that the Archduke had broken off his engagement to the princess and brought back the orphan after the war. He thought the Archduke had decided to relax and enjoy his life. The man realized the Archduke was simply waiting for the chance when they would be the first to declare war. Julius looked at the man and said that he thought he knew everything about him from watching him since childhood, but he was missing some things. The Archduke said that he remembered their betrayal, which they committed 10 years ago in the forest. The Archduke looked at the ambassador and asked if he'd already forgotten who had survived. Julia looked at the ambassador with disdain and said that if he seemed to have forgotten who he was, he'd remind him again. Julius told the ambassador that if he had come to challenge him now, he could do so. He said the man had probably thought about it before attacking his territory. The ambassador was shocked, as he had come to the estate to demonstrate the full power of the sanctuary. He was not at all willing to start a war with the Archduke. The ambassador was perplexed. He did not understand why he himself had decided that the mad Archduke would listen to him. Mint asked the butler, in a trembling voice, if they were fighting over her. The butler looked at the men and told his mistress she shouldn't worry, as the Archduke was always prepared for war with the sanctuary. The ambassador looked at the Archduke and asked if he really thought it would be so easy to kill him. The ambassador directed his power at the Archduke. The Archduke in turn was furious. He looked at the man and asked why he had decided to point at him. The Archduke repelled all blows with lightning speed. The ambassador dealt blow after blow, but the Archduke in turn repelled them. Mint was in shock. She did not understand how the gentleman was able to repel such an attack. Mint was puzzled as she noticed something flying towards her. The butler in turn stood before the young lady with lightning speed and parried the blow. Mint was shocked by everything that was happening. The butler glanced sideways at the young lady and said that the Archduke knew that he was now next to her, but unfortunately, he was very unrestrained at the moment. The butler said that the full barrier needed to be opened now. The young lady looked at the butler in surprise and asked if he had really been a mage all this time. The butler looked at his mistress and calmly said that he was a magician. Mint was very surprised, as she hadn't known he had any power. Mint looked at him and said that it turned out that he was next to her after the Empress left. Mint said, now that she'd raised it, that he'd cured her tongue. Roll looked at her and said with a smile that it was him Mint admired the young man. Mint looked at her friend and said that Roel turned out to be a magician. Urion looked at the young lady and said that he knew about it since Roll Iris was known as an outstanding magician. Mint was shocked because she didn't know he was an outstanding magician. Camille looked at the young lady and said it seemed she didn't know Roll had a mage. Mint was shocked and said that, of course, she didn't know. Urion looked at the young lady and said that everyone in this house knew about it, and he thought she knew it too. The butler looked closely at the young lady and said that it seemed she hadn't been in the know. Mint smiled and said admiringly that he must be a very famous poppy. Camille smiled and said he was very modest. Now Mint understood why everyone treated him so respectfully. The knight approached his mistress and said he had no idea she didn't know about it. He smiled and asked her not to blame him for it. She smiled softly and said that there was nothing wrong with that. On the contrary, it was very good. Mint was a little confused, as she'd spent her days living in the shelter and had no idea about life outside. She didn't even know who the Elkadonia family was. Mint looked at the butler and said they couldn't just stand there and watch this happen. The butler was shocked, as he hadn't intended to do anything. Mint said they needed to help the master, since they were still fighting. The butler looked at the young lady and said she shouldn't worry about the master. Camille, puzzled, said he was worried the Archduke would accidentally kill the ambassador. Mint watched the fight intently. Calman said that if the Archduke killed the ambassador, they would be forced to fight the sanctuary. Mint, puzzled, said it had become quiet. Urian said that seemed to be the case. The young man looked at the Archduke and said that it seemed that everything was over. Julius came closer to them and said that he was finished with the ambassador. Mint was in shock. Roll in turn slowly lowered the protective barrier. A moment later, when the piano lowered its barrier, Mint sneezed. The hallway was filled with terrible dust. The Duke abandoned him, sent him to the ground, and said with contempt that he was still breathing. The Archduke thought he needed to kill the ambassador here. The Archduke in turn debated aloud whether to kill him or let him live. Mint was terrified and trembling with fear. She understood that if he killed him now, he would start a war. The Archduke looked at the young lady and said he'd merely scolded him a little, so she shouldn't worry about it. Julius said he'd hurt her after all, and he couldn't let it go. The young lady looked at him, puzzled, and thanked him. Julius in turn looked intently at the young lady and told the butler to treat her wound. The butler looked at the young lady and said that the light would be very bright, so she should close her eyes. Mint obediently followed his order. Mint remembered the last time she realized that he had also cured her that time. The butler looked at the young lady and said that he was finished and she could open her eyes. He looked at her and asked if she still had pain. Mint looked at the butler and in turn said that she no longer had any pain, and she thanked him with a smile for his help. She noticed up close that he had very beautiful eyes. The butler smiled and said his eyes were truly captivating. Mint was puzzled and asked if she'd actually said that out loud. The butler smiled and said she hadn't, but he'd understood everything from her expression. Camille looked intently at the ambassador and asked what they were going to do with him now. The Archduke looked at the man intently and told him to gather all his belongings and send him back. Mint tossed and turned in confusion that night, unable to sleep. She didn't know if everything would be all right. When the ambassador returned to the light of power, she wondered how this could possibly end well. She remembered that the gentleman went on about his business and muttered that he had wasted his time on the ambassador. Mint thought that it was worth going to the gentleman and talking to him, but she still thought he'd probably stay late into the night. She knew talking to him would make her feel much better. A young lady arrived at your estate at night. The young lady stared at the estate. She looked at the estate with a grin and said that she had not been to El Cadonia for a long time. Mint, accompanied by the knight, walked slowly down the corridor. Rusev looked at the young lady and told her to go inside, and he would wait for her outside. Mint looked at the knight and thanked him. The knight in turn smiled and said she didn't need any thanks. Mint entered the office and called the gentleman. The Archduke in turn looked at the young lady with bewilderment. A moment later, he asked her if something had happened. Julius looked at the young lady and asked if she could sleep. Mint looked at him and said she couldn't sleep. Mint was surprised, as he was actually feeling ill-visible behind the stack of papers. Julius looked at Mint and asked if he should tell the servants to bring warm milk. Mint looked at him and said that wasn't necessary. Julius looked at Mint, wanting to pick her up and sit her down on a chair, but suddenly he remembered the maid who had told him he was so overprotective of her that he thought she was little. A moment later, he realized his mistake and told her to sit down. Mint looked at the gentleman and was puzzled. She said that she hoped that now there would be no war between them and the sanctuary. He quietly said that war would begin. Mint was shocked, as she hadn't expected to hear such a thing. Julius said that war would break out sometime in the future, but not now. He told her she didn't need to worry about it because it wasn't her fault. She was shocked. She couldn't understand how she couldn't help but worry about it. Julius realized the young lady was so worried she couldn't sleep. Nato looked at him and said she didn't want them to argue. Mint looked at him and said that she didn't want him to get hurt. Mint looked at the gentleman and said she didn't want to see him like this at all. Julius looked at her and said there wouldn't be a war, and he'd warned them about it today. Julius said they'd always interfered in family affairs, and today he'd tried to make that clear to them. Julius said he'd warned them to keep their mouths shut and keep a low profile. Mint looked at him in surprise, a little taken aback. Mint realized that even if she continued to talk about it, Mr. Yuli's mood would only worsen. She knew she needed to change the subject. Mint looked at him and said the ambassador had spoken nonsense. They say there's some kind of magic in her. Julius looked at her and said he knew nothing. Mint was surprised. She'd hoped she had some kind of power. Julius said that such energy was common among people, depending on how much magical power a person possessed. Julius said that the magnitude of this power determines whether he's dangerous or not, and it's the sanctuary that decides that Mint was surprised. Now she understood what that meant. Julius said that if she wanted to know more about it, he'd tell Roel. Julius, a little puzzled, said he wouldn't rush into it. Mint looked at him in surprise. Mint looked at the gentleman intently and thought she'd be upset about this if she didn't have any power. Mint looked at him and said it wasn't that she was particularly interested, she just wanted to know more about it. Since we were on the subject, the Archduke looked at her puzzledly and said she had made the right decision. A moment later, he said that everything would come in its own time. Mint looked closely at the gentleman. She noticed that he was very kindly concerned about the fact that she might be disappointed in herself. Mint stared at the gentleman. She knew she couldn't have any magic. She knew that in principle, when Mr. Julius was next to her, she didn't need any magic. The butler came into his master's office and said in a hurry that the princess had come to see him. The Archduke looked at the butler and asked whether the princess had arrived alone or with someone. The butler said the princess had arrived unaccompanied and without a guard. Mint was surprised, noting that it was very late and time for the princess's visit. A moment later, Mint realized it was the Empress's daughter. Mint was perplexed. She didn't know if the princess could do anything to the lord. Julius looked at the butler and told him to invite the princess into the study and bring her some Agilia tea. The butler was surprised and said the gentleman didn't like it. Julius said it wasn't for him. Julius looked at the butler and said that the princess liked tea. Roll said he'd bring it right away. Julius looked at him and said there was no need for him to bring the tea. Mint looked at the gentleman and said that she should probably go back to her room. Yuri said that would be best. Mint knew it would be better this way, and she didn't need to be here, but for some reason, she didn't want to go back into the room at all. Mint was surprised as the gentleman knew what kind of tea the princess preferred. She knew they were close, even though their engagement had been broken. She wanted to see who the gentleman's ex was. Mint and Julius heard the princess's voice, saying she was entering the study. Carthage entered the office. His mark. The Archduke greeted the Princess. Mint was surprised by the princess's beauty. Mint thought the princess looked like a moon goddess. The princess smiled and said they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Mint was shocked as she noticed that the princess's voice was charming. She thought it was probably similar to the voices of the main characters in novels. Julius looked at Mint and asked why she hadn't greeted the princess. Mint looked at him in surprise. With lightning speed, Mint bowed and asked the princess's forgiveness for her rudeness. The princess smiled and said that Mint shouldn't blame herself so much. The princess looked at the young lady and asked who she was. Mint, with a trembling voice, replied that she was Mint Elsidonia. She also said that it was a great honor to meet the princess. A moment later, Mint greeted the princess with all due respect. She smiled and said she was incredibly happy about their first meeting. The princess looked at the young lady and said that it was a very pleasant greeting. A moment later, the princess told Mint to raise her face. Mint noticed that the princess was very different from the empress. The princess wasn't at all scary and was very cool. She was even very charismatic when she sat down. The Archduke looked at the princess and asked what business she had come to see them about. The Archduke said he didn't want to beat around the bush. The princess looked at him and said with a smile that he was as impatient as ever, and she, as always, couldn't collect her thoughts. Mint looked intently at the young people. A moment later, Minto remembered that she needed to return to her room. The Archduke looked at the young lady and told her to sit next to him. Mint was surprised, as she had thought of leaving their company. The Archduke looked intently at the princess and asked the reason for her arrival at the estate. The princess looked at the Archduke and said that it was very rude of him to immediately talk about business without even offering tea. At that very moment, the butler came in and said that he had brought tea. The princess smiled and said it was her favorite tea, and he seemed to remember it. Mint glanced sideways at the Archduke, wondering what his favorite tea was. The Archduke looked at the princess and said that if she had drunk her tea, she needed to talk business. The princess smiled and told the Archduke not to rush her. Mint was confused, noticing that the two were very well suited to each other. The princess looked at Mr. Julius and said he was very funny, and also asked since when he had spoken to her so respectfully. The princess said she thought he could talk, as long as he told her to shut up or disappear. She looked at the Archduke and asked if he was being so nice because of the young lady. She smiled and said she was very pleased. The Archduke told the princess not to talk such nonsense. The princess said she'd laugh some more, but they had to get down to business. She said she'd come here to settle the conflict between him and the sanctuary, and she hoped he didn't mind. Mint was shocked. Mint noticed that the princess had just called Mr. Yule. He looked at the princess and asked if she could explain everything in detail. Mint realized now wasn't the time to think about such things. She wanted to focus on the conversation. But still, Mint was very envious of the princess. The princess looked at the Archduke and said she had come to the estate to seek reconciliation. She said the sanctuary had been at a loss for what to do, so it had finally decided to come to the palace. She said she had great hopes for his generosity. The Archduke looked at her and said that he would listen to her. Mint looked closely at the princess, as she also wanted to call the Archduke as princess. Mint was shocked because she hadn't been thinking about that at all. She knew she needed to focus and calm down. The princess looked at the Archduke and said he probably knew what a shock it was to see the chief mage whom he had sent to the sanctuary in a terrible state. The princess said the sanctuary's image had been tarnished. If this wasn't stopped, they would become angry. Julius looked at the young princess and said it didn't bother him. The princess said the empress knew he would respond that way, which is why she sent her here. The princess smirked and said he was acting as the empress had instructed. The Archduke said he had no intention of dancing to her tune, since his original plan had been to wage war on the sanctuary. Mint understood why the Empress had sent the princess, as they had been close in the past. The princess looked at him and said that in that case, she would voice the sanctuary's terms. The princess said they had asked him to formally state his regrets for what had happened. The princess said that they promised that they would not touch Roel with magical abilities again, no matter what he did. The princess looked at the young lady and said that she had heard that another magician would soon appear in their family. The princess smiled and looked puzzled, saying she hadn't understood what they were talking about at the time, but now she realized they were talking about Miss Mint. Mint looked at the princess puzzled and said that wasn't true at all. Mint said she thought there was some misunderstanding. The princess was on a mission, but she looked thoughtfully at the princess and asked if it was true or not. The princess looked at the Archduke and said they would try to accommodate him. She said he had wanted them not to interfere in his affairs. The Archduke looked at the princess and said that he understood her. The princess looked at the Archduke and thanked him for his positive response. She smiled and said that he had been extremely kind today. She looked at him and said with a smile that she was after all his ex-fiancé. She couldn't understand how the Empress could have sent her here. The princess asked the Archduke if he disagreed with her. The Archduke looked at the princess and said that just in case he was warning her that he wasn't going to reopen the topic. The princess looked at the Archduke and said she knew he had a thing for cute little girls, so she simply decided to give in. The Archduke looked at the princess and told her not to say anything that might cause misunderstanding. The princess looked at the young lady and said that he was very calm around her now, but when they were teenagers, he was completely different. Mint looked at the princess in surprise and asked what he was like. The princess said that there was not a single child left who had not received a scolding from Julius. And when they turned 14, they went into the monster zone. There the Archduke broke his sword and simply began tearing the monsters' necks apart with his bare hands. Mint was surprised, not expecting to hear such a thing. The princess looked at the young lady and said, "That's why so many people were surprised when a man like him decided to bring Mint home." The Archduke, puzzled, said that they were now discussing him as if he were not here. Mint looked at him and said with a smile that she thought he was really cool and strong, even without a sword. She looked at him in admiration and said that he was very amazing. Mint looked at him and said she wanted to be as strong as he was. The princess looked at the Archduke and asked if he had brought the young lady as his heir. The Archduke in turn said that was not the case. The Archduke looked at the young lady and said there was one reason he had brought her. Mint was waiting eager to hear the reason she had come to the estate. The Archduke looked at the princess and said he very much wanted the young lady to live on, and that was why he had brought her. Mint was surprised, as she hadn't expected to hear such a thing. She thought she was very lucky. The princess looked closely at the young lady. She had heard that the young lady lived in an orphanage and was periodically beaten there. The princess looked at the Archduke and said she hadn't known he had such a human side. The princess now realized that anyone in his place would have done the same to the mage. The princess noticed that he had become kinder in the time they had been apart. The Archduke looked at the young lady and asked if she was cold, as she was shivering. Mint smiled and said everything was fine. The princess stared at them, thinking that it was more likely because of the young lady that he had changed. The princess looked intently at the young lady and understood that it was very good that the Archduke had begun to change. But still, she felt a little sorry that he hadn't started changing because of her. The princess slowly left the estate. The Archduke looked at the princess and told her not to go out at night without an escort, as it was very dangerous. She looked at the Archduke and said that she was no longer his fiancée. She said that he had no intention of protecting her anyway, so he shouldn't worry unnecessarily. The princess looked at the Archduke and apologized for the inconvenience caused in the dead of night. The Archduke looked at his subordinate and told him to send a few soldiers to guard the carriage. The subordinate said he would do everything. The princess slowly left the Archduke's estate. Mint knew that although the princess looked very much like the Empress, her aura was completely different. Mint was surprised, as she had noticed that the princess was very friendly towards her. Mint was very worried, as the young princess was the master's former fiancée, but she still managed to hear about the master's past. Because she knew almost nothing about him, she became very curious. Mint remembered the gentleman telling her that he would let her live until she began to believe in herself. Mint was sincere, wanting to know more about him. She didn't know if this meant she wanted to trust him. Urian sat and watched intently. Mint stepped outside and saw the beautiful estate. She was a little surprised, as she was able to go out after several days of snowfall. Mint went outside and saw her friend. The young man greeted his mistress. Mint looked at him and asked what he was doing. A moment later, Mint saw a small kitten. The boy said he'd found a lonely kitten. Mint looked at it sadly and said it was probably abandoned. The boy said no one had come to claim it, and he also thought it had simply been abandoned. He said it was missing one eye. Yurion said the kitten might have gotten separated from its mother. Mint looked at the little kitten and said it looked healthy. Mint looked at the young man and said he couldn't have survived in such cold on his own. She smiled and said that someone must have helped him. Mint looked at her friend and said his clothes were all covered in wool. The boy, puzzled, said that it was still very cold that evening, so he was taking him in for the night. He also apologized for breaking the rule. Mint looked puzzled and said that he had to be careful since he was still going to become a knight. Mint looked at him and said with a smile that she would ask him to keep the kitten as a present for her 16th birthday. She said she didn't want him to get into trouble. A moment later, Mint remembered the kitten she had tried to save. Mint looked at the little kitten and said that the kitten still deserved love and warmth. The young man looked at the young lady and said that because of him, she would miss out on the gift. Mint smiled and said it was no big deal as she was already used to it. She said she had never been congratulated on her birthday before. Mint said that because of this, she wanted to choose the first gift herself. She looked at him and asked if he understood. Now Mint replied that she was not a mistress, but simply a girl who had been brought to the estate to care for the orphan. She said life at the shelter wasn't easy. Mint said she was constantly kicked out and fed dog food. Sometimes she even picked grass and ate it. She said it was even so cold that she even sat and hugged a stray cat. She looked at her friend and said that such stories weren't something to boast about, and she knew it. The young man looked at her and said he wouldn't tell anyone, as telling one's mistress's secrets was forbidden. Mint looked at him and said with a smile that she felt it necessary to tell him about it because she really wanted to be friends with him. She smiled and said that friends should trust each other. She looked at him and said that she was sure he had suffered a lot too, and that was why she wanted to open up to him. The young man was a little puzzled. Mint took her friend's hand. Mint looked at him and said with a warm smile that she wanted them to think only about a happy future. She knew he would become a very good knight, and she, a beautiful lady. She wanted to live happily. The maid looked at the young lady and said it was time for them to go. Mint glanced sideways at the maid and said she was already on her way. Roel and Mint danced slowly. Roel looked closely at the young lady and told her how to move correctly. Mint stepped on her godfather's foot several times. The butler looked at the young lady and told her to look up, as nobles and ladies do not dance with their heads down. Mint sheepishly apologized. He looked at her and told her she shouldn't be so upset about stepping on his foot. Mint, puzzled, said it had hurt. Mint looked at the butler and said that it hadn't been 5 minutes. They'd been practicing this dance, and she'd already stepped on his foot 5 times. She said that if this continued, she'd soon break his foot. Roel looked at her and said that she shouldn't pay attention to such slight pressure from her dance partner and that she shouldn't be disappointed in herself right away. The butler said everyone would be honored to dance with her. She looked at him and said she would definitely apologize, as no one would react the way he did. The butler looked at her and said that if she was tired, they could rest. The young lady thanked him. The young lady said she couldn't do it, and that made her even more nervous. And so her dancing began to deteriorate. Mint said she felt like she wasn't very good at dancing. Mint said she'd need to practice harder. The butler looked at her and said, "No one gets it right the first time." The lady looked at him puzzled and said she'd been dancing for 6 months. The butler said she'd been studying a letter the first time she came. He said she'd studied very hard and hadn't even gone to bed. Roel said she was now on the threshold of her debut in society. Dvoretsky smiled and said everyone knew how diligent and patient she was. He smiled and said that he believed in her and that she didn't need to give up, but just go all the way. Mint said, puzzled, that she understood everything, and even if she broke his leg 100 more times, she would not allow him to tarnish the family name. Mint quietly said that she would try her best. A moment later, Mint realized that she had gone too far with his leg. The butler looked at her and asked, puzzled, if everything was all right, as he could see that she was a little irritated. She looked at him and apologized. The butler, smiling, said that she had finally reached puberty. Mint looked at him with confusion and surprise and asked what he was talking about. She looked at him and said it was because he was making her dance. She was already 18 years old and hadn't yet reached puberty. The butler said she'd grown very slowly since childhood, so everyone was anticipating this period. The young lady looked at him and asked if it wouldn't be better if it didn't happen at all. Roll looked at her and said that puberty happens to everyone sooner or later, and timing is key. The young lady looked at him and asked what he was talking about. He looked at her and said that this period was still forgiven since she was still a child, but if it became apparent, it would be difficult for her later. The butler looked at the young lady and said that was why she needed to rebel before her debut. She needed to worry, get angry, and feel resentful now. The young lady was shocked and said she wouldn't do that. He looked at her and said that if that wasn't the case, they should continue rehearsing the dance. The young lady meekly agreed. Mint knew the butler had been keeping an eye on her since she arrived at the estate, but she felt like he'd been doing it even more diligently lately. The maid came closer to the young lady and asked if she would like to try on the dress. The young mistress looked at the maid and asked how many more dresses she needed to try on. The maid smiled and said that the mistress had only tried on 7. John was cold and said she'd even excluded some, but it still ended up being too much. The maid said she needed to try on another 20. The young mistress was shocked and said she'd rather wear some of the items she'd already tried on. The maid smiled and said the young mistress should shine at her debut. Mint was puzzled, saying that clothes don't change a person's essence. The maid looked at her mistress and told her not to underestimate herself. She said her mistress was very beautiful. Karian said that modesty in excess can be poisonous, and she needed to be more confident. Mint knew everyone said she was shy, but she was only telling the truth. She noticed she had grown taller, but her hated hair color remained the same. After she met Acela and they were kidnapped, she never dated any other girls again. Mint was confused and didn't know whether she was pretty or not. The maid approached the young lady and asked if she had seen the manager. Mint was a little puzzled and asked what had happened. The man was furious, shouting at the knight to escort his daughter home. He was furious because the knight refused to carry out his orders. The young man looked at the man intently and said there was no need to shout like that. The man was furious. He said he wasn't shouting at all. The man looked at the knight and said that his country provided for him, so he should do his duty. Mint came closer to her friend and called him. Urian was what the lady came out. Mint looked at the man and introduced herself, and she also asked what business the man had with her knight. The man was furious. He shouted that the Archduke had poorly trained his knights, since he had simply asked to see his daughter home, and the knight had refused. Mint was perplexed and asked what he was talking about. Urian said that they returned from the village, having finished their business there. The young lady looked intently at the young knight. Urian said the young lady was leaning against him. The young lady in turn said she was feeling dizzy. The young lady glanced sideways at her father. The man looked at the knight intently and said that his daughter was very weak and therefore they needed to hurry home. The man looked at the young man and told him to take his daughter home. The young man looked at the young lady and said he'd simply ignored them, but they'd come here. Mint was a little puzzled, as her friend had encountered strange people again. As a child, Mint thought the more people loved her friend the better, but it wasn't the kind of friendship she'd have, and now, as an adult, she understands that. Mint looked closely at her friend. She was a little confused and couldn't understand how he had grown so much. The man looked at the knight and said that since they had already spoken, he would like the knight to escort his daughter home. Jurian looked at the young lady and said he was simply escorting them home. Mint looked at them and said she was very glad they liked their knights. She smiled and said it wasn't surprising since their knights were the best, and she in turn would kindly provide them with the best escort. Mint looked at the knight and told the man with a smile that the knight was renowned for his reliability, even among all the other knights. The knight smiled and looked at his mistress. He said he would lead them to safety. Urian looked at Mint and apologized. Mint, puzzled, told him to stop apologizing as it wasn't his fault. The young man looked at the young lady and said that since this was happening more than once, it was probably all because of him. Mint looked at him and said that was not the case at all. Mint said they were being frivolous about Elkadonia, and it was all because of Mr. Julius's absence. The Archduke gazed into the distance and thought about the young lady. Urian looked at the young lady and said softly that the Archduke would definitely return soon. Mint whispered quietly that she was sure of it. Urian said sheepishly that he would always be by her side. The people were terrified. They screamed and ran as if the monsters were attacking them. They cried out to ask the Archduke for help. The Archduke looked at the Mint and said that he must leave. He looked at her and said he needed to deal with the monsters that had appeared near their estate. He looked at her with confusion and said he didn't know how long it would take, as they needed to be exterminated completely. He looked at her and said, She had no need to worry as he would be back before her debut. The maid looked at her mistress and asked how she liked the final result. Mint stared into the mirror. Mint looked at the maid and said sheepishly that she felt awkward. Mint looked at the maid and sheepishly said she felt a little awkward because her dress was too revealing. The maid looked at the young mistress and said she disagreed because Mint looked absolutely perfect right now. The maid looked at the young lady and said that this ball was being held for debutantes, and its purpose was to show everyone that the young ladies were ready for marriage. The maid looked at her mistress and said she desperately wanted it. Mint looked at her in confusion and asked what she was talking about. The maid looked at her mistress and said she wished the mint would shine brighter than all the others. She smiled and said that in the end, she had settled on this beautiful dress. Mint said that she understood everything, but she still felt a little uncomfortable. She had never worn such clothes before. She felt that the dress didn't suit her at all. The butler entered the room. The butler said that the time had come. He looked at the maid and asked if the mistress was ready. The butler stared at the young lady intently, and with surprise, Mint realized that this dress definitely didn't suit her. The butler looked at the young lady, and I said that it might have warmed up, but she would certainly be cold. He asked her to put her cloak on over her. The maid looked at Mint and said she thought the young mistress would be too hot. Mint looked in the mirror. She felt more comfortable with the cloak. The butler looked at the young mistress and said that Mint's body was too weak, so he thought even this wouldn't be enough. Mint looked at the butler with confusion, as she didn't understand what he was talking about. With lightning speed, the butler placed a few more items on the young lady's feet. He looked at her and said that he now thought she looked perfect. The maid was furious, unable to understand what the butler was doing. The maid angrily screamed at Roel, saying it was too much. Roel, in turn, shouted that it would be better for her this way, since there would be many men at the banquet who would be staring intently at the young mistress. The maid screamed that all the men in this house were being overprotective of the young mistress. Mint, in turn, gradually undressed. She was extremely hot. The maid shouted to the butler that the young mistress was already an adult, and she shouldn't be so coddled. The maid looked at the butler and said that if the young mistress was portrayed as a peasant, it wouldn't be his feelings that would be hurt, but the young mistress's. The butler was shocked by the whole situation. The butler glanced sideways at the young lady and told her to make sure she didn't catch a cold. Mint realized he'd lost after all. Mint ran to the knight as she was already late for the celebration. Kamen, in turn, was very surprised, since he had recently seen a young lady who was knee-high to him. The knight looked at the lady and asked if she had seen herself in the mirror. Mint looked at the knight, puzzled, and asked if she looked strange. Kamen smiled and said she was a real angel from heaven. He smiled and said it was a great honor to accompany her. He also said he was all straight and blushing because he was embarrassed. Mint looked at him and smiled, saying he wasn't blushing. Kamen looked at Urian and asked if he thought the same. He asked Urian if Miss looked like an angel. Urian looked at the young lady and said that this is how it is. Mint looked at her companions and asked them to hurry up. Kamen looked at her and said with a smile that he was telling the truth. Urian stared at the young lady intently surprised. He quietly said that she was dazzling. The Archduke looked at Mint and said with a smile that he would accompany her to her debut. Mint was surprised, as she hadn't expected him to personally accompany her. The Archduke said it was part of his duties as her guardian. Mint was surprised, but also very happy. She looked at him and asked if her first dance would really be with him. Then, the Archduke said yes. The Archduke wished her a speedy recovery, so she wouldn't break anything if she fell while dancing. Mint said the floor had just been slippery last time. The butler looked at her and said that if it weren't for him, her recovery would have taken about 2 months. Mint thanked the butler. Julius looked at the young lady and, smiling, told her to take care of her health and strengthen her body. He smiled and said he was very much looking forward to her 18th birthday. Mint was a little puzzled and worried as she remembered the Archduke's words. She was very sad that she couldn't go to the ball with him. She knew he should take care of himself. Mint knew nothing bad would happen if she danced with someone else. Mint wanted him to return home as soon as possible, safe and sound. After some time, Mint arrived at the celebration. Mint knew they were already there, and she absolutely couldn't fall. She couldn't get into any awkward situations. She knew she had to keep her chin up. The knight looked at the young lady and told her with a smile not to worry. Urian looked at the Mint and said with a smile that it was the best. He said that, in his opinion, she was the most beautiful of all those present. Mint was shocked, as she hadn't expected to hear something like that from him. Mint looked at him and smiled shyly. She said with a smile that she would be back soon. Upon entering the banquet hall, Mint was introduced. She knew everyone would be looking at her, because she is present at the banquet as a representative of the family. The Empress and Princess looked intently at the young debutante. While Mint was walking toward the Empress, everyone was talking about her. Mint knew she didn't need to listen. She knew what she had to do since they were rehearsing. Mint walked proudly up to the Empress. She bowed and introduced herself. Mint calmly told the Empress that it was a great honor for her to meet her. The Empress looked at the young lady and told her to raise her face. The Empress smiled and said they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and she looked wonderful. The Empress grinned and said that the Archduke seemed to have lavished love on her. The knight was shocked as he realized the Empress was behaving inappropriately. He was very angry with the Empress. Mint, in turn, looked at the Empress and thanked her with a smile. The knight stared at the young lady. He remembered the butler, saying the young lady was entering a transitional period. Mint looked intently at the Empress and said that it was also her merit that she had grown up like this. Mint smiled and said that she had come to value her life thanks to the Empress. The knight was shocked by what the young lady was saying. Mint was furious. She couldn't understand how the Empress could say something like that. Mint knew a great deal of time had passed, and there was still no news from the Archduke. She realized the Empress had deliberately started talking about the Archduke. Mint knew the Empress was a terrible person. She looked at her, and responded in kind. Kamen, in turn, quietly called the young lady. The Empress was taken aback by the young lady's words. She hadn't expected the young lady to respond so brazenly. The Empress looked closely at the young lady and said with a smile that as a ruler, she was doing an excellent job. The Empress smiled and said that it was thanks to her that the young lady had become such a beauty. The Empress looked at the young lady and said with a smirk that if she had lost that war, Mint would have become a slave, so she would accept her gratitude. The Empress looked at the young lady and said that she was speaking very beautiful words, and now she could see that the young lady had really matured. Mint knew she in turn lived worse than a slave and ate dog food, but thanks to the Empress, a guardianship system was established, and Mint too was saved. Mint understood that to some extent the Empress was right, but Mint knew she shouldn't agree with her, since the Empress had recently tried to kill her. The princess looked at the young lady and greeted her. She said with a smile that her mother had said Mint had grown up, and she truly saw that she had. The princess smiled and said she couldn't even imagine that the little girl had become such a beautiful lady in 3 years. Mint looked at the princess and thanked her for her kind words, saying it was a great honor to meet her again. A moment later, Mint greeted His Majesty Eloin Hismark. The prince looked intently at the young lady and wanted to say something to her, but unfortunately, the Empress interrupted him. The Empress looked at the young lady and said that since she had grown into such a beautiful lady, today was a wonderful day to receive a marriage proposal. Mint, in turn, looked intently at the Empress and only smiled. Mint was puzzled, as she hadn't wanted to receive such recognition at all. A moment later, the Empress looked at the young lady and said that she did not think it would be today. The Empress smiled and said that she was not so bad as to torment a girl whom the Archduke himself could not escort. The prince glanced sideways at the Empress and called her over. He asked the Empress if he understood correctly that 3 years ago she wanted to bring her here. The Empress said that was exactly it, as the young lady was a very interesting person. She said that the Archduke had been very protective of her, so she was only able to see her now. The Empress said that you are the young lady's partners. Someone of her peers would be suitable. The Empress looked at the prince and said that he would be very suitable as her escort. The prince looked intently at the young lady and said nothing in response to the Empress. Camille looked at the young lady and said with a smile that she had done well. Mint looked at her escort and thanked him for being by her side. Kamen looked at the young lady and said it was okay, and they would talk more when they returned to the estate, as there were many eyes and ears here. The man saw Kamen and smiled. He ran toward him, smiling, and joyfully said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Mint looked at the man and asked her escort if the man hadn't been calling him. Kamen looked at his mistress and told her to ignore him. The man, smiling, asked Kamen since when he had been attending such events, especially with such a beautiful lady. Kamen looked at the man and told him not to pretend they were close. The man walked closer to Mint and greeted her. He said she probably felt uncomfortable being accompanied by such a clumsy man. Mint looked at the man in surprise and said with a smile that Knight Kamen was a very noble and trustworthy man. The man smiled and said that the young lady had a very beautiful soul. He wanted to say something else, but the knight asked him to be silent. The man looked at the young lady and said that she and the knight were very close, and his name was Isaac Desbel Meta. Looked at the man in surprise and said with a smile that she was pleased to meet him, and she introduced herself. Mint stared at her knight. She suddenly remembered that he was the eldest son of a famous count, and for that reason, he had accompanied her today. Isaac looked at Mint and asked her if Camille had really offered her the juice. Mint looked at him in surprise and said that it was indeed so. The man looked at the young lady and said with a smile that when the knight told him about Mint, he described her as a small, fragile girl. Isaac said he couldn't understand how someone could treat such a beautiful lady like a little child. He looked at the young lady and said with a smile that champagne was more suitable for a mature lady than juice. Mint, puzzled, accepted the glass of champagne and thanked him. Mint noticed that the champagne had a pleasant aroma, and it was different from the shelter director's scent as he drank a different liquor. The man looked intently at the young lady. Cameron, in turn, was very wary as he did not like the look of his friend. The man looked at the young lady and said with a smile that his sister had also come today as a debutante. He said that his sister was the same age as Mint and they could be friends. Mint smiled and said that would be very nice. Kamen was very puzzled by his friend's persistence. He couldn't even send him away because his mistress was smiling. He realized that she had apparently relaxed after her conversation with the Empress. A young lady approached them and called her brother. The man was a little surprised. He looked at his sister and asked if she hadn't been with her friends. Rita looked at her brother puzzled and said he'd brought her here and then left her alone. She looked at him and said she'd been looking for him. Rita saw Kamen and greeted him. The young lady looked at her friend and said that he hated places like that. She asked with a smile why he was there now. Kameen replied that he was simply accompanying the young lady. The man looked at the Mint and with a smile introduced his younger sister. The girl smiled and introduced herself. Rita smiled and walked closer to Mint. She said she'd seen the young lady as she entered the room. She said with a smile that she was very pleased to meet them. Mint looked at the young lady and said she was also very pleased and glad to meet them. Mint felt very good, as she hadn't spoken to someone her own age in a long time. Rita looked at Mint and asked if she had really spoken to the Empress. Rita said she had been very worried, and her legs were wobbly. Mint looked at her and said with a smile that she too had been very worried. Rita grabbed Mint's hand and pulled it away with lightning speed. She said with a smile that she would like to show the young lady another place. Kamen looked at the young ladies and said he would accompany them. Rita looked at her friend and asked what he was talking about. Rita looked at the young knight and said that he wasn't Mint's partner, but merely an escort, so there was no need for him to follow her. She said this was an event for debutantes. Kamen approached the young lady and asked if she would be all right. Mint looked at the knight with confusion and said that she would be fine. She smiled and looked at him. Mint said that everything would be fine, since he had also met his friend and could chat with him. Mint knew she was there for a banquet, and even if Mr. Julius wasn't there, she needed to show everyone that she was bearing it all calmly and steadfastly. She wanted to show that her Elkadonia family was in good health. The young debutantes walked across the hall to another place where they could talk. Kamen looked at his friend and said he thought Rita had taken the young lady away after noticing his strange eyes. Isaac was furious and told his friend not to be rude to him. Isaac looked at Kamen, said that if no one asked her to dance, unnecessary rumors would spread. Kamen said she would dance with him. The man said Kamen had never attended such events and didn't know how to dance. Isaac told Kamen not to worry so much. He also said that it turns out the young lady wasn't as small as the fireplace had described her. Kamen reminisced about the old days and said puzzled that he had failed to protect the young lady once, and so he vowed that such a thing would never happen again. Rita looked sideways at Mint and said with a smile that they had already arrived. Mint was worried because they left so quickly that she didn't even have time to look around. The young lady looked intently at Rita and asked who she had just brought to them. Mint was shocked. Acela looked at Mint and said with a grin that her face looked familiar. Acela asked Mint with a grin if her hobby was by any chance taking other people's things. Mint was furious because she had told the young lady earlier not to call Yurian a thing. Mint remembered how the young lady had once shouted at her for taking away her servant and then accused her of it. She had shouted that she would protest. Then Mint looked at her and said calmly that she didn't think there was any point in continuing the conversation. The young lady looked closely at the Mint and said with a grin that she remembered it. Matya in turn looked intently at the young lady. Mint realized that Acela hadn't changed a bit in 3 years. Acela looked at Rita and asked why she had brought Mint here. Rita smiled and said she was just talking to her brother. Rita said she didn't want Mint talking to him, so she took her away. Acela said it was the right decision. Mint looked at the young ladies in confusion and asked Rita what she was talking about. Mint looked at Rita and asked if she'd heard of her. Rita looked at Mint and said she was the lady who'd been selecting other people's servants. It turned out to be a very good thing they'd learned the truth from Mrs. Acela in the first place. Rita said with a smirk that Mint was pacing around like a victim. Rita also said, with a smirk, that she was a commoner and that she had soon fallen in love with someone of her own stature. Mint was shocked as she hadn't expected to hear such a thing. Mint was furious because she realized that while she had not seen anyone, Acela had spread terrible rumors about her. It was obvious to Mint that the young lady had prepared all this on purpose, as she knew that after coming of age, Mint was expected to attend the debutante ball. Mint was thrilled to have a new friend, but unfortunately, she'd been set up. She knew she didn't need friends. All she needed was to clear her name. Mint looked at the ladies present and said they should refrain from making such grandiose statements. She said the young man had come to them of his own free will. She looked at them and said they had completed all the paperwork legally, and now Urion is a knight of the Elsidonia Immortal Squad. Mint knew she needed to speak in a calmer tone. Acela looked at young Mint and asked her if she thought that, since she was accepted into the house, she became part of the family. Mint was shocked because she didn't understand what she was talking about. Acela said that she would explain everything to her now. Acela looked at Mint and said with a smirk that she was not a lady, but just a pet. Mint was stunned by her statement. Mint stuttered in shock, looked at the young lady and asked what she had just said. The young lady said that Mint had only been given the surname for show because she had been adopted. Therefore, Mint was not a blood Elkidonia. Acela looked at Mint and asked what that could mean. Acela told Mint she was just a pet. Mint was shocked, unable to understand how the young lady could be so openly rude to her. Mint had heard before that aristocrats were rude in this way, but no one was rude to her at the estate. Rita looked at the young lady and said she didn't like the word guardianship at all. She didn't understand why such a useless system had to be created. The young lady smiled and said she'd always thought aristocrats who took in guardians like Mint were very stupid. They didn't understand how the Archduke could become like this. Kamen pushed his way through the people towards his mistress. The young ladies said the Archduke had no family, and it was unlikely he knew anything about it. They said he'd lived his entire life on the battlefield. They said he'd likely brought disaster upon his family, which was why he never returned from the war. Acela looked at Mint and said it was all sad. She said the Archduke might never return home. She said with a smirk that in that case, the next head of the family would be nothing more than a pet. Acela looked at Mint and smirked, saying it would be better to put their family dog in that spot. Mint was furious at this. The Empress calmly sipped her drink. Suddenly, she sensed a certain power. The Empress looked intently at the people who had gathered in the hall. The Empress saw that young Mint was using the power she had seen before. The Empress was surprised, but at the same time, she was very amused. She wondered what the young lady was trying to do at the banquet. Mint looked at the Empress and asked her to come to her for a minute. The Empress was surprised. Mint looked at the Empress and asked her to give her a little time. The Empress watched the young lady closely. Acela was in shock. She didn't understand what Mint was doing. The Empress pissed as fast as lightning and flew up to them. She looked at Mint and asked if she had called her. The Empress looked at Mint and asked why she had called her. The Empress looked at Mint and said she hoped she'd summoned her out of urgency. Mint glanced sideways at the Empress and apologized for disturbing her. The Empress was very surprised as the young lady called her over and apologized without even looking her in the eye. Mint looked at the young ladies and told the Empress that these ladies had opinions on the guardianship system the Empress had instituted. The young ladies were utterly frightened and stunned by Mint's statement. They hadn't expected her to say anything like that. Mint looked at the young ladies and told the Empress that as ruler of the empire, she should take the time to listen to the young ladies' opinions. Acela was shocked, saying that Mint had completely lost her fear. The Empress looked at them and said that if the young ladies had a different opinion, she would be interested to hear it. The Empress said she had heard that they had a negative opinion of the system, but no one had ever dared to speak so openly. She smiled and said it was very good that it had turned out that way. The Empress looked at the young ladies and said she would definitely listen to them. Acela looked at the Empress and said puzzled that they hadn't said anything. The Empress looked at them and said that she hated liars. She said that they were talking very loudly, and she inadvertently heard everything. The Empress was very angry. She said she had heard about the useless system and the stupid aristocrats. She also heard about children who were no different from pets. Acela was shocked and terrified. She couldn't understand how the Empress could have heard them as she was sitting so far away. The Empress said she was puzzled that no one had told her their opinion about the system. The Empress looked at the young ladies and said that, judging by their words, she was the one who invited the pets to the debutante banquet. Cayman was shocked as he noticed the young lady was again near the Empress. He knew she was in danger. Cayman noticed the Empress's burning desire to kill when she looked at the young ladies and said she had become very emotional due to her age. The Empress looked at Mint and said she was having a hard time controlling herself because of such insulting words. Cayman stared at the young lady, knowing she needed immediate rescue. The stone called to her quietly, but she did not answer. The cabinet of ministers noticed that the young lady was beside herself with anger. Mint couldn't allow anyone to defile the Archduke. She was very angry and wanted to punish them. The Empress looked at the young Mint and asked what she wanted. The Empress looked at her and said she hadn't felt this telepathy in a long time. She said they had spoken like this at the Archduke's house. The Empress looked at the young lady and asked what to do with the girls. She also asked why Mint had called her. Mint knew she could tolerate the insults if they were directed only at her, but they affected her family's honor, and she couldn't bear that. And even more so, they insulted Mr. Julius. And this Umyato couldn't tolerate. She knew he always fought for the common people. Mira knew he didn't deserve such words. The Empress stared at the young lady, deeply interested in the young child. The Empress was shocked as the young lady knew full well what she was capable of, yet she had summoned her enemy to further her own goals. She admired this Mint, for her part was well aware of how terrifying the Empress was. Mint was ready to avenge her master, and she didn't care who helped her do it. The Empress was very happy. She knew that she could not miss such a chance. She was desperate to make the Archduke her debtor. The Empress looked at the young ladies and said that 5 people would be enough. The young ladies were frightened. The Empress looked at them and said with a grin that it was the perfect number, not a little, but not a lot. She looked at them and told them not to worry, as their places would be taken by other children from the orphanage. The Empress said with a grin that she was always glad to see people who supported her policies. She didn't need anyone else. Isaac looked at his friend and said it seemed he was talking about rumors. The man said his sister was talking about the Marquis's daughter. Camille looked at his friend and asked what she had said. The man said he'd heard about the rumors and their long-standing disagreements. Camille was in shock. He realized that his mistress was in danger. He rushed off with lightning speed to find his mistress. When he arrived at the scene, he saw a truly horrific picture. Isaac rushed to his sister's defense with lightning speed. He fell to his knees and begged the Empress to forgive his sister. He said she was just beginning to integrate into society and had no idea how rude she had been. The Empress looked at the young man and said that she was attending a debutante evening where the girls were already quite grown up. The young man looked at her and said she was right. He said they had raised her poorly, so he frantically begged her to have pity on his sister. A moment later, everyone fell on their knees and begged the Empress to show mercy and favor to them. A moment later, Mint heard the knight calling her. Cayman came closer to her and asked if she was okay. The Empress looked closely at the young ladies and said she must have thought they didn't particularly want to live. The young ladies were in shock. They didn't know what to do. They were paralyzed with fear. The Marquis approached his daughter and slapped her angrily across the face. He shouted at her, telling her to kneel before Her Majesty. The Marquis shouted at his daughter not to delay, but to do everything quickly. Acela fell to her knees and begged the Empress's forgiveness. The young lady trembled with fear and wouldn't even look the Empress in the eye. The Empress looked at her with disdain and asked where her confidence had gone. The Empress looked at the young lady and said with a smirk that she thought the girl had hidden a second life somewhere, since she dared to say such things inside her palace. The Marquis looked at the Empress with bewilderment and said that was not the case at all, and that it was all his fault, since he had failed to raise his daughter properly. The Empress looked at Mint and said with a grin that the decision was hers. The young lady was surprised, not expecting to hear such a thing. The Empress looked at Mint and said that since she had invited her, she would be in solidarity with her. The reason she summoned the Empress was because the people had dared to insult Lord Julius, and Elsidonia Mint knew that if only she had been insulted, she would have tolerated it. The Empress, in turn, watched the young lady very closely. She noticed the girl had an interesting rage scale. The Empress knew that if the young lady from the Mad family chose the bloody path, things would be quite interesting. The Empress looked at the young lady with a smirk. Something had clearly been missing from their last meeting 3 years ago. The Marquis rushed to the young lady, frantically begging Mint to give him a chance. The Empress, in turn, looked intently and with a grin at Mint. Mint was puzzled. She didn't know what the right thing to do was. The Empress looked at the young lady and said she was very bored. It had all started so beautifully, and then everything returned to normal. The Empress looked at everyone present and said that the first thing at the party should be great music. The Empress looked intently at the men and women kneeling before her. She called them all by their last names. They were all frightened. She gave them a cold look and said that she remembered them. A moment later, she said with a grin that as they no longer knew, she was always happy to have loyal guests. The young people thanked the Empress effusively for her indulgence. The Empress looked at them and, smiling, told them to continue enjoying the banquet. Kamen looked at the young lady and asked her why she'd taken such a risk, and yet still done it. Mint replied that she didn't know herself, but there was no way she could have missed it. Mint said she was ready to endure all the insults. The Empress, in turn, was very pleased, and she was interested in what would happen next. Kamen looked at the young lady and said that she had grown up to be a true lady of Elkadonia. Kameen looked at the young lady and said that if those people had said that in his presence, he would have stabbed them to death on the spot. He said that from now on, he would always be by her side. Mint looked at him and said that everything was fine and that he needn't worry anymore. Mint looked at her knight and said that she thought that in such an atmosphere, no one would want to dance with her. Mint looked at everyone present and said that she probably shouldn't have learned the dance. Kameen looked at her and told her not to worry. He looked at her and said with a smile that she didn't need to worry as he was next to her. Kamen looked at her and said with a smile that he hadn't danced in a long time, so he wasn't sure he could do well. Mint was surprised. Kamen looked at her and said with a smile that he thought he could do better than her, but a moment later, he said it was possible that their levels were the same. Kameen looked at the young lady and said with a smile that he saw the butler rejoicing over the fact that she was stepping on his toes less. He looked at her and said with a smile that they had been dancing together for several years, so they would be in perfect harmony. He walked up to her and asked her with a smile if she wanted to dance with him. Mint was very happy and pleasantly surprised that the director supported her. She looked at him and said her heart was pounding from nerves. Kamen looked at her and said he could see his former mistress again. Kamen looked at her and invited her to get some fresh air on the terrace. He smiled and said the spring breeze would make her feel better. Kamen said he'd immediately bring her a refreshing drink and some desserts. The young lady smiled and said she'd wait for him. Mint leisurely walked out onto the terrace. Mint saw a truly beautiful view. She didn't know how much time had passed, but she noticed that the night air was very clear. Mint stood in complete silence on the terrace. She felt very calm and at peace, and her soul was becoming calm. The young prince looked intently at Mint, who was on the terrace. Kamen was surprised. The prince looked at the knight. The prince realized that the knight was the young lady's escort. The prince said, "I'd like to invite Mint to dance." The prince looked at the young lady with a puzzled expression and quietly said that he thought now was not the right time for this. Mint stared at Luna. Suddenly, tears began to flow from her eyes. She was surprised and didn't understand why she was crying. She seemed to have calmed down, but she was still very worried about what she had said earlier about the Archduke possibly never returning. Mint was crying loudly and wondered why the master hadn't returned to her. The Archduke approached her from behind and asked why she was crying now. Mint was shocked because she heard the master's voice. Yuli, in turn, stared at Miyata. He was shocked and didn't understand what had happened at the event. He looked at her intently and angrily asked who dared to offend her. The Archduke looked at the young lady and asked her who had dared to offend her. Mint was shocked, as she hadn't expected to see him. Mint was shocked she didn't know if it was really him. The Archduke looked at the young lady and angrily told her to tell him who had offended her, and he would tear them to pieces. Mint, in turn, rushed at him. With tears in her eyes, she hugged him tightly. The Archduke was in shock. Mint, in turn, cried and hugged the Archduke. She didn't understand why he had only just arrived, but Mint still hoped this wasn't a dream, and that he had returned to her. The Archduke looked at the young lady and, puzzled, told her to let him go. Mint said she didn't want to let him go. She thought that if she let him go now, she would wake up immediately and he wouldn't be by her side. Mint knew that she would be very sad then. Mint looked at the Archduke with surprise and confusion. She was shocked, having noticed that she had stained his clothes. He looked at her with surprise and smiled, saying that she had really tried so hard to look beautiful today. Mint apologized in a trembling voice. The Duke looked at her and said he was talking about her. He asked her not to move as he wanted to wipe away her tears. The young lady was surprised and stared at him. The Archduke looked at the young lady and said he had wiped away her smudged makeup. Mint thanked him. Mint looked at the Archduke and said that the maid had told her that if someone splashed champagne on her face, her makeup wouldn't smudge, and apparently it was waterproof. The Archduke was surprised. He thought it was a good thing he'd left the young lady in the maid's care. But he didn't get the joke about the champagne. Mint thought for a moment. She knew that if she hadn't said anything back then, her face might now be covered in champagne. The Archduke looked at the young lady in surprise, as he noticed that she was trembling all over. He looked at her and said she seemed cold. The Archduke said her clothes were very revealing. She said she thought such clothes were fashionable. The Archduke draped a shawl over the young lady's shoulders. He said she might catch a cold. Mint was surprised, but still thanked him for his concern. Mint thought she was dressed like a grown lady, but apparently, in Julius's eyes, she was still a child. Mint looked at the Archduke and asked if the dress suited her. The Archduke was surprised. A moment later, he said that she looked beautiful. Mint was surprised and also embarrassed. The Archduke looked at the young lady and said he had brought her a gift since she loved the color gold. The Archduke came closer to the young lady and pinned the brooch on her. He smiled and said he thought it suited her very well. Mint remembered how a maid had recently asked her what her favorite color was. Perplexed, Mint told the maid that she didn't know because she'd never really thought about it, but if she thought about it, her favorite color was gold. The Archduke looked at the young lady and said that the color was very warm and inviting. A moment later, he asked her if she had danced. Mint replied that she hadn't yet. The Archduke smiled and said that in that case, he could keep his promise. The Archduke and Mint entered the hall. Mint wanted to know when the Archduke had arrived. She wanted to ask him so many things. Her heart was about to leap from his warm touch. The Archduke noticed too many curious glances around. He wondered if everything was all right with the Mint as he felt the tension in her hand. The Archduke looked closely at the young lady. He noticed that she looked happy. The Archduke was surprised. A moment later, he called the young lady over. He quietly said that she must have made great progress. The young lady, puzzled, asked what he was talking about. The Archduke looked at her with a fixed gaze and said with a smile that he was talking about the dance. Mint said she'd had a lot of practice. The Archduke heard the music change. He looked at the young lady and said they needed to start a new dance. Mint was puzzled. She heard a melody. She recognized it because she had rehearsed to this song with the butler. She remembered stepping on the butler's feet many times while they were rehearsing the dance. She couldn't understand why she remembered it at such a crucial moment. The Archduke looked at her and told her there was no need to worry. He told her to relax her shoulders and simply follow him. The Archduke and Mint danced elegantly. Mint was confused. She couldn't tell if it was her dancing or someone else's. She wondered if she'd ever danced that well before. Mint realized that this was all thanks to the Archduke. When she started to fall, the Archduke supported her. The Duke, with lightning speed, removed his feet so that Mint didn't step on them. Thanks to the Archduke, the young lady felt light and easygoing. She was happy and at peace. Mint was surprised, but at the same time very happy as she felt calm next to the Archduke. The Archduke looked closely at the young lady. He smiled, seeing how happy she was. He noticed that she danced beautifully. Mint looked at him and said with a smile that this was the first time she had enjoyed dancing. Kamen stared at his young mistress. He thought she looked very much like a little doll. The Archduke looked intently at the young lady. A moment later, he asked with a smile when she had managed to grow up so much. Mint looked at him in surprise. The Archduke said she was too light and probably didn't eat enough. Mint smiled and said that wasn't true. She said she'd even eaten a huge piece of steak before leaving the house. The Archduke was surprised and asked if she really had eaten. The Archduke and Mint enjoyed the music. The Archduke looked at the young lady and said with a smile that he would fatten her up. Mint smiled, knowing everything would be fine now. She knew everything would return to normal. Kamen looked at them and said with a smile that they had danced beautifully. Mint smiled and said that the gentleman was in excellent shape. The Archduke looked at the knight and said that while they were dancing, he overheard a conversation about the Empress. He looked at the knight and asked what had happened. He also asked if it had anything to do with the Mint crying. Kamen and Mint were very surprised and frightened because the Archduke's expression changed. Kamen looked at his master and asked if he could tell him everything after the banquet. The Archduke looked at him menacingly and asked why he didn't want to tell him right now. Kamen, for his part, was terrified that the Archduke would kill those girls. The Archduke said that if it was the Empress, she probably wanted to harm Mint again. Mint said that wasn't the case at all. Mint was puzzled because she was ashamed to talk about everything. The prince approached Mint and said he was waiting for her, and also asked her if she would give him the next dance. Mint was surprised. Mint suddenly remembered the greetings. She realized it was the prince. A moment later, she looked closely at the young prince and was convinced that she was right. If a debutante fails to dance more than twice, it is considered a failure. The number of dances performed by the debutante at the end of the final dance determines her social standing. Mint knew this, but she still didn't expect that her second dance partner would be the crown prince. Mint in turn looked intently at the young prince. In this situation, other girls would have been overjoyed, but she knew she would have been happy if she could dance. Mint stepped on the young prince's feet several times. She begged his forgiveness, puzzled. The prince looked at the young lady and said that he could not lead a girl in a dance the same way as the Archduke. He looked at her and said it was very hard for him. Mint, puzzled, said that most of the blame lay on her shoulders. The prince looked at her and said he was very grateful to her for accepting his invitation to dance. Mint looked at him and said she simply couldn't refuse him. He looked at her and said with a smile that it was thanks to her that he survived. The prince thanked her for this. Mint was surprised and didn't understand what he was talking about. Mint looked at him and said that thanks to him, she also survived. The prince smiled and said that was also good. The prince looked at her and asked if she wouldn't mind if they got some fresh air. He said they could have a good conversation. Mint was puzzled and didn't know what to do. Mint saw that the prince was talking to the empress. Mint took the prince's hand and said they could go. She asked where they could go. The prince said there was a beautiful garden outside. Mint smiled and said they could go to the garden. The prince in turn looked closely at the young lady. Mint looked at him and asked where the garden was. Mint looked around and said there were more people here than she thought. She said she didn't know you could leave the banquet hall. The prince said he usually didn't enjoy such events, although many people did. The prince looked at her and said she was a debutante. He asked if she would like to enjoy the banquet. Mint looked at him and said with a smile that it was not so and that she was enjoying everything now. Mint knew the Archduke was currently talking to the Empress, and no one would likely ask her to dance again. Mint smiled and said she felt very stuffy and wanted some fresh air. The prince invited Mint to sit down. Mint glanced sideways at the prince. She saw that he looked very much like the Empress, but she still saw that he had a kind face. She thought that if he were compared to an animal, he would resemble a fawn. The prince looked at the young lady and said that looking at her, he remembered a flower that grew in the palace. Mint was surprised and asked what kind of flower it was. The prince looked at her and asked if she wanted to take a look. Mint said there was no need. Mint said she wasn't a fan of flowers. It was like she'd had a childhood trauma. The prince was surprised because he'd said he hadn't expected her to dislike flowers. The prince came closer to her and said that this was a surprise for him, as she was giving off a very pleasant floral scent. He smiled and said he thought she was interested in different flowers. Mint looked at him in surprise and said she didn't wear any perfume. The prince was surprised and said she smelled pleasant. The prince looked at the young lady and asked if he could sit closer to her. Mint looked at him puzzled and said that if he wanted, he could do it. The prince looked at her and said with a smile that he would do it then with her permission. Mint was surprised she noticed that his eyelashes were shining. Mint was surprised because she felt as if this had happened to her before. She remembered that before, when she ate meat and went outside, all the animals would run up to her thinking that she was feeding them. The maid looked at the young lady and told her to stop eating only meat, as she would start to smell. Mint happily remarked that if she filled her stomach with vegetables, there would be no room for meat. The prince looked at her and said he smelled a sweet scent. He smiled and said she smelled delicious. Mint was surprised and very confused, as she realized that it was the smell of meat. With lightning speed, Mint pulled away from the prince. The prince looked at her puzzled and apologized for getting too close. Confused, Mint said it was fine. She just smelled like meat. The prince said in surprise that he felt nothing. Mint looked at him and asked if that wasn't true. The prince looked at her and said that he thought she was right. The prince looked at her and said with a smile that he was just joking and that she shouldn't worry about it. Mint smiled and said she hoped she didn't stink too much. She felt very uncomfortable. She was puzzled because she could not smell herself. The prince looked at her and said with a smile that it looked quite sweet. He looked at her and said that a minute ago, in front of the other ladies, she had appeared as a formidable predator, and now she was a cute little animal. The prince looked at her and said she looked like a little otter. Mint was surprised and said she'd seen such animals in a book. The prince said they were raised in the palace. He smiled and said Mint looked just like them. The prince took the young lady by the hand and asked her if she would like to see them up close. The young lady was surprised and didn't know what to do. She looked at him and said she was grateful, but still thought she shouldn't do it. The prince looked at her and smiled, telling her not to refuse. He said they were very cute and looked just like her. Mint looked at the prince and said that most likely they were already looking for them in the hall. The Archduke approached them and asked Mint what she was doing there. Mint was surprised as she hadn't expected to see him. Mint looked at the Archduke and said she was just talking to the prince. The prince looked at the young lady and said that in that case he would leave them. He smiled and said that it had been a pleasure talking to her. The Archduke looked at the young lady and said that if she didn't want to talk to the man, then she didn't have to be with him. Mint looked at the prince, who was already leaving, and told the Archduke that they were just talking together and breathing fresh air. As he was leaving, the prince said that she was the one who grabbed his hand first. Mint was very surprised and did not understand why the Archduke was so angry. Mint looked at the gentleman and said he'd been gone for a long time. She asked him if there were any problems. The Archduke said they were looking for the location. He said they'd searched all over the Kiratin Mountains. Mint said she knew about it. A place that is home to the devil Kalasan and his faithful servant, the devil dragon. The dragon's descendants then began to control monsters and kill various pagans. Mint looked at the Archduke and said that then it turns out that the descendant of the dragon was the one called the monster that he destroyed. She looked at the Archduke and asked if the monster had really returned. Julius said there was no need to worry, as he had completely figured it out. Mint in turn stared intently at the Archduke. She was very angry and couldn't understand how they dared insult such a wonderful man. She knew she had done the right thing, and she didn't regret a thing. She knew that she would never forgive them again and would protect the Archduke. Acella was furious. She screamed that she would never give up Mint. She screamed that she would never leave it like that. Acella called her servant. The young lady screamed at her almost alone friend to find out everything about Peppermint. Before she was sent to the orphanage, the young lady wanted to find all of Peppermint's weaknesses. Acella knew that Mint had ruined her future and disgraced her on such a day. Acella was very angry at the young Mint and wanted to take revenge on her for the pain she had caused. Acella, at least the body gets rid of Mint. Mint woke up early in the morning. She ran like lightning. The maid was shocked, saying that the Mint was in an inappropriate state and she hadn't even put on her shoes. Mint ran into the Archduke's room. She was very glad that he was home. Now she realized that it was not a dream. She realized that he had indeed returned. The young lady looked at him intently, with a smile on her face. I noticed that Yuli has very long eyelashes. When they first met at the shelter, he seemed almost golden. The Archduke woke up and looked intently at the young lady. Mint was shocked that he was already awake. The Archduke looked at her and said he really hoped she hadn't been sitting in her room all night. Mint looked at him and puzzled said that wasn't true, and she'd simply woken up very early that day. She looked at him and said with a smile that she wanted to make sure he was really back. She didn't want to tell him she hadn't slept all night. Julius looked at her intently. Julius looked at her and said that he made her worry. Julius looked at her and told her not to come in her pajamas again. Julius looked at her and asked if that's what the butler had taught her. Mint realized she had made a huge mistake. She felt embarrassed. Roel was shocked, unable to understand how she could have made such a huge mistake. He said he hadn't taught her this at all. The butler said he wanted to tell her, but when he saw her puppy dog eyes, he simply couldn't. He said he had so many things he wanted to tell her before her debut. The Archduke looked at the butler and said he was supposed to be training the young lady. The butler said that this is something people often learn from their peers, and that it would be much easier. Dvoretsky said it was much easier to have someone nearby who could talk about life in society, about manners of communication, and about relationships between men and women. The butler said it was very difficult. A moment later, he saw a letter for the young lady lying on the Archduke's chair. The butler said that this chance would come much sooner than he expected. Mint and Urion were riding in a carriage. The butler came to the young lady and told her that she had received an invitation. Mint was very surprised. The butler said that a lady from the Graham family had invited her to tea. Mint looked at the butler and said she thought no one would invite her. The butler looked at her and said he knew about her impressive debut. Roel knew that perhaps for some people, her image was quite beautiful and memorable. Mint was very happy. Mint hoped she'd soon have a girlfriend, but she was still very worried. Mint had already begun to imagine the appearance of her new friend. Yurion looked at the young lady and said that he heard that she had an altercation with Lady Acela. Mint looked at him puzzled and said what had happened. The young man asked if his name had been mentioned. Mint looked at her friend and said that apparently he had heard the rumors too. He looked at her and said that if this suddenly became a burden to her, then he could leave at any moment and she could leave him. He looked at her and said that he would follow her order immediately. Mint was surprised as she didn't want this. She looked at him and said that she had never thought about such a thing. The young man looked intently at the young lady. She looked at him and said that he wasn't a burden at all. She said that he was her support, and when she was with him, she felt better. Mint remembered how he always helped and protected her. She looked at him and said that he was her first friend. She looked at him and gently told him to stop thinking about such things, as she was very happy when he was near her. The young man looked at her and said, puzzled, that she might someday regret taking his hand. Mint looked at him and said softly that she would never regret it. The young man kissed her hand tenderly. Mint has arrived. Mint was incredibly nervous and hoped her voice wouldn't break from the stress. She knew everything would be fine, and she just needed to calm down. Mint entered the room and said that she was very glad to meet them and introduced herself. Mint stared at the young ladies. She was surprised and didn't understand why everyone except her was wearing red. The young ladies looked at us intently and even asked with a smile where she got those hairpins. They said she had excellent taste in clothes, and everything went together perfectly. The other ladies smiled and said that they expected nothing less from the main character of the tea party. Mint was very surprised. She didn't understand this strange gathering. She felt awkward. She was initially confused by the fact that she was the only one dressed in the wrong color. The young lady looked at the Mint and said she'd written about the dress code color on the invitation. She looked at the Mint and asked if she hadn't noticed. The young lady looked at us Mint and said that, although because of the color of her hair, red would not suit her. The young lady said it seemed like Mint wanted to stand out from the crowd a little. Mint said she didn't particularly want to. Mint knew there was nothing like that on the invitation, and the butler hadn't told her anything about the color. And now these people never stopped praising the young Mint. But still, the unpleasant feeling wouldn't leave Mint. One of the young ladies looked at Mint and said with a smile that she had made an excellent debut. Acela's mouth beautifully, and it was simply superb. Mint was a little taken aback by the whole situation. She didn't want to discuss it at all. The young lady looked at Mint and said she'd seen the girl a couple of times at tea parties and that she'd acted arrogantly. The young ladies told Mint that everyone present had at least once encountered Acela's aggression. They said she bullied and looked down on everyone. They looked at Mint and said with a smile that it was very important that she had a protective barrier called Elchidonia. Mint was puzzled by everything she heard. She wondered if she had really been so rude to Acela that day. Mint knew that if compared to how Acela had treated her, her actions were just dust. Mint remembered that the butler had told her that perhaps for someone, her image was quite beautiful and memorable. Mint thought that soon it would all just be part of the attention-seeking. One lady looked at everyone present and asked them why Kelsika hadn't come. The young lady looked at everyone present and said she'd invited her specifically to show her to Mint. Mint was shocked and asked what they were talking about. Suddenly, they heard a voice. The young lady came closer to Mint and said with a smirk that she now understood why they suddenly decided to send her an invitation. The young ladies were shocked. They did not expect such a thing from Lady Kelsika. The young lady stared intently at everyone present. Mint, for her part, was very surprised and didn't understand what was happening. Kelsika looked at Mint intently and asked if she was that Mint. Mint turned around in surprise and looked at the girl. The young lady looked at the girl and smiled, saying she was very pleased to meet her. Mint, in turn, stared intently at the young lady. Kelsika extended her hand to Mint and said that she was the eldest daughter of the Rose family. Mint looked at her hand in surprise, as she had not expected such a thing. She remembered her ethics classes. The teacher had told her that shaking hands was a masculine greeting, and girls didn't greet each other that way. A moment later, Mint shook the young lady's hand in surprise. Mint was surprised by the young lady's actions. The ladies present looked at Kelsika and asked what she was doing. The young ladies were shocked. They couldn't understand how a girl could come to a tea party in such old-fashioned clothes. They said she hadn't even put on makeup and had cut her hair. Kelsika looked at the young ladies and asked what the big deal was. She looked at them and said that these clothes were the most durable of her entire wardrobe, and she cut off her hair because she was going to sell it because she needed the money. She smiled and said that all expensive cosmetics were a waste of money for her. She looked at them and said that her hair had been bought at a high price because it was naturally black. The young ladies were shocked by what they heard. One of the young ladies said that if a young girl needed money, she could tell them, and they would lend it to her. Kelsika only laughed in response. The young lady looked at her and asked why she was laughing. Kelsika smiled and said it was all just funny. The young lady came closer to the mint and asked if they hadn't called her specifically so that Lady Elkadonia could look at her. Kelsika said they were trying to appease Mint with the gossip and her appearance. She looked at them and smirked, saying that just as they'd hoped, she'd fit perfectly into her predictable role. She looked at them and said with a smile that it made her laugh. She smiled and said that she laughed again when she saw their lying faces pretending to be worried about her. The young ladies were shocked they did not understand what kind of rude expressions were reaching them. She looked at them and said they were still living miserable lives. She said she was a very busy person, so she asked them to stop calling her for such trivial things. The young lady was shocked. She couldn't understand why the girl was being so rude. The young lady glared at us and even told us to keep our distance from the girl. Mint looked at the young lady and said that she saw everything. The young lady looked at Kelsita and said she was probably trying her best to save her bankrupt family. She said it wasn't the best time for her to have tea. One of the young ladies looked at the girl and asked if she should now give up her younger brother. Kelsika was shocked, looked at the young lady, and asked what she had just said. The young lady looked at Kelsika and said she was talking about her false brother who had bankrupted her family. After all, he was a mere commoner. The young lady looked at the girl and said angrily that they had picked up an insect from the street, and now they were suffering. Another girl approached the young lady and told her to stop saying such things. Mint was shocked by what she heard. The young lady looked at Mint and was horrified by what she had said. She realized she had made a huge mistake. She looked at Mint and said that she had said all that by accident and that Mint had simply misunderstood her. Mint looked at her and asked what could be misunderstood. Mint said that of all the words she had spoken, those sounded the most sincere. Mint looked at all the ladies present and said that she would go in that case. Mint said she didn't think they should bother inviting her next time. The young lady looked at Mint and said that wasn't what she had meant at all. Mint looked at her and said that she didn't want to mess with insects, specifically with the insect the Archduke had picked up off the street. Mint looked closely at the young ladies. A moment later, Mint looked at them with a sharp gaze and said that she did not want to befriend people and build friendly relationships with them since they divided people into classes. A moment later, Mint left the celebration. The young ladies watched her go. Calcia looked at Mint intently and with surprise. Mint realized that this kind of company was not suitable for her at all. She realized that it was all because she had high expectations. Mint was surprised and stared intently. Who was that next to her friend? The man was screaming. He was furious and wanted the knight to let him meet Mint. The man looked at the knight and said he'd heard she'd be coming for tea that day. Mint was shocked, not understanding what was happening. The man looked at the Mint and said with a smile that he had been waiting for her. He looked at her and said with a smile that he was Rita's older brother. He said he hoped she remembered him and his sister. A moment later, Mint remembered the girl at the banquet. The man looked at Mint and said he wanted to get straight to the point. He looked intently at the young lady and said that Beta had apologized to his sister. Mint was shocked and didn't understand what he was talking about. Mint looked at him and asked if she understood correctly that he wanted her to apologize to the man who insulted the Archduke. The man looked at her and said she must have misunderstood everything. He said his sister was crying that her debut had been ruined and her life had simply ended. He said it was all the Mint's fault. He looked at her and asked if she thought it was right of her to be so rude and ruin someone's life. He looked at her and said that she was especially emotional then. Mint looked at the man and said she had seen it all with her own eyes, how his sister had, of her own free will and desire, insulted the Archduke. Mint looked at him and said that the pain she was currently experiencing was entirely her own fault. Nato looked at him and asked why she should bear her burden for her. The man was shocked and furious. Mint looked at him sideways and said that if he had nothing else to say, then she would go. But the man in turn did not want to let her go so easily. With lightning speed, the man approached the young lady and grabbed her arm. He began insulting her. Mint was shocked and in great pain. A knight approached them. Urion was furious. Urion looked at the man and asked what he was doing. The The man was furious, screaming at the knight to let him go, as if he were just a pathetic, ordinary knight. The man shouted that he heard that Acela had picked him up at the slave market. The man asked the knight if he really thought that he had become a real knight. The man shouted, looking at Mint, that if the knight was abandoned by the Archduke, he would turn into a miserable, ordinary slave. Urian stared at the man and said nothing. Mint realized that the whole problem was her fault. Because the Archduke had brought her to his home, they began insulting him. She raised that their goal was to humiliate her, and along with her dirt, would flow onto the Elkadonia family name. Mint didn't care at all that she was the only one being humiliated, because it was true that she would return to the shelter if she was abandoned. She always believed that she was unworthy of receiving such kind treatment, but she still realized that she shouldn't have thought that way. She knew that if she did not become strong, then insults would be directed not only at her, but also at the Archduke. Mint looked at the young knight and said, "This is the man who insulted Elkadonia." She glared at the man and told her knight to challenge him to a duel. Mint knew she shouldn't kneel before him. I looked at the man and told him he would do anything if that was her order. He looked at the man and said with a grin that he was ready to take his life. Mint was shocked. She looked at her knight and said that it was not necessary to do this. She said it was permissible for him to be injured. The man looked at the knight intently and told him not to make fun of him. The man said he had no intention of answering the duel. Since there were no witnesses, there would be no duel. The man looked at them and said with a grin that as he'd thought, ordinary folk don't think, a young lady approached them, and with a grin said she'd voice such interesting things to everyone, and she'd be a witness. Kelsika looked at everyone present, and with a smirk told them to start the duel right now. Urian stared at the man who knelt before him. Kelsika looked at Mint and said, "We're tired of it, we can use our fists, but the main thing is that he wins." The young lady looked at the Mint and saw that it was trembling violently. A moment later, Mint fell to her knees. The young lady was shocked. She came closer to the Mint and quietly told it to breathe slowly. Mint obediently followed the instructions. The lady looked at Mint and said she was doing great and should continue. Urian approached his mistress and asked if she was all right. Kelsika looked at the knight and said the young lady was merely having a mild panic attack. Mint looked at her knight and said that she was fine, and she also asked what was wrong with the man. Kelsika looked at us and even said that the man immediately ran away as soon as Urian was distracted by her. The young lady looked at the knight and said that since the commotion was over, she needed to be taken to the doctor. Kelsika said, puzzled, that her brother had similar symptoms. She said that when the body experiences stress and anxiety that is difficult to cope with, a person enters this state. Kelsika left. She told Mint to be sure to consult a doctor. Mint took a leisurely bath. She was puzzled by everything that was happening. During the duel, when she saw the man being hit, she involuntarily remembered herself in the orphanage. She felt pathetic and couldn't understand why she suddenly remembered it. She knew the memory had never come to her before. Witnessing the violence, her heart began to pound wildly, and she couldn't breathe, yet she thought she had grown up and become wiser. But as it turned out, this was not the case. She is still a prisoner of her past. The Archduke sat in his office and read documents. A moment later, he heard the door knock. Mint popped in to see him. She looked at him and apologized for disturbing him, as he was probably tired. The Archduke looked at the young lady and said that it was okay, and she could pass. He looked at her and asked if she wanted to speak with him. Mint didn't answer the question. She had no intention of complaining to the Archduke about this matter, but she still really wanted his support. Mint realized she was acting like a little child. Mint looked at the bottle and asked if it tasted good. Yuli looked at her and asked if she was talking about whiskey. Yuri said he thought it would be a bit bitter for her. Mint came closer to him and said that she really wanted to drink it. Mint looked at Yuli and said that in fact, she was already an adult, having recently made her debut. She looked at him and asked if she could have a drink. Yuli was shocked. He hadn't expected such behavior from Mint. He looked at her and told her she could only drink it slowly. Mint sipped her alcoholic drink with a smile. She smiled and said that her head was spinning. Julius looked at her and said she was drunk and should go to her room. She looked at him and, smiling, told him to look at her legs as they were very wavy. He looked at her and said she was terrible, but drunk. He said that she was very weak in herself. Mint said that she was not weak at all. She looked at him and told him to look at how much she had grown already. Mint took his hand. Mint looked at the Archduke with embarrassment. Mint knew that in the Archduke's eyes, she remained a little girl who needed to be protected. She knew she was just a little girl who, upon seeing violence, began to shake and lose control of her body. Mint looked at the Archduke and asked if she really still looked like a little girl in his eyes. The Archduke looked at her intently and asked what she was talking about. She looked at him and said shyly that she wished he would look at her like a grown-up girl. The Archduke was shocked by this statement. She wanted him to see her not as a weak girl who always needed to be protected, but as an adult. She wanted him to look at her as a grown-up girl who didn't need to be protected, but who could protect him. A moment later, the mint fell onto the sofa. The Archduke was shocked. He saw that she had fallen asleep. The Archduke took the young lady in his arms as he wanted to carry her to bed. Archduke, do not hurry, but carry the young lady in your arms. The next morning, Mint woke up with a terrible headache. The Archduke glanced at her sideways and asked if she was already awake. Mint was shocked, as she hadn't expected to see him even next to her. Mint looked at him and asked if it was because she fell asleep on his bed that he slept on the chair. Julius looked at her and said that she had understood everything wrong and that sleeping on a chair was not at all comfortable. He said he had to spend the night outside. Mint was in shock. Mint looked at the Archduke and apologized. Julius said he was just joking and had things to do. That's why he hadn't slept. The Archduke looked at the young lady and told her not to overdo it with alcohol. In the future, Mint meekly agreed. The butler looked at the young lady and said he had been looking for her. Mint looked at the butler in surprise. The butler came closer to her and said that she had received a letter. Mint looked at the butler and asked what kind of letter she had received. The butler said it was an invitation. He looked at the young lady and said that His Highness the Prince had sent him. Mint was shocked, as she hadn't expected to hear such a thing. She didn't understand why the prince decided to send her an invitation. Mint looked at the butler and said with a smile that she would not go. He looked at her and said he thought he saw doubt in her eyes. She looked at him and said she didn't want a close relationship with the royal family. Mint said the prince had been friendly with her at the banquet. The butler said he heard them go into the garden during the banquet. Mint said they just chatted a little. The butler asked what she and the prince had talked about. Mint looked at the butler and said the prince had told her she smelled delicious. She said he seemed to smell steak. The butler was shocked, as he hadn't expected to hear such a thing. The butler slammed the table with lightning speed. Mint was shocked, unable to understand his reaction. He came closer to her puzzled, but said that he had won, after all. Mint looked at the butler and asked what he was talking about. The butler looked at us and even said that this was the one who had opened the doors of a new world for her. Mint looked at the butler puzzled and frightened. She looked at him and asked what he was talking about. The butler stared at her and told her to listen carefully. He looked at her and shouted very loudly that she gave off a wonderful aroma. Mint was in shock. The butler came closer to her and apologized if he had frightened her. The butler said the prince didn't mean to say she smelled of food. He said it was his way of showing her his attraction. Mint stared at him, very surprised. The butler looked at her and said that if she still hadn't understood him, she needed to hear something. He looked at her and said that she should know now. The butler looked at the young lady and apologized for his high tone. A moment later, the butler said he would go to his room. When the butler left, Mint was left alone. Now she understood what this meant, since she had been thinking about something completely different then. The Archduke was in the basement. He heard some sound. A moment later, he heard the door knock. The butler entered. The butler looked at his master and said he had come here from Mint. The Archduke, without looking at the butler, asked what Mint was doing now. The butler said the young lady was currently checking the letter the prince had sent her. He would like to tell her more about its contents. But the Archduke glanced sideways at the butler and said there was no need to report to him in such detail, as this was the young lady's personal business. The butler apologized and said that in that case, he would move on to the next matter. The butler said that after investigating, he learned that the heirs of royal families had gathered among the ruined kingdoms and decided to organize a revolution. He said that judging by the movements, the revolution would begin soon, and the empire and the palace weren't even aware of all this. The butler was deeply perplexed and agitated. He didn't know what to do about it. The Archduke smiled and said that it sounded quite good. Julius told the butler to leave everything as is. The butler, in turn, looked intently at Julius and said he understood everything. The butler looked at his master and said that there was something else interesting. The butler said a letter had arrived, proposing marriage. Julius said it was uninteresting and seemed like a novelty. He told the butler to burn the letter. The butler looked at the gentleman and said that the letter was not for him, but for the young lady. Julius was shocked by what he heard. Mint looked at the butler and asked if she had heard correctly that this offer was for her. Roel looked at the young lady and said that a letter had been sent to her. He said she could look at it for herself and see for herself if his words were true. The young lady was shocked, not understanding why she would be sent such a thing. The butler said there could be various reasons, but the main one is probably to gain the family's power. He looked at her and said that it was possible that someone had fallen in love with her. Young Mint was shocked by what he heard. The butler looked at the young lady and said he had brought her portraits, and now she could look at them if she liked anyone. Mint looked closely at the portraits. She saw a familiar person. The butler looked at the young lady and said that this was the eldest son of the Desbel family, and he had even written her a letter. Mint was shocked and didn't understand what letter he was talking about. A moment later, the butler handed her a letter. Mint began reading it and was stunned to the core. She was shocked by its contents. She thought the man had completely lost his mind. Walking down the corridor, Mint remembered the man. Mint thought that Isaac was really weird. A moment later, she realized something. She remembered that on that day, thanks to her new acquaintance, she quickly calmed down. Mint, in turn, thought it would be nice if they met, and she thanked her. Mint thought the young lady carried a sword. She thought her friend might know something about her new acquaintance. Mint came to her friend and knocked on the door. No one answered her, so she looked into the room and asked if she could go out. Mint saw her friend lying on the floor. She was in shock and didn't understand what was happening. Mint ran up to her friend like lightning and asked what had happened to him. Mint was in shock and didn't understand what was happening. Mint noticed that the young man had a very cold body. Mint lifted the young man from the floor and asked him to be patient for a little while, as she would immediately call a doctor. Mint dragged the young man to the bed. She was shocked because he was so heavy. Slowly, the young people reached the bed, but Mint accidentally tripped and they fell onto the bed. Urian landed on Mint's frail body. Mint was in shock and couldn't say anything. Mint didn't understand how this could have happened. Mint moved a little and called out to her friend, but unfortunately, he didn't answer. She thought that if this continued, he would definitely crush her. She screamed at him to try to get up. A moment later, Mint, puzzled, somehow crawled out from under his grip. Sitting on the bed, she sighed heavily. She was glad she had managed to get out. Mint, in turn, looked at the young man and asked him to wait a little, as she would soon call a doctor. Before he could reach the door, the young man grabbed and hugged the young lady. Mint was shocked. She didn't understand what he was doing. She called him. Urian hugged her tightly and quietly whispered for her not to leave. In a trembling voice, he asked her not to leave him. A moment later, he collapsed onto the bed. Mint looked closely at the young man who lay unconscious. Mint looked at him intently. She was terrified. Mint thought he must have been imagining things. Mint touched his body tenderly. She noticed that his body was getting even colder. A moment later, Mint sensed something. She stood up and decided to go to the source. She approached the table because she felt that there was something there. Mint slowly began to open the drawer. Opening the box, she saw a black feather. The butler stared at the pen. He looked at the feather and said that it was a curse, and a very terrible one at that. Mint was shocked by what she heard. She looked at the butler and asked who could have done this to Urian. The butler looked at the feather and said he would look into it. A moment later, a light dawned on him. The butler looked at the cursed feather intently and with surprise. After he checked everything, he became very angry. He said the feather had been sprinkled with various spirit pollen. Roll looked at the young lady and said that someone had done a very good job of keeping them from being on their tail. The butler said that spirit stones double the user's magical powers. He said that in order to leave spirit stone pollen onto curse, you must either have a high position or a person who is in close relationship with such a person. Roel looked at the young lady and said that it must be someone who disliked Urian. He looked at the young lady and asked if there was anyone like that in mind. Mint looked at the butler puzzled and said she wasn't sure. Roel looked at her and said she could speak freely. Mint said it might be a Celadwilian or Isaac Desbel. The butler looked at the young lady and said that in that case, they needed to meet with the people under suspicion. He said that in order to lift the curse, its source must be destroyed. Mint was furious. She glared at the young man. She didn't want him to suffer because of her, and she really wanted to save him. Mint knew that she would do anything to save him. Isaac looked closely at the young lady and asked with a smile if she had really decided to personally respond positively to his letter of confession. Mint looked at him and said that, fortunately, that wasn't true. She didn't understand why he was being so hospitable. He looked at her and said that she must have been very surprised to receive his letter. The man looked at her and offered his sincere apologies for the previous incident. He looked at her and said that whatever punishment she meted out to him, he would accept it with his head held high. Mint looked at him in surprise. She didn't understand what he was planning. The man looked at her and said that she was probably confused by his actions. He looked at her and said that he would confess to her honestly. The man smiled and said that he had fallen deeply in love with her. Mint and Roel were shocked by what they heard. Mint looked at the man and asked what he was talking about. He looked at her and said with a smile that he understood everything, since from the outside he probably looked very stupid, but he was sincere in his words and feelings. The man approached the young lady, getting closer and closer. He stared at her and said she was occupying his thoughts. He told her he couldn't even sleep properly because she came to him in his dreams. Mint was shocked by his words. He looked at her and said with a grin that her image never left his mind, and he was simply going crazy. Mint looked at the man intently. She couldn't understand why he had suddenly become like this. A moment later, the man lunged at the young lady with a knife, shouting that he wanted to have her. Mint was shocked, as she hadn't expected such an action. The butler in turn used magic, stopping the man. Roel looked at the man and said that it was simply not a gentlemanly act on his part. Mint looked at the man with surprise and horror. She was very scared. The butler looked at the young lady and asked if she was all right. In a trembling voice, Mint said that everything was fine. The butler looked at the young lady and apologized. He said he'd been focused on tracking down the trail. Roel, puzzled, said he apparently had no talent for guarding. Mint looked at him and said it was all wrong, and he'd saved her. The butler looked at the man and said that he was also under the spell of the curse. Mint realized that this was all for the sake of her coming here. Mint looked at the butler and asked what the object of Isaac's curse was. The butler looked at the feather and said that was it. He said he had broken the curse before he arrived, so he wouldn't have to play his part. Mint looked closely at Pero. She realized that Acela was behind all of this. The young lady looked at the butler and said that he had said earlier that a curse was also magic. She looked at him and asked if he could cast a curse too. The butler looked at the young lady in surprise. The butler looked at the young lady and said he could cast a curse, but a curse of that magnitude could only be performed by those skilled in black magic. Mint looked at him and said they could ask the shrine to track down the last person who used dark magic. The butler said the shrine didn't monitor dark magic, and things would get more complicated if they involved the shrine. Mint in turn was very puzzled. She didn't know what to do now. She looked at the butler and asked if he knew anyone who practiced black magic. She said that if a person was a black magician, they could lift the curse. The butler looked at the young lady in surprise. Roel said he knew a very skilled mage. Mint looked at him and asked who he was. The butler was silent for several minutes. A moment later, he looked at the young lady and said, "He's a prince." Mint was shocked, not expecting to hear that. Mint was in shock. She didn't understand how the prince could turn out to be a magician. The prince looked at the young lady in surprise and asked with a grin what brought her to him at such a late hour. Mint looked at him and apologized for coming to him without warning. He smiled and said that everything was fine. Mint looked at him intently and said nothing to him. Mint looked at the butler in surprise and asked if the prince knew how to use black magic. The butler looked at the young lady and said that of course the prince knew how to use black magic, as he too was a descendant of the heavenly dragon, and he had mastered ordinary magic at a high level. His black magic abilities surpassed even those of the Empress. Mint was very surprised that his powers surpassed the Empress's, but she still knew she had to ask him for help. For several minutes they sat in silence. The prince looked at her and said that he would listen to her. He looked at her and said with a grin that it was unlikely that she had come at night to ask for forgiveness. Mint knew that even if she had come here accompanied by someone, he would hardly have fulfilled her request. She knew she had to try hard. Mint looked at the prince and said that she wanted to ask him for something. The prince was surprised. He looked at her and asked if she wanted to ask him for something. The prince looked at her and said with a grin that he refused. Mint was shocked because she didn't expect to hear something like that. He looked at her and said that if a lady like her had come to ask him for something, it was probably something out of the realm of fantasy. The prince said he couldn't help her in any way. Mint sensed the coldness in his voice. She declined his invitation and later showed up at his place unannounced one night. She immediately started asking him for something. She knew he didn't like it, but she knew they could just let it all go and step back. She looked at him and said that she had nothing. The prince looked at her in surprise and asked if she really thought so. He looked at her and said that she always had a butler by her side, as well as an archduke who doted on her. He looked at her and asked if she still thought so. The lady looked at him and said in a trembling voice that he did have, Her Majesty. The prince looked at her and said that he did not argue that he had an empress. Mint looked intently as she saw that he was not even hiding his displeasure. She looked at him and said that if he was having trouble fulfilling her request, she might be in his debt. She said that her friend had been bewitched, and she didn't think he could hold out. She looked at him and said that if he could remove this curse, she would be very grateful to him and would be in his great debt. She looked at him and said that he had said earlier that if someone like her were in his debt, it would probably be a very big advantage for him in the future. The prince stared at the young lady. Mint, for her part, hoped it would work. She looked intently, but the prince waited for his verdict. She knew her friend always rushed to her aid, so she sincerely wanted to help him. She knew she would do anything to save her friend. The prince looked at her and said with a grin that he thought he could help her with that. He looked at her and said that in that case, they could make a deal. Mint, overjoyed, said she would do anything. The prince came closer to her and told her to meet him. Mint was shocked, not expecting to hear something like that. She looked at him and asked, puzzled, what he was talking about. The butler looked at the young lady. He looked at her and asked if she was all right. A moment later, he asked if she had been hurt in the palace. Mint looked at him and said she was fine. She looked at him and said with a smile that she had succeeded, and the prince had promised to come tomorrow. She said she had received an item to lift the curse. Roel looked at her and asked if everything was really okay. The young lady looked at her companion and said with a smile that everything was fine. She smiled and said that, as always, he was overreacting. Mint knew that, of course, the price for this was very strange, but the main thing was that she was able to convince him. Mint knew she should still tell the Archduke everything. Mint knocked on the Archduke's door and asked if she could come in. No one answered, so she peered into the room. A moment later, Minta entered the room and saw the Archduke lying on the bed covered in blood. Mint ran up to the Archduke like lightning and asked what was wrong with him. She was terribly frightened. He looked at her and told her that everything was fine, and she didn't need to worry. The young lady was shocked. She couldn't understand how he could speak like that, given his large, deep wound. She screamed that she would call a doctor right away. The Archduke grabbed her hand and told her not to tell anyone anything. He looked at the young lady and said that no one should know about this. He looked at her and asked her to stay there. She didn't understand what he was talking about, as he was in terrible shape. The Archduke looked at the young lady and said with a smile that she knew how to be angry. He looked at her and with a smile told her not to worry about him. Mint looked at him intently. The Archduke said he didn't need treatment. Mint noticed his wound was healing. Mint realized that he was at the master level, so he was able to heal himself, but she still knew that even if that was the case, it was in great pain for him. The Duke looked at her and asked why she had come to his room. Julius asked what she wanted to tell him. Mint looked at him and asked permission to treat his wound. He looked at her and asked if she was happy. She looked at him and said that even if the wounds healed so quickly, they still needed to be treated. The Archduke stared at her, while the Mint in turn slowly tended to his wounds. She looked at him and said that a lot had happened today. She looked at him and said that if he knew, he would be very surprised. Mint said that the prince had helped her. The Archduke looked at her and said that he didn't want to hear about the prince. He asked her to tell him the outcome. She looked at him and asked if she could love the prince. Julius was shocked. He asked her to wait a little and tell him everything from the beginning. Julius looked at her and asked if it was true that in order to lift the curse, she asked the prince for help. Mint looked at him and said that it was true, and she went to him at night without warning and asked him for help. She said that he agreed to help her, and she was very touched. The Archduke looked at her intently and asked what next. Mint smiled and said that she liked the prince. The prince looked intently at the young lady. Mint looked at him and asked what he was talking about. Taken aback, the prince said that he shouldn't talk to her about a real relationship. He looked at her and said that he would now explain to her the real reason. He looked at her and asked if she knew he had 2 older brothers. He said that as soon as the war ended, they died within a month of each other, both under strange circumstances. He looked at her and said she should know his mother was completely out of her mind. Mint was shocked. She realized the prince was trying to tell her that the empress was responsible for the deaths of her children. The prince looked at the young lady and said that if the empress knew that Mint loved him, she would not kill anyone because the empress adored Elkadonia. He looked at her and with a grin asked her to pretend to be his lover for exactly 3 months. He looked at her and said he had a plan for what to do next. The prince asked her to keep everything a secret just between them. He looked at her and asked if she agreed. Mint looked at the Archduke and asked if the fact that she liked the prince would complicate his affairs. Julius looked at the young lady and said that wasn't true, but he would very much like her to be as far away from the imperial family as possible. He said he didn't want it to have any detrimental effect on her. He looked at her and said that if she wanted to marry a prince, it would be much more complicated. She looked at him and said it was too soon. He looked at her and said with a smile that he was not her master, so she should not ask permission for her feelings for someone. Mint sheepishly admitted she knew about it. She looked at him and asked if she could accompany the prince to the banquet for part of the princess's birthday. Julius looked at her and told her she could do as she pleased. Some time later, Julius was lying on his bed. He was shocked by everything that had happened, as he had thought Mint was still just a baby. The butler came to his master and called him. Yuli looked at Roel and said he'd heard from Mint that the knight Urion had been cursed. The butler confirmed that it was indeed so. He said the curse's object was spirit stone pollen, so he hadn't been able to track down the culprit. The Archduke looked at the butler and said that it was not worth doing, since he had a rough idea who could have done it. The butler was shocked. He looked at the gentleman and asked who it could be. The Archduke said he would handle it himself, and that the Mint needed to know nothing about it. The butler looked at the gentleman and said that there was something else he needed to tell him. He wanted to talk to him about the object of the curse. He looked at the Archduke and said that the object of the curse had been found by the Mint. The butler told his master that he himself knew perfectly well that the aura surrounding the cursed object could only be sensed by the poppy or by someone as powerful as the Archduke. The butler looked at his master and said it was only his opinion, but he thought the lady was an unusual person. The Archduke called the butler by his first and last name. The butler was dumbfounded. The Archduke looked at the butler with a sharp, angry look and said that he knew nothing about Mint. The Archduke looked at the butler and said that even if he ever found out anything, he should immediately forget it. The Archduke said he very much hoped the butler understood. The butler looked at him and said he understood. Mint looked at her friend and said with a smile that she was very glad that he woke up. The young man looked at his mistress and said he was very sorry. He said he was deeply ashamed because as a knight, he had left his mistress alone while he lay in bed. The young lady looked at him and said he shouldn't blame himself. Urion looked intently at his mistress and called her. The young man looked at the lady and asked what had happened while he lay unconscious. Mint remembered her deal with the prince. She knew she only had to hold out for 3 months in exchange for saving her friend. Mint looked at him and smiled, saying that nothing had happened and everything was fine. Mint knew that later someday she would tell everything to Mr. Julius. On the young princess's birthday, the prince stood and waited for his companion. A moment later, Mint entered his presence. He looked at her and said admiringly that she had finally come wearing the dress he had given her. A dress and earrings that embodied silver hair and heavenly eyes. Mint knew he'd given her such gifts with a clear meaning. He looked at her and said he thought she would refuse the gift. The prince looked at the young lady and said that it was because of him that she was wearing a dress she didn't like and at a party she didn't want to attend. The prince looked at his young companion and said that he very much hoped that she would not be offended by him because of this. Mint, in turn, looked intently at the young prince, but did not answer. She looked at him and said he wasn't forcing her to do this. She said she'd made this choice herself, and besides, he'd done his part, so she needed to do hers too. She looked at him and said with a smile that it would be stupid to be offended by him because of this. The prince was surprised and stunned by her words. He looked at her and said he didn't like her. Mint was shocked, as she hadn't expected to hear something like that. She saw that he had removed his mask of hypocrisy. The prince looked at his companion and told her to try not to talk to anyone at the party. He told her to smile and stay by his side like a doll. Mint meekly agreed. The prince said that if today's meeting went well, they wouldn't have to see each other for a while. The prince and Mint slowly entered the hall. They were introduced. As they walked, everyone was discussing them furiously. Mint understood that she had to act like a doll. They approached the Empress. Mint saw her puzzled and surprised look. The young men greeted the Empress. Mint noticed that her companion was very agitated. The Empress looked at the young people and said with a grin that this was a very unexpected duet for her. Mint was in shock and very worried. The Empress looked at the young people and said with a smile that she liked them very much. She looked at them and said that just looking at the young couple brightened her soul. She looked at her daughter and asked if that wasn't true. The princess in turn was puzzled. The princess looked at the young people and asked why they were together. The prince leaned against the young lady. Mint was shocked as she hadn't expected this. She looked at the prince in surprise and bewilderment. The prince looked at the empress and the princess. He said with a smile that if they were asking about their relationship, then they were together. The empress looked at the young lady and said she had heard that she hadn't even reached puberty. The empress said she would very much like to see the archduke's face. The empress looked at the young people and told the princess that if the archduke were to object to their relationship, she could confidently come to her, and she would certainly support them. The prince looked at the empress and with a smile thanked her for such warm words. The empress looked at the young people and said with a smile that she was very happy for their relationship. Mint and the prince were relaxing outside. The prince sighed heavily and said with relief that they could now rest. Mint looked at him and asked if he was okay. The prince smiled and said that, thanks to her, he was okay. He looked at the young lady and said he'd been thinking about it for a while. The mercenaries wouldn't be coming to him. She looked at the prince and asked if it was enough that he had appeared with her before the empress. He looked at her and asked if he would have arranged all this if it hadn't worked. The prince said with a grin that she would never understand it. Late that night, the prince couldn't sleep, for he knew someone would burst through the door. He knew that if he fell asleep now, he would never wake up. He said that he had to hold on to the rope with all his might, not even knowing whether it was rotten or not. He said he felt endless anxiety about his life. Mint looked at him and gently told him to hold on. She looked at him and told him to be strong and to make sure he stayed alive. Mint realized she was meddling in something that wasn't her business, but she couldn't help but say so. The prince looked at her in surprise and asked if she would help him. Mint was puzzled and didn't know what to answer. She looked at him and said that for the time they had promised to spend together, she would help. The prince laughed and said with a smile that they'd never heard of such a thing. He looked at her and said the others were busy arguing about when he would die. The prince asked her if she wanted to place her bet. Mint was furious. She didn't understand what he was saying. The prince looked at her and said that if she puts up a show and doesn't die, it will be extremely fun. He looked at the young lady and said that it was because he would stay alive at any cost. Mint was confused, as the prince was very close. The young ladies looked intently at the archduke. The archduke stood alone and drank alcohol. The princess approached the archduke. She looked at him and asked if he was in a bad mood. The princess smiled and asked if it was all because of the little lady. The princess looked intently at Julius. The archduke in turn looked at the young princess and said nothing. The princess looked at the archduke and said that although she had become like a little sister to him, she said that even she herself hadn't expected anything to happen between them. The princess looked at him and said that she was sure he had mixed feelings right now. She said that since the young lady's arrival, he had become very gentle. The archduke looked at the princess and said he didn't think she had anything important to discuss with him. He said that in that case, he would leave. The princess looked at him and said that he had finished all his business with the monsters. She asked him why he was so busy. The princess looked at the archduke and asked who the young lady was to him. The princess said that she was very interested in whether she was just a ward to him or family. She asked the archduke why he took such great care of her. The princess looked him in the eye and asked if she really was that person. The princess said that earlier he had wanted to find someone, so he had traveled all over the continent. Mint ran up to the archduke in surprise and joy. She looked at him and asked if he was coming back already. The archduke saw the prince behind the young lady. Julius looked at the young lady and said it was time. Mint looked at him and said with a smile that she would call the carriage. The prince came closer to the archduke and said that he did not seem to like being near the young lady. The prince said with a grin that he hadn't known the archduke had such a jealous side. He said that if the others found out, they would be very surprised. He said with a grin that since he disliked him so much, perhaps he should have kissed the young lady on the cheek or neck or lips. The prince said that if he did so, it would be interesting to see what others thought of her. The archduke angrily grabbed the prince by the robe. The archduke looked at the prince with a cold, piercing gaze. He told him to listen carefully. The prince was very surprised as he felt power. The archduke looked at the prince and said he could clearly see how he was displaying his worthless fondness for Mint. He said he knew perfectly well that he was using it for his own ends. The archduke said there was only one reason he was still alive. He remembered what Mint had said to him, that she liked the prince. The archduke looked at the prince and said with a grin that he thought he knew everything perfectly well himself. The prince in turn looked intently at the departing archduke. A moment later, the prince asked the archduke by what right he was interfering. The prince looked at the archduke and said that the relationship was between him and the Mint, and he was merely her guardian. Mint overheard their conversation. She shouted at the prince to stop. The prince and Archduke looked at the Mint intently and with surprise. Mint looked at the young man and asked how he dared to speak to the Archduke like that. Mint approached the Archduke with lightning speed and said that they were already leaving. Mint glanced sideways at the prince and said that if he spoke so rudely to the Archduke again, then their agreement would have to be broken. The prince looked after them intently. The prince was shocked by everything that was happening, as he did not expect to hear such a thing. The Archduke and Mint walked slowly back home. Mint noticed that the Archduke was not in the mood. The Archduke suddenly remembered the prince's words. He had asked the Archduke by what right he intervened, as he was merely the young lady's guardian. The Archduke called for Mint. The young lady in turn was surprised, as she hadn't expected him to say anything. The Archduke looked at her and asked if he asked her to end her relationship with the prince, what would she do? The young lady was shocked. I didn't expect such a question. Unexpectedly for the passengers, the crankcase began to shake. The man approached them and apologized. He said the carriage wheel was broken, and he thought it would take them a few minutes to fix it. Julius looked at the man and said that they would wait while they fixed it. Mint looked at the gentleman and asked if he wanted to go for a walk while they were fixing it. Mint walked through the forest at night. She was surprised. Mint smiled and said she didn't know the forest could be so beautiful. Mint was a little confused and didn't know what the Archduke had meant a moment ago, as she felt very awkward asking about it. The Archduke looked at her and said that he had forgotten to give her something. Mint was surprised because she saw a beautiful pendant. For a moment, Mint looked at the Archduke in surprise. The Archduke looked at her and said that it was his gift. She was surprised and did not expect to receive a gift from him. Mint noticed a beautiful pendant that sparkled. The young lady looked at the Archduke and thanked him for the gift. She said that by giving her the gift and being with her, he made her happy. Julius looked at the young lady and said that enough time had passed. Mint was taken aback. She didn't understand what he was talking about. A moment later, Mint said that perhaps it was time for them to go back, since soon all this grief would already be fixed. A few minutes later, they heard a noise. Mint looked at the Archduke and asked if he had heard the noise. Julius said that the Mint should stay where it was while he looked around the area. The Duke slowly looked around all the places. He saw an incomprehensible silhouette behind the tree. He came closer and saw an old man. The man in turn looked at Yuli in surprise and said he had scared him. The Archduke and Mint looked at the man in surprise. The man looked at the young people and thanked them. He looked at the young lady and said that a couple of days ago he had suffered a tragedy and had been starving for several days. He said he thought he would die of hunger. Mint was surprised as she realized the place was more crowded than she had thought. She came closer to him and said it was very good that he was okay. She asked if he knew the way to the village. The man looked at the young lady and said that since he had received such help, he should repay the favor with a favor. He looked at the young lady and said he saw the future of humanity. Mint looked at him and said there was no need for that, and he didn't have to do anything for them. He looked at Mint and told the rapeseed that she was very modest. He said they could start with her. Mint was puzzled, as the man wasn't even listening to her. A moment later, the light from the ball illuminated them. Mint was truly surprised, as she had never seen anything like this before. The man looked intently at the young lady and said that she should have died long ago, but by the will of fate she was still alive. Mint was shocked by what she heard. Mint looked at him and asked what he was talking about. The man smiled and said that she was hiding more than just her fate. He looked at her and said that she was harboring an incredibly terrifying secret, and to hide this secret, she was deceiving herself and those around her. He looked at her and said that she had to lie to everyone. He looked at the Archduke and said that he too should have died long ago, but he had transcended the laws of this world. Mint was very surprised and did not understand what was being discussed. The man looked at the gentleman and said that another reaper of death would come for him because he was born with the destiny of a short life. The man looked at the gentleman with contempt and said that within 3 years, death would knock on his door to take his soul. With lightning speed, the Archduke put his sword to the man's throat. Julius looked at the man and said that he must be a very brave, despicable pagan. The Archduke looked at the man and said that since he was so lucky to still be alive, he should have turned tail and run away from him. He looked at the man and asked how he dared show his face. The man looked at the Archduke with disdain and said that he wanted to, "I'd like to see him at least once before I die." He said he wanted to see his future. He looked at the Archduke and said that his future had not changed. He said that the last pages of his miserable life remained. The man looked contemptuously at the crowd of young people and said that Julius would die in absolute solitude. The man looked at them and said that now he could leave this world in peace. A few minutes later, the man vanished, leaving only his cloak. Mint looked at the Archduke and asked what kind of man he was. The Archduke glanced sideways at the young lady and said that it was a pagan clairvoyant. He said that there were only a few of them left. Mint was surprised, but she still understood who they were talking about. She realized he was talking about Calgary. She knew that some believers possessed clairvoyance. They saw the past and the future. Mint was frightened because she realized this man knew her past and future. She realized that this man knew not only about her future and past, but also about the Archduke. Julius approached her and said they were all clairvoyant and saw correctly. He said that if that were true, they would never have lost the war. Julius looked at her and gently told her not to worry. Mint stared at him. She didn't answer. A few minutes later, Mint burst into tears. She hoped that everything would be okay. She was sure that everything would be fine. The young man looked at his companion and asked if he had just heard any strange sounds. The man, puzzled, asked what the sound was. The young man said it sounded like an animal's roar. The man laughed and asked if the young man really meant a beast had made a proclamation in the capital. The man smiled and said that monsters couldn't possibly appear in the capital, where aristocrats and the royal family lived. He said it was just the wind carrying all sorts of distorted sounds. The young man was surprised because he noticed something in the sky. He was very scared. A moment later, they saw a terrible beast. A man came to the Empress with a report on the situation. The man said that with the Archduke's belated arrival, they had managed to somehow bring the situation under control. He said that in total, 19 monsters had appeared in the city and 60 human deaths had been detected. The Empress looked at the envoy and angrily told him not to continue. The Empress was furious. She couldn't understand how this was possible. She couldn't understand how pathetic creatures with zero intelligence could infiltrate the capital. She looked intently at the man who was shaking with fear. Monsters who have lost their master are no different from stupid animals. She couldn't understand how they managed to evade the guards and pass through the gates to the capital. She knew they had no magical or hypnotic abilities either. A moment later, the Empress realized something and laughed. She looked at the man and said that someone had proven resilient, and it was the descendant of a lowly dragon demon. The Empress looked at the preacher and said that Kalgara's descendant was alive, and he was the instigator of the attack. Preacher Klein looked at the Empress and said that this couldn't be true. He asked the Empress if the Archduke had lied to her. He said she knew perfectly well that it wasn't the sanctuary or even the royal family that had destroyed everyone, ending the war with the pagans. It was the Archduke. The Empress looked at the preacher and said she had no doubt in him. She said she would send him to personally deal with this matter. The preacher looked at the Empress and said he had consistently refused to cooperate with the royal family. The preacher asked if she thought he would follow her orders. Elkadonia had recently been dating. The Empress looked at the preacher and said that the mere sight of them gave her butterflies, and as they knew the Archduke was standing by the young girl, she looked at the preacher and said that because of his affection for her, even his unbowed head would bow at the feet of the Empress. She said that he would definitely bow before the royal family. The Empress looked at the preacher and said with a smile that the Archduke himself would discover how the monsters had managed to penetrate the very heart of the empire, and if they were implicated, if they were caught by the ovaries, he would have to bring their heads to her. She looked at him and said that they would end there. She looked at him and asked if he knew that the ritual to celebrate the prince's coming of age would soon be held. The preacher smiled and said that the prince was already very grown up. When the descendants of the heavenly dragon, the children of the royal family, come of age, they depart for the Cameron Desert for a divine ritual. It's where the goddess Tamara first set foot. Without permission, one cannot enter the sanctuary. The passage to the sanctuary lies through a narrow canyon, and the sacred ritual does not take place under the protection of the gods. The Empress looked at the preacher and said that the ritual should be performed by someone from the sanctuary, but she despised this place with utter contempt. She looked at the preacher and said he was an exception, and she hoped he would take control of this ritual. The preacher looked at her and said with a smile that he would do everything. The prince looked at all the corpses lying at his feet. He thought the Empress was also awaiting the day of the ritual. The prince sighed heavily and sat down on the bed. He was shocked that the Empress had managed to dispatch mercenaries even on such a day. The prince noted that if you compare the mercenaries with those who came before, These ones are very weak. He knew she was trying to hint at something with this. He knew she could tell him that if he continued to be useful, she would spare his life. The prince thought that he had come up with a good idea and that there was some benefit to starting dating. He thought for a moment and remembered what had happened. He recalled the young lady's words. She had told him that if he were so rude to the Archduke, their agreement would be ruined. The prince thought that the young lady now hated him. The prince smiled and wondered if she might hate him. He knew there was no one in this world who could side with him. He knew he simply had to stay alive inside this palace until the ritual. He remembered the young lady telling him to be strong and gather his strength. He remembered her telling him to stay alive. He knew he had to try really hard to do that. He told himself he would definitely stay alive. Mint and the prince rode leisurely in a carriage through the Holy Land. The prince looked intently at the young lady and called her name several times. He looked at her and said with a smile that he was calling her, but she didn't even answer. Mint was very angry with the prince. She knew he was a year younger than her, but still he acted like a tortoise that had lived for several hundred years. The prince looked at the young lady and said that inside the carriage, it would be no different, but in front of the priest, they would have to show their warm feelings for each other. He looked at her and said that this was why he had brought her to the ritual. He looked at her and asked with a smile if she remembered that they had an agreement. Mint looked at him and said that their agreement would end there. She said she hoped he would do everything he promised. She looked at him and said that she didn't want to cross paths with him anymore. He looked at her and said that it would be so. A moment later, the prince said that he would try his best to fulfill that promise. Mint looked at the task, but at the prince, and said that she had heard that the road there was very difficult. Mint was in shock. She screamed that this path was very difficult and generally too much. The knight looked at her and told her not to worry. He said other knights had already crossed the bridge, but Mint was still very worried. What would happen if the rope broke? The prince looked at her and said that she had protective spells for this bridge, and she needn't worry. He said that as long as no one of comparable skill attacked the bridge, it would never break. Mint looked at him and said that was encouraging. The knight looked at the young lady and asked her if he should give her a lift. The young lady looked at him and said there was no need and she would carry it herself. The young lady and the prince noticed a man in the distance who directed force at them. The man gathered all his strength to strike the bridge. The prince was in shock and shouted at everyone to leave the bridge. The prince ran to Mint and shouted for her to give him her hand. The man still struck the bridge. The preachers used their magic and shielded everyone from the attack. They created a barrier. The prince shouted at them to hold the barrier. The prince shouted at the mages to save the people on the bridge with magic. The prince ran towards the young lady, shouting for her to take his hand. Mint saw the man strike again. A moment later, she was falling from the bridge. Everyone present was shocked. Max screamed that he couldn't use hover magic. Mint was in shock. She understood that if she continued to fall, she would definitely die. A moment later, the prince hugged her tightly. They flew down together. Mint was shocked. She didn't understand why he had rushed after her. The prince looked at the young lady and asked why the magic hadn't worked on her. Mint opened her eyes and saw that she was still alive. With lightning speed, she sat up. She was in shock because she realized she had survived. She was very surprised and didn't understand what had happened. A moment later, the young lady saw that the prince was lying next to her. She was shocked because he showed no signs of life. She examined him closely and realized he wasn't even breathing. Mint decided to help him somehow and began resuscitating him. She wanted to save him. Mint was furious. She screamed that he couldn't just die like that. She screamed that he had no right to die here. A moment later, the prince came to Mint, looked at him, and asked if he was okay. The prince looked at the young lady and asked with a grin if she was upset that he was alive. Mint was surprised and said that, of course not. She looked at him and said that it was too early for him to move. Mint looked at the prince and told him to be patient for a while, as the knights would soon come to his aid. The prince looked into the distance and said nothing. The prince glanced sideways at the young lady and said that someone would get there first. The young lady looked at him and asked what he was talking about. The prince said there had been an attack from above. He said the bridge was destroyed by the man's attack. He said the bridge had been protected by the Empress's spell, and the fact that he was able to destroy it meant only one thing. Either the Empress herself had done it, or it was someone as powerful as she. Mint was shocked. She said it simply couldn't be. She looked at him and asked how this could be if they were in a relationship. She said he'd told her before that the Empress would stop bothering him. The prince, puzzled, said that it only mattered when he was useful. A moment later, the prince fell into unconsciousness. Mint was in shock and didn't understand what to do now. She understood they couldn't be here. Mint Wasp scanned the area with lightning speed because she needed somewhere to hide. A moment later, she saw a cave. The prince woke up. With lightning speed, he sat up. He was confused and didn't understand where he was now. He thought that most likely the mint had transported him. She looked at the young prince and asked if he was awake. She looked at him and said it was very good that he had come to his senses. Mint smiled and said that the rain had already stopped and she had found some berries in the forest. She said that his clothes were very wet, so she had undressed him. The prince looked at the young lady with bewilderment and asked why she was still here. The young lady was surprised she did not understand what he was talking about. He glanced sideways at her and told her she should go before the mercenaries found them. He said it was unlikely the Empress's plan included killing her. Mint was surprised, looked at the prince, and asked what would happen to him if she left. He looked at her and said it was none of her business. She looked at him and said that his condition now left much to be desired. The prince was furious and shouted that he would die anyway. He looked at her and said that he really wanted to run away from this man. The prince said that while he was undergoing baptism, no one would be able to approach him. He said he was almost ready for this. The prince, puzzled, said that the empress knew everything he said, that she knew he was trying to stay alive, and was waiting for the moment when he would poke his head out of his hole. The prince said that ultimately he was destined to die. He looked at her and told her he didn't need her sympathy and that she needed to go somewhere far away unless she wanted to die with him. The young lady looked at him and asked what he had just said. A moment later, she looked at him and told him to eat. He looked at her and said that she probably didn't understand him. Mint shoved the berries into his mouth with lightning speed. The prince was surprised, looked at her, and asked what she was doing. Mint told him not to melt and to eat them, soon as the berries were good for recovery. The prince looked at her and asked if she hadn't understood him. He said he couldn't protect her from the mercenaries. She looked at him and said she didn't want to leave him. She said he jumped off the cliff to save her. She looked at him and said that even though she was weak, she still wanted to repay her savior in kind. Mint said he wouldn't die. She said that no matter how hopeless the situation, if you hold on to the end, a miracle happens. She looked at him and said with a smile that there was no need to give up. All his time, the prince thought that all hope had ended. He looked at her and said that she really could die. The young lady looked at him and said with a smile that that wouldn't happen and that they could survive together. The young prince stared at the young lady. Tears welled up in his eyes. He looked at her and said with a smile that she was definitely stupid. The knight looked at Roel and said he'd been told they'd been attacked on their way to the sanctuary and Mint had fallen off the cliff along with the prince. He said everyone was looking for them now. The butler said more people needed to be added to the search party. He said that no matter what happened, it was imperative that the mistress be found safe and sound. The archduke looked intently at the butler and asked who was missing. He looked at the man and told him to repeat the question. The prince looked at the young lady and asked if she was comfortable. Mint looked at him puzzled and asked what he was talking about. She said she often wandered through the forest as a child. Thanks to this, Mint said she was well versed in edible berries and fruits. He looked at her and asked why she was wandering through the forest at such a young age. There was a moment of silence. The prince looked at the young lady and said that when he was about 5 years old, he nearly died at the hands of the empress. Mint, puzzled, said it was sudden. He looked at her and said that they say before you question someone, you should tell them about yourself. He said the empress had tried to strangle him, but he had survived. He looked at the young lady and said that he feared for his life every day. Mint stared at the young prince. She looked at him and said that she had had pretty much the same experience. She looked at him and said that before the archduke had picked her up, she'd been digging up plant roots to fill her stomach. She said she'd sometimes been frozen stiff during heavy snowfalls. Mint looked at the young prince and said that even though it had snowed on the day, it had still been nice. She said that she had once been saved by that man, and thanks to him, she was still alive. The prince said he seemed like a good man. He asked the young lady if she had told him she wanted to pay him for his help. Mint looked at the fruit, puzzled, and said nothing. She looked at the prince and asked if he wanted some more berries. She said she would eat them all by today. The prince looked at her in surprise and agreed. Mint smiled and said that these berries were very tasty. The prince's friend saw the necklace around her neck. He was surprised. He looked at the young lady and asked what the pendant was. Mint looked at the prince with a puzzled expression and said that it was a gift from the archduke. The prince looked at the young lady in surprise and said it was a spiritual stone that blocked magic. Because of it, they couldn't cast magic on the young lady on the bridge. Mint was shocked by what she heard. The prince looked at her and said he was wondering what it was all about. Mint looked at him and said it simply couldn't be. She looked at the prince and said that it simply couldn't be. She said the archduke couldn't have given her such a thing, without even explaining why. The prince looked at the young lady and said that now was not the time to find out. He told her to throw it away now, as he would not be able to protect her if the pendant was on her. Mint remembered the man staring at her and saying that he felt magical power coming from her. Mint said that she would remove the suspension first. Mint was surprised and did not understand why Julius did this to her. The next day, Mint looked closely at the prince and asked if he was really okay. She looked at him and said his wound was still raw. The prince looked at the young lady and said with a smile that he was the descendant of a heavenly dragon. He looked at her and asked if she could go pick berries herself. He said he could already create light protective barriers. Mint smiled and said she would go alone and would be back soon. Mint was leisurely picking berries. She noticed the berries' amazing color. Mint was surprised and wondered if they were edible. Mint thought that soon the archduke would find out about everything. She knew she couldn't let up, and he would definitely come for her. She knew she had to trust and wait for him. A moment later, Mint heard a strange sound. She turned around and saw a terrible monster. She was surprised and very scared, as the monster was on the goddess's holy land. Mint knew she shouldn't panic. She was in shock, but she still knew that she couldn't die in such a place. She looked at the monster and angrily told him not to come close to her. Mint heard a strange sound and became very scared. A moment later, she saw the monster leaving. She was in shock, didn't understand what had happened. She didn't understand why the monsters had just left. The prince looked at the young lady and asked what had just happened. He looked at her and asked in surprise how she was able to take control of the monster. Mint didn't answer him, and he started screaming. He looked at her and asked if she was a pagan. Mint looked at him and said that, of course, she wasn't a pagan. Mint asked the prince what he was even talking about. The prince looked closely at the young lady and asked what had just happened. He said that he saw with his own eyes how she was able to control the monster. She looked at him and said that she was not a pagan, and asked what was so strange about that. She said she never believed in God, much less worshipped him. Mint was shocked. She realized she had made a mistake. She had told a member of the royal family that she didn't believe in the goddess Tamara. Mint looked at the prince and asked for forgiveness. She realized that she had made a huge mistake. The prince looked at the young lady and said he'd probably overdone it. He said it was clear she had no connection with the pagans. He apologized and said that the stress of the past few days had apparently sent him a little nuts. She looked at him and told him never to say such terrible things again. The prince agreed with her and asked for forgiveness. A moment later, they heard a noise. Mint looked at the prince and asked what he heard. The prince looked into the distance in bewilderment and told the Mint to stand behind him. A moment later, they saw a man. Mint was shocked, as she hadn't even heard any footsteps. She saw a strange silhouette approaching them. He looked closely at the young people. He was glad to see the prince and Mint. He looked at them and said that he had received orders from the emperor to escort them safely. He looked at them and told them to follow him. The prince was furious because he saw the knight Rurik. The knight looked at them and said that this place was very dangerous. He said that they would definitely be escorted to the palace. Urian appeared before them. Mint was shocked, as she hadn't expected to see him. She in turn looked at him intently and shouted out her friend's name. The young man stood up for his mistress. He glanced sideways at the lady and apologized for being late. She looked at him and asked how he had ended up there. He said that Knight Roel had sent out a search party, but now was not the time to talk about it. Rurik was furious, looked at the young knight, and said that the knight was standing in the way of a man who had received an imperial order. He said that the youth seemed to be a common upstart. Urian looked at his opponent and said that he was a knight of the Elkadonia family, and only people of that family could give him orders. Rurik looked at the knight and said that if he didn't understand his warning, there was nothing he could do about it. He dealt a crushing blow. Urian parried the blow with lightning speed. Rurik attacked Urian. The imperial knight dealt the youth blow after blow. The young lady was in shock. She screamed at her knight. The prince looked at the knight and asked him to stop. He said he would go with him as long as he didn't touch the lady and the knight. Rurik struck a blow at the prince. The knight looked at the young men and said that the emperor had told him to bring them both, and they had no need to resist. Urian struck Rurik. Rurich, in turn, looked at the young man as if he were a small insect. Urion looked at the young lady and told her to run away. Rurich hit Urion, and he fell to the ground. The Imperial Knight looked at the young man and said that the original plan was to return to the palace immediately. He came closer to the young man and said that perhaps nothing terrible would happen if he took care of one arrogant knight. Mint was in shock. She understood that the knight was about to kill her friend. She knew she couldn't let that happen. Mint watched everything that was happening with an angry expression. A moment later, she heard someone's voice. A man was asking her what had happened. He said that she already knew how to use it. The Imperial Knight looked at the young lady with horror. A moment later, he saw the beast. The knight jumped back from the blow with the speed of lightning. The knight stared at the vicious beast. Mint stared in surprise, and intently. She couldn't believe what was happening. The young lady stared at the man, blood slowly trickling from her nose. The knight was in shock and did not understand at what moment the monster appeared. The monster growled with rage and began to attack. Mint watched the fight closely. A moment later, blood began to pour from her nose and mouth. Unnoticed, someone snuck up from behind. Mint turned around and saw the prince. She looked at him in surprise and asked if he was okay. The prince looked at the young lady and told her to run away quickly while the knight was distracted by this monster. Mint said she couldn't abandon her friend and avoid him. The prince said now was not the time to worry about others. He said that for the knight, this monster was just a matter of seconds. A moment later, they heard a loud crash. A knight approached them. He angrily said that he had wasted too much time. He looked at them and said it was time to go to the palace. The young lady was shocked and very frightened. A moment later, she heard a familiar voice. Mint was shocked by what she saw. Mint saw the Archduke in all his glory. The Imperial Knight looked at the Archduke intently. He looked at him and asked how he had ended up there. The Archduke looked at the man with a sharp and angry look and said that after all, he dared to touch his man. The Archduke looked at the knight and asked when he had become so bold. The knight looked at the Archduke and said it was the Emperor's order. He said she had ordered the prince and lady to be brought safely to the palace. The Archduke glared at the man. He asked if it really looked like they were completely intact. The knight looked at the Archduke and said that he would not fight him without the Emperor's order, but if the Archduke insisted, he would not refuse. Rurich looked at the Archduke and said with a grin that he didn't know how long they would last. The Archduke looked closely at Mint and Urion. He saw that they were in very bad shape. The Archduke looked at the Imperial Knight and told him to get lost. Rurich turned around and began to leave. Mint was surprised. She didn't know if he was really leaving. She knew he was a true devil. The remaining knights arrived to join them. They saw Mint in a pitiful state. The knights shouted for a priest. The Archduke came closer to Mint and asked her to be patient a little, as Roll would arrive soon. Mint hugged the Archduke tightly. Julius was surprised as he hadn't expected such a thing. Mint looked at him with a smile on her face. The Archduke stared at the young lady, intently surprised. Mint quietly remarked that he always came to her and saved her. The Archduke called the young lady, but she in turn was unconscious. A priest approached the Archduke. The priest looked at the Archduke and said that Mint had lost consciousness. He said she was apparently very tired. The priest said to use healing magic. The priest called to the Archduke, but he stood frozen in shock. The knights saw Urian lying on the ground. They told the priest that the young knight had very deep wounds. The priest of Issa looked at them and said he understood everything. The priest walked toward the knight. He glanced sideways at the Archduke. The priest had been on the battlefield with the Archduke many times, but to his surprise, this was the first time he had ever seen such an expression on the Archduke's face. Mint woke up late at night. She was surprised and realized that she was in the Elkadonia family's mansion. The Archduke looked at the young lady and asked if he understood correctly that she was already awake. Mint was surprised. She hadn't expected to see the Archduke nearby. Julius looked at the young lady and said that Roll had healed all the wounds he'd seen. Julius looked at her and asked if she was hurting anywhere. Mint looked at him and said everything was fine and that nothing hurt. She looked at him and asked what was wrong with Urian and the prince. The Archduke looked at her and said they were all right. Mint, for her part, was very happy. She looked at him and said with a smile that he had saved her this time too. Mint smiled and thanked him. The Archduke looked at her and asked if she remembered the day when she was kidnapped by the pagans. Mint looked at him, puzzled and surprised. A moment later, she said she remembered that day. The Archduke said the reason she was kidnapped was because she was his ward, and the people of Calgara considered him their enemy. He said they wanted to instill fear in him. He looked at her and said that then and now, because of him, she was going through trials that she did not have to go through. Mint was very surprised. She knew that everything was not as he said. The Archduke looked at her and said that he did not want her to suffer because of him anymore. He looked at her and said that he was no longer her guardian. The Empress looked at the scout and said it was unfair, since it wasn't her fault that Mint and the prince were lost. The Empress looked at the scout and asked why he didn't believe her. The Archduke said he had personally confronted Rurish. He looked at the Empress and asked if she was really trying to lie to his face. The Empress said she had sent a knight to search. She acknowledged that he might have been too rude, and therefore she apologized for him. Julius looked at her and asked if she really thought he'd believe her nonsense. The Empress looked at him and said she'd be in his place. She wouldn't believe it either. She looked at him and said she should have earned his trust sooner. She said she'd sent the search team and fed for him to control herself to be on a team with the freaks from the sanctuary. She looked at Julius and said that if he continued to provoke her, she would have no reason to leave the young lady alive. Julius, in turn, was very angry. The Empress looked at him and said she liked him very much. She wished he were around so she could enjoy his company. With a smirk, the Empress said she would do anything to calm him down. She looked at him with a sharp gaze and said that she would not forgive him if he began to consider her his enemy. The Empress looked at him and said with fury that it would be better to tear him to pieces with tears in her eyes than to see him leave her. Approached them and asked for forgiveness for interfering in their conversation. He approached them and apologized for interrupting their conversation. He looked puzzled and said that the shrine would soon fall apart. The Archduke turned to leave. The Empress looked at him and asked what he was so afraid of. She looked at him and asked if their relationship was merely that of guardian and subordinate. The Archduke, for his part, said nothing and left silently. The Archduke sat in his study, pondering everything he wanted to try to ensure that Elsidonia and Mint were not connected. He wanted to hide Mint on the eastern continent, and there the danger threatening it would also be reduced. He knew she wouldn't understand it now, but he really hoped that someday she would accept it. He remembered the young lady who was looking at him intently with tears in her eyes. He remembered the Empress, who with a smirk on her face asked him what he was afraid of. He was very afraid of losing someone else from his family. He didn't want it at all, but now he had a person who made him want to live. He knew he always had to think and make decisions alone. He knew no one would take his hand or share his thoughts. He knew it would be the same this time. The Archduke heard a strange noise outside the door. A moment later, Mint burst into his office. The Archduke was very surprised as the young lady opened the door with her foot. Mint and the Archduke stared at each other. Julius looked at the young lady and asked in surprise if she'd had anything to drink. Mint, in turn, looked at him and said with a smile that she had. The Archduke was shocked as he realized that he was experiencing déjà vu. Mint looked at him and said that drinking wasn't so bad after all, since alcohol didn't trigger bad thoughts. She said she now understood why he drank so much. He looked at her and said that he was very good at alleviating her mixed feelings, and it was all because he was sending her to the eastern continent. He looked at her and said that while she was there, he would do everything for her. Mint was furious, saying that as a child, she'd seen aristocrats abandon a puppy. The abandoned puppy tried with all its might to catch the carriage, but it couldn't. She looked at him and said that it was very sad, and she still remembers this picture as if it were yesterday. She looked at him and said that they must have gotten tired of the puppy and decided to abandon him. Mint said that the owners probably felt better after that. The Archduke stared at the young lady. Mint was furious, knowing he was treating her like a puppy, but she was still furious with herself because she still couldn't hate him. Julius came closer to the young lady and called her. He looked at her and said she was drunk, and that everything she said was spoken in a clouded state. He told her not to beat around the bush and to just say it straight out. Mint looked at him with tears streaming down her face. She said he'd brought her home and now was sending her away. She looked at him and asked if he'd ever considered her feelings. She said she didn't care how effective or profitable his plan was. She looked at him and asked why he made all the decisions alone. She said she was capable of making decisions about her future herself. She asked him why he was taking that opportunity away from her. Mint looked at him and started crying even harder. She said he was very bad. Julius, in turn, hugged Mint tightly. He looked at her and asked how he could leave her by his side, knowing that she was in great danger. He looked at her and said she could die. Julius looked at the young lady and asked if she understood. Mint said she understood perfectly well, but life was meaningless without him in it. The butler entered the office and quietly asked if his master had called him. The Archduke looked at the butler and told him to teach Mint magic starting tomorrow. Roel was shocked. He looked at his master and asked if he had been the one who had tried to suppress her powers with the spirit stone yesterday. The butler looked at his master and asked what had happened. The Archduke stared at the butler. A moment later, he said he had changed his mind. Yuli realized she was right and free to make her own decision, so he would have to accept it and help her in any way he could. But one day the day will come when she will leave him. The butler looked at the young lady puzzled. He looked at her and asked how long she would remain like that. Mint in turn did not answer and continued to lie on the bed, wrapped in a blanket. She said that she would spend her whole life under the covers because she was so ashamed. The butler took the blanket from her and angrily told her to get up quickly and stop talking nonsense. She looked at him in surprise and asked if he was angry. The butler looked at her and said he wasn't angry. He said it hadn't even been a day since she'd been rescued, and she'd already gone and emptied nearly the entire wine cellar. He said he had no reason to be angry. Mint timidly apologized. Mint looked at the butler and asked what happened to the prince. The butler said that the prince had gone to the sanctuary to conduct a ceremony. Mint was in shock. She couldn't understand how he could do this. He'd almost died, and now he was trying to escape again. The butler looked at the young lady and said that the prince had given her something. Mint looked at the butler in surprise. Mint looked at the note, and it said what she would see. Mint was surprised and didn't understand what it was talking about. The knight looked at the prince and said that he would soon see the Holy Land. The prince in turn said nothing. The knight asked the prince if he had forgotten something. The prince smiled and said he thought he should at least have a look at the young lady's face. He knew it was only a temporary separation. Mint was puzzled. She still thought that they had become very close while spending a few days together. Mint understood that he had simply up and left. She also knew that she had to leave for the Eastern continent herself because the Archduke would never change his mind. Mint knew that if she stopped being the mistress in this house, then all her relationships with her loved ones would break off. She knew that she would lose communication with the master. Mint looked at the butler and called him. She looked at him and asked if she stopped being part of this family, would he stop treating her well? The butler looked at her with puzzlement and surprise and said that perhaps that would be the case. He said that if he saw her drunk to the point of unconsciousness, instead of today's argument, he'd want to punch her. Mint was surprised and shocked by his words. He looked at her and said she was much younger than him, and he would address her informally. Although she had never once asked how old he was, Mint looked at him and said that wasn't true. He looked at her and asked why she hadn't asked before. Mint understood that if she asked and heard an answer, then her opponent would ask her a counter question. She would probably be asked what kind of person she was and how she lived. Mint understood that if she had known that they would part so soon, she would have opened up earlier. The butler looked at her and said that he would like to convey the master's message. Mint looked at him in surprise, as she had been expecting. The butler looked at her and said that the master told her that she would be studying magic with Roll today. Mint was surprised and puzzled. She hadn't expected this. The butler looked at her and said that the master had conveyed these words to her. At the cost of Mint wanting to do as she pleases, she must become stronger so that she can defend herself. Mint ran up to the butler and asked if it was true. She was shocked and overjoyed. The butler looked at her and asked with a smile if she was really so excited to learn magic. Mint was glad she wouldn't end up leaving for the Eastern continent. The butler looked at her and told her to calm down, as they had a lot to prepare. She was very happy knowing she wouldn't be parting with the people she held so dear. Kamen looked at the young lady and asked if he was a beauty. Mint looked at the knight in surprise and said with a smile that he was certainly a beauty. Mint looked at him and said that they had come for the magic training supplies after all. The knight looked at her and said that was certainly true, but they needed to have some fun too. He looked at her and said with a smile that they hadn't gone out for a long time, and he wanted to arrange one. Today was a very happy day for her. Mint knew that the fireplace was very worried about the recent events that had happened. The young lady saw the mint and was very surprised. A moment later, the young lady looked at the mint and asked if it was really her. The young lady looked at the mint and said her name was Estelle. She also asked if the mint remembered her. Kamen approached the young lady and asked if she knew the girl. Mint froze in shock. The young lady looked at the mint and asked what was wrong with it. She said that the mint knew her after all. The young lady smiled and said that they had been with her as a sacrifice. Mint shouted that she didn't know anything like that and ran off like lightning. The knight ran after the young lady. He shouted at her not to run so fast or she would fall. A girl approached the young lady and called her, Astel was very frightened. Astel looked at the other girl and asked what happened. The girl looked at Astel and apologized. She looked at her and asked if her name was Astel. The princess looked at the young lady and asked what they had talked about, as she said she would like to hear the details. Camille looked at the young lady and told her to look at him, as he had bought her the most popular desserts in the empire. He told her with a smile to come out and try at least a piece. Roll approached the knight and asked if the lady had come out. The knight looked at the butler and said she hadn't come out. He said it was the first time he'd seen such an expression on his mistress's face. The knight said that it was all because of the lady they met. The knight looked at the butler and asked if the archduke had given any instructions. He said he could speak with her. The butler looked at the knight and said that the master told him to leave the young lady alone. He said that this is what the lady wants. Mint sat alone in the room and remembered the young lady she had met. Mint was furious. She didn't want to remember it at all. She didn't know what to do. She was very scared and didn't know what to do because everyone might find out about her secret. Mint heard some noise outside the door. Urian knocked on her door and asked her if he could enter the room. Mint walked up to the door and timidly opened it. The young man looked at the young lady and said he'd been told someone had tried to speak to her. Mint realized the rumors had spread. She knew it was inevitable, as there were so many people there. She knew they'd probably all heard the young lady's words by now and were now making their own guesses. The young man looked at the young lady and said that, if the girl had caused her any suffering, he would make sure that she never met her again. Mint looked at her friend in surprise and bewilderment. There was a moment of silence between them. She asked him what he would do if she suddenly turned out to be a terrible liar or a completely different person from who he thought she was. He looked at her and said that he didn't care, because it wouldn't change anything since she saved his life. He looked at her and said that before the prince left, he had heard from him that she had saved his life by making a deal with him. Mint was shocked, as she hadn't expected the prince to tell him. Urian knelt before Mint. Mint was shocked. She looked at him and asked what he was doing. She told him to get up immediately. Mint looked at the young man in surprise. He looked at her and said that he wouldn't regret losing the life she had saved. He said that saving her would be an honor for him. She looked at him and told him not to say such words to her, as she was trying to give back to him what she had received from him. Mint looked at her friend and thanked him. She said that, thanks to him, she felt much better. A moment later, she told him not to kneel before her again. For a few more minutes, the young man looked intently at the young lady and smiled. The young man realized that he still had not become someone she could rely on. The man was scared. He looked at the young lady and asked who she was and why she grabbed him. She looked at him and asked if he was asking her why she had gotten him out of prison. The girl looked at the man intently and called him by name, adding that he was the director of the shelter. The man was shocked, as he hadn't expected to hear anything like that. She looked at him menacingly and said that this was merely his official position. In reality, he was a criminal who had sold orphans. A few years ago, the Archduke had found out about it and sentenced him to prison. The man knelt before the young lady and asked for forgiveness. He said he deeply regretted what he had done. The young lady looked at him and told him to shut up. She looked at him and said she didn't care about his regrets, but she was interested in the mint that was in his shelter. The man was shocked, as he hadn't expected to hear something like that. She said she'd looked through the orphanage papers and noticed that Mint had vanished like smoke from the orphanage at the age of 11, and when she turned 13, she'd reappeared at the orphanage. And after her return, the man began to beat her. The young lady looked at the man intently and asked why he did that. The man, puzzled, replied that the girl was simply idle and didn't know how to do anything properly. The young lady called the knight to help her get the man to talk. With the speed of lightning, the knight struck the man. The man was in shock and very scared when the knight put a knife to his throat. She looked at him and asked how many of his fingers she would have to cut off before he would start talking. The man was shocked and said he really didn't know anything. He said that the man who took the mint was a pagan priest. Everyone froze in indignation. The young lady looked at the man and said with a smirk that she was now more interested. Mint looked at her in surprise. She saw the Archduke and the princess. Mint quickly hid, noticing the tension between them growing. She had no idea when the princess had arrived. The princess struck the Archduke in anger. Mint was shocked by what she saw, as she did not expect such a thing. The princess angrily asked the Archduke if he really didn't care about his own life. The princess angrily said that he knew perfectly well what was wrong with the empress. She asked him if he couldn't bow his head to her just once. She looked at him with fury and asked why he was under such threat. The princess was furious, as all this was because of a girl with whom he had nothing in common. Mint froze in surprise. She was shocked by what she heard. She was surprised and did not understand why the princess was talking about her now. The princess said that when the war ended, he returned almost a corpse, and she thought he would soon die. She wanted to say something else, but the Archduke interrupted her and said that there were many ears here. The princess was furious. She turned to leave and finally told him that he was free to do as he wished. The princess burst into tears and said that she was already tired of being afraid that he might die. Mint was shocked by what she heard. She stood quietly behind the column when she hid. The Archduke glanced at the young lady, hiding behind a column. A moment later, he told her to come out. Mint was shocked, not expecting him to see her hiding there. Mint looked at him and apologized. She said she hadn't been listening long enough. He looked at her and said she didn't need to apologize. A moment later, Mint asked what he had talked about with the princess. She looked at him and said that it seemed like the conversation was about her. He said that he had been disobeying the Empress's orders lately. He said that this had made the Empress very angry. The princess came to dissuade him, but he refused. Mint, her voice trembling, asked why he was doing this. He looked at her and said that it was clear, since after that incident on the ridge, they could not be on good terms. Yuri said that the Empress asked to bring Mint to the palace, under the pretext of teaching her etiquette and manners for her marriage to the prince. Mint was shocked by what she heard. The Archduke looked at her and said that although the Empress was hiding it, he was certain the prince was missing. He said that either the prince had been killed or he had fled, and only the Empress knew. But he knew perfectly well what she was after, and he wouldn't indulge her. Mint was shocked. She hadn't wanted to ruin the relationship between him and the Empress because of her. She didn't know what would happen if she angered someone like the Empress. Julius looked at her and told her not to worry. Mint looked at him in surprise. He looked at her and asked if they had left. She had already started to leave her room. Mint looked at him and said that everything was fine now. The princess rode back to the palace and remembered the words of the young girl. My girlfriend looked at the princess and said that she and Mint were victims of pagans as children. The princess looked at the young lady in bewilderment and asked what she was talking about. She said she was talking about them being sacrifices. She said the pagans wanted the goddess's soul to enter a human body. She said that during the ceremony, if the soul enters the body, one can lose consciousness and begin to obey using its power. The young lady said that of course there were many victims who could not survive until the end of the ceremony, but that day everything was different. Everyone present rejoiced, because finally the great Kalanim chose her body. The young girl was terrified. She was very scared. Everyone present was delighted that the goddess was finally with them. The girl said that Mint had been chosen at the Advent ceremony that day. The other children who were supposed to undergo the same process were released. The young lady said there was a wonderful night, and they said he had destroyed all the pagans and ended the war. She said she thought the Mint had died then too. She couldn't understand how the Mint had managed to survive, and she was dressed so richly. The princess looked at the young girl and asked if she had told anyone else about this. The young lady looked at the princess and said she hadn't told anyone. The princess looked at her and asked her to make a promise. The princess looked at the young lady and said she would tell no one anything and would pass by the Mint as if she didn't know it. She wanted the young lady to seal this oath with her life. The young lady was shocked and very scared. She stood up with lightning speed. She looked at the princess and asked why she had to do this. The princess looked at the young lady intently and said that if she did not do so, she would have to kill the young lady. The princess apologized for threatening her. She said she couldn't let it go as the young lady could endanger her friend's life. The princess was surprised because the Archduke, even knowing everything about Mint, left her alive. She was confused and didn't understand why everything was happening this way. She knew it didn't matter now because the truth would soon be revealed. The princess knew that in that case, all of Elkadonia would be considered traitors who had defected to the pagans. The princess knew that even though she had calmed the young lady down and spoken to her, the incident at the store was beyond her control. She knew rumors would soon spread. The princess knew that she would do anything to protect her friend. The butler, lightning fast, burst into the Archduke's room. He said an urgent message had arrived from their spy in the palace. Roel said that Lady Isela Dwellian came to the palace to tell something secret about Mint Elkadonia, and now she awaits an audience with the Empress. The Empress looked at the young lady and said that they were seeing each other for the first time since the banquet in honor of the princess's birthday. The young lady greeted the Empress. She looked at her and said that she had very important information about the pagans. The young lady looked at the Empress and asked who it was next to her. The Empress said the man's name was Clion, and he was the next successor to the sanctuary. She said the situation was very fortunate, since it involved pagans. The Empress said that he would also listen to her. The Empress looked at the young lady and told her to tell her what she had learned that was so incredible. The young lady looked at them and said that she came here to report the defector, Mint Elkadonia. The Empress was surprised that the young lady was held captive by the pagans. The young lady was surprised and stared at the Empress. She couldn't understand why she had such a reaction. A moment later, they heard a noise outside the door. The Empress looked intently at the Archduke and said with a smile that he was simply unbearable. An evil Archduke entered to them. The young lady was very angry because she did not expect to see him. The Empress said with a grin that she was very upset, since when she called him, he never came to her himself, but when it came to his beloved Mint, he was right there. The young lady looked at the Empress with a sharp and angry expression. The Archduke looked at the Empress and asked her to relay the case of Acella, who had facilitated the criminal's escape from prison. The young lady was shocked. She said the Archduke was talking pure nonsense, since she'd simply drawn the man out to reveal the truth. She said she was certain Mint was obliged to be interrogated at the palace and the sanctuary. She wanted them to use every form of torture. The Empress looked at the priest and asked with a smirk if he had heard. She said that children were very cruel these days. The young lady was shocked, unable to understand the Empress's reaction. She knew that Mint was associated with the pagans. Acella said angrily that this would sound very rude, but they had to listen to this man's testimony. She said the man was the director of the orphanage where the young lady grew up. He witnessed her being taken away by the pagan leader. The man looked at the young lady with a puzzled expression and said that was exactly it. The priest looked at the man and asked if there was any evidence that the pagans had taken the Mint. The man said it was too far away, and he couldn't see his face, but he had personally witnessed the dead kitten come to life in his arms. The man looked at them and asked if this wasn't forbidden magic, used only by pagans. He said it was magic that defied all the laws of nature. The Empress said that perhaps the man had simply used healing magic on the cat, which was weakened. She said she thought there was no point in listening to such nonsense any longer. The man said angrily that the Mint had told him everything itself. For a moment there was dead silence. The man said that when the young lady returned to the shelter, he questioned her. She then said that a pagan elder had taken her. The young lady looked at the man and said that it was so, and that day she was to be the victim. She said that once the ceremony began, she knew and remembered nothing more. She looked at the man and asked where the elder was. She said they needed to inherit the power of the Kalgara and the world. The man with the speed of lightning covered her mouth with his hand. Mint looked at the director in surprise. The director looked at the young lady and said he knew nothing and it was all her fault. He swung angrily at the young lady. The man said he was terrified, and if anyone had found out he was raising such a child, it would have certainly affected him. But if he had killed her, he would have gone to hell, and if he had sent her to someone else's care, rumors would have spread. So he kept her disciplined. He made sure she grew up in the cold and dirt, seeing nothing but the most banal things. He said that if she started to forget about that, it would be much better. The man said that fortunately, she had begun to forget about it, little by little, but then the Archduke arrived. The man said angrily that he thought the Archduke had known all about Mint from the start and had taken her away immediately. The priest was surprised. He looked at the Archduke and asked angrily if this was true. The priest looked at the Archduke and asked if it was true that the young lady had been a pagan sacrifice. The priest was shocked. He said that knowing this, the Archduke had nevertheless taken her guardianship. Julius looked at the Empress and told her to throw the uninvited guests out of the hall. The Empress gave the order, and they began to take the young lady away. The man shouted angrily for them to promise to spare him. The Empress looked at the Archduke with a smile and said that something like this would be difficult to hide. The priest was shocked. He looked at the Empress and asked if she really knew about it. The Empress replied that she alone had once found out thanks to an incident. The Empress looked at the Archduke and said that no matter what he thought, it was true that the Mint had killed many lives, following the orders of the pagan elder. The Empress looked at the Duke and said that she should send Rurish right now to bring her head. The priest was shocked. The Archduke looked at her and asked her to pretend that she did not know about it. The Empress looked at him and said with a smile that he was constantly causing her pain. She asked why she had to make such great concessions for him. The Archduke looked at her and said that if she did so, he would give her what she wanted most. The Empress was shocked as she did not expect to hear such a thing. She looked at him and asked if he was serious now. Julius looked at her and said that he wanted only one thing. He wanted no one to be able to ruin Mint's life. Mint woke up early in the morning. She was shocked, unable to understand why she was having this dream. She had stopped having these dreams when she arrived at the estate. He screamed in rage. He didn't understand at all why the Archduke wanted to take her. He grabbed the young lady and told her to listen carefully. He said the man who wanted her with all his heart hated pagans. He said that if he discovered her true identity, he would kill her, and if she was caught, it would be the end for them too. Mint sat on the edge of the bed, puzzled and quiet. Mint heard the maid arrive. The maid opened the door and smiling said that she had a guest. Mint was surprised, as she wasn't expecting anyone, but a moment later, she realized who had come to see her. The princess went to her room and apologized for showing up unannounced. The maid looked at the princess and invited her to go into the hall while the young lady tidied herself up. The princess looked at the maid and pushed her out. She said that, unfortunately, she didn't have time for this. Mint was surprised and did not understand why the princess was acting like this. She noticed that the atmosphere was different from before. The princess looked at the young lady and asked if she knew that the Archduke had gone to meet the Empress. Mint was surprised, as this was the first she had heard of it. She said she didn't know about it and asked why he went to her. Mint was shocked to hear Estelle's name. The princess looked at the young lady and asked if she knew her. The princess said that she had been there the last time and overheard their conversation. Later, she learned everything from the young lady. The princess said that the truth had already reached the Empress's ears. Mint was shocked and didn't know what to do now. The princess looked at the young lady and said that the Archduke had gone to negotiate with the Empress about her. The princess said that in order to protect the Mint, the Archduke was ready to present Elkadonia in his arms. Mint was shocked she didn't know if it was true. Mint froze and didn't hear the princess. The princess came closer to her in a rage and shouted angrily at her to come to her senses. The princess said that now was not the time to be stupefied. She said that the family's wealth was their most precious possession. She said that what the Empress and the sanctuary wanted was an eternal stone mine. Mint was perplexed. The princess said it was a spiritual stone which possessed immortal power. It was a secret kept by the head of the family. Now Mint understood why the Empress treated the Archduke this way. She understood why the sanctuary killed his family. She was shocked because she realized that it was all because of the power of eternal life. The princess looked at the young lady and said that if this immortal power suddenly fell into the hands of the Empress, then an endless dictatorship would begin. The princess looked at the young lady and, bowing her head, asked her to leave the estate. She said that if the young lady was constantly around the Archduke, everything would turn into a nightmare. The Empress burst into laughter. She couldn't believe the Archduke would destroy his family's centuries-old tradition for the sake of some girl he wasn't even related to. She said with a smirk that she thought his father was crying tears of blood up there. The priest was shocked and asked her what she was talking about. He asked her if she really wanted to make a deal with the Archduke in his presence. The priest said he wouldn't participate. He said they didn't know maybe the Elkadonia Mint still contained Calgara's powers. The Duke looked at the priest and asked if he remembered his duty to him. The priest said that he, of course, remembered since during the war, the Archduke had saved his life on several occasions. Julius looked at him and said he wanted to repay this debt. Now he asked him to take control of the sanctuary. The priest agreed, but a moment later, he said the high priest wouldn't remain silent. Julius looked at him and told him to tell the priest that he would give him what he desired. The Empress looked at him and asked if they wanted the same thing. Julius looked at her and said it was none of his business. He said they should decide between themselves. He looked at them and said he was done with this. The Empress looked after him intently and asked why he was doing this. The priest looked at her and said that it wasn't even about today. He looked at him and asked why he had let her live back then. Finally, the Archduke said that it was not he who had left her alive, but she who had left him. Before he could get out of the carriage, the Archduke heard a noise. A maid ran up to him. He looked at her and asked what had happened. The maid looked at the master and said that the mistress was missing. Julius was shocked by what he heard. Urien read the note from the young lady. She apologized to him for leaving him. Roel used his magic to find the young lady. He looked at Camille and said he couldn't find her in the immediate area. Camille was shocked and asked if she had already left the area. Camille looked at the Archduke and asked him for permission to expand the search. Julius said that they were stopping the search. Everyone present was shocked and bewildered. Yuli said that the letter left for Yurion was written by Miyata. He said it was unlikely she would have done such a thing without a reason. Julius said that he probably sincerely wanted to leave the estate. Everyone present was shocked and did not understand why the young lady did this. Julius looked at those present and ordered them to send several people to keep an eye on the young lady. The butler looked intently at his master. He knew that many knights had lost their loved ones in the war with the pagans. And even those who are now worried about Mint will probably be perplexed to learn that it is associated with pagans. He understood that the Duke's decision was correct, but he still hoped that she wouldn't suffer elsewhere. Mint looked at the man in surprise and said that it was very expensive. The man looked at the young lady and said that it had gotten colder now, and the price of skins had gone up, and they in general were barely making ends meet. The man looked at the young lady and told his friend that she was an aristocrat and needed to be properly seduced. The princess looked at the young lady and asked if she was sure she could handle it herself. Mint said everything was fine and she would do it herself. She said they couldn't allow the emperor to seize the princess as well. The princess looked at the young lady with surprise and pity. The princess looked at us and even said regretfully that she knew she had no right to say such a thing, but she still thanked the young lady for choosing to protect Elkadonia. Mint rode leisurely on horseback. She thought about everything that had happened. She knew that the princess was very good, cool, strong, and reliable. Mint understood that the princess could protect Julius and not let anyone harm him. Mint understood that a liar like her would not be able to protect her family. Mint thought that he was most likely offended by her. Mint knew she couldn't live there anymore, and she didn't want her friend to suffer along with her. To the young lady's surprise, the horse stopped. A moment later, he started acting out. He was very scared. Mint fell off the horse, and the horse in turn ran away in fear. She was shocked and didn't understand why he suddenly behaved like that. A moment later, she saw the monsters behind the trees. Mint was in shock, as there were a lot of monsters, and they were approaching her. Mint in turn looked at her in surprise. She felt strange. Mint was surprised, as she had never been afraid of such a situation before. She thought that, most likely, she no longer cared about her life. Did Mint really see the monsters fighting among themselves? Mint thought that she could of course die, but not from Julius's enemies. Mint yelled at the monster to bite. Mint was perplexed. She didn't understand why the Archduke had done such a thing. She didn't understand why he had saved a liar like her. She didn't understand why he allowed her to experience the sweets of this life. The monsters fought among themselves, and the Mint ran away. She was a little confused, as this was the first time she had used the Force in her right mind. She had a hard time controlling it. Mint screamed as she looked at the monsters to make them all disappear. Unexpectedly for Mint, someone pushed her and shouted at her to move away. The young lady looked at Mint and asked why she was standing there alone, stunned. She asked Mint if she had really decided to commit suicide. Mint was surprised because she saw Kelsika. Kelsika was furious, yelling at Mint to quickly get up and run, as this was her first encounter with such a huge number of monsters. Kelsika was perplexed. She did not understand why the monsters left so suddenly. Kelsika looked at the Mint in surprise and intently. The young lady looked at the Mint and said that it seemed the rumors were true, and it was true that it was associated with the pagans. Mint realized that it seemed like the rumors had already spread. Kelsika looked at us and even asked if she could call the monster back. Mint was confused. The young lady looked at us and even said with a smile that this monster's eyes could be sold for a pretty penny. She smiled and told Mint to call him, and she would pluck his eye out. Mint was surprised. She didn't expect to hear that. Kelsika stared into the monster's eyes. She said the money was for her brother's medicine. For a whole year, she looked at Mint and thanked her. The young lady handed the balls a bowl of hot soup. She smiled and said that Mint must be hungry. Mint looked at the young lady and asked if she felt comfortable around Mint. Mint said she was a victim and even controls monsters. The young lady looked at the Mint and asked if she understood correctly that it was not she who killed and gutted all the knights. Mint said she had no memories of that day. You looked at Mint and said it was all clear. Since she had no memories, it meant she hadn't done everything of her own free will. She looked at Mint and told her not to be sad. The young lady looked at Mint and said that, in fact, she envied her. Mint was surprised and didn't understand what she was talking about. The young lady smiled and said, puzzled, that monster hunting was a very profitable business. She said, in other words, it's just a four-legged walking sack with a fortune. The young lady looked at Mint and said that if she had nowhere else to go, she could stay with her and hunt monsters. She said she would earn money and Mint could contribute to this world. Mint laughed. The young lady looked at Mint intently. She was pleased that Mint had become more cheerful. The young lady looked closely at the Mint and said that it did not matter where the power came from because it was up to the person how to use it. Mint remembered a conversation she had with a friend when she was little. The young girl had said that the pagans themselves had said this, that if someone were elected, they could make the world a much better place. Mint was confused, and she didn't know how to use her power properly. Kelsica looked at the young lady and asked what she thought was causing harm to the family, and if that was why she ran away. Mint said that was exactly it. The young lady looked at Mint and said that she should have acted shamelessly. Kelsica turned to her friend and said she should have played the victim, and said it wasn't her fault. Mint looked at her and asked what she was talking about. Mint remembered what Julius had once told her about her habit of blaming herself for everything he'd told her to try to gradually break free from this annoying habit. Suddenly, the young ladies heard a noise. A moment later, they saw a bunch of monsters. The young lady looked at Minto intently and said that it was very strange that they had met monsters yesterday and today. Mint looked at her friend and said with puzzlement that she had not yet had time to fully wield her power. Mint said fearfully that sometimes monsters don't listen to her. Mint had never told anyone that when it snowed, she was terrified. The snow made her remember the times when she lived with the pagans. The man looked at the young lady in surprise, and with a grin, he said he had found her. Mint looked at him intently and in surprise. The man looked at her and said that tomorrow was the day of the ceremony. He looked at her and asked if she was afraid. Mint looked at him and said that she was more afraid of being thrown out of the shelter. It turned out Tamara had abandoned them. She makes people like Mint die of cold, but Kalgara is different. He gives his warmth to the whole world. The man looked at the young lady and said that he also gives her warmth. He looked at her and said she was the first person who wasn't afraid to show her emotions. He said he could tell her a secret about the day as a reward. He looked at her and said he would tell her his name. Mint was shocked, unable to understand why her memories had been interrupted so abruptly. She was shocked because she felt like she was looking into a kaleidoscope. Mint rose heavily from the ground. She lifted something that had apparently fallen from the cliff. She looked up intently and looked for her friend. A moment later, a searing pain enveloped her. A snake that was supposed to be dormant bit a young lady. Mint was shocked as it was poisonous. She didn't understand what was happening at all and why it was happening to her. Mint thought that soon this would be her punishment for her actions and her lies. Mint thought it was all very funny, because even in this situation, she still missed Julius. A moment later, she saw a blurry silhouette. Julius looked at her in surprise and fear and shouted her name. Mint thought that soon after she began to hallucinate. She looked at him and told him to go away. Closing her eyes, she said that he knew that such a bite could not kill her. She looked at him and said that he knew everything. She asked him why he had remained silent until now. She asked him why he hadn't handed her over to the palace. He looked at her and said he didn't consider her to be the culprit. He said she was little and a victim of the pagans. Mint was furious. She screamed that it was all a lie. She said that when he was little, he lost his entire family to them. She said that he wanted to destroy everyone connected to them. Mint burst into tears. She said she didn't understand him. She asked him why he had given her a new life. Julius remembered their first meeting. He looked at her and said that it was all because she once said that she wanted love. Mint knew it was just a hallucination. The Archduke stared at her leg. He lifted her leg. Mint was in shock and didn't understand what was happening. She saw him begin to touch her injured leg. Mint was very embarrassed. She felt uncomfortable with what he was doing. The butler looked at his master and said they had located the young lady's whereabouts. He said that, judging by her route, she intended to go to the port and board a ship. A moment later, they saw snow outside the window. The butler looked at the gentleman and said that the young lady does not like it when it snows. Julius remained silent and didn't answer. A moment later, he looked at the butler and said he could go. Julius thought that perhaps Mint needed time to get his thoughts in order. He thought that he needed to write her a letter first. He remembered her words. She had once said that in a life without him, there was no meaning for her. He realized that he needed to decide something. A maid came into him and said that she had made him tea. The maid was surprised, because there was no one in the office. Sometime later, Mint woke up. Julius looked at her intently and asked if she had woken up already. Mint was surprised and frightened. With lightning speed, she sat up on the bed. He looked at her and told her not to get up. He said he'd only provided first aid. Julius looked at her and said they needed to return to the estate and continue treatment. Mint looked at him and asked if he was worried about her. She looked at him and said that he really shouldn't. Mint said that if he were seen like this, they might also suspect him of paganism. He looked at her and said that she spoke as if she were a completely different person. She looked at him and said with a smile that, "That's how it is." She said that the Mint he knew was fake. She looked at him and said she felt very comfortable now, and there was no need to pretend in front of anyone anymore. She said that if she went back to the estate, she would most likely be very ashamed. He looked at her and said that he heard from the princess that she knew about the eternal stone. Julius said that if she is worried about for this, then there is no need. He said that he has his own plan for this, and in the end, they will not get what they want. He said that, however, some events would still be unavoidable, and perhaps special ones would arise that would confuse them. He looked at her and said with a smile that they would get through it together. Julius looked at her and said with a smile that he would certainly protect her. A moment later, the young lady unexpectedly saw the princess. The princess angrily asked her if she had forgotten her promise. The princess spoke to the young lady, promising to leave the estate. The princess asked the young lady if she really wanted to return to kill Julius. She smiled a sly smile and said that she would simply amaze. With lightning speed, Mint removed the Archduke's hand and angrily declared that she would not return to the estate. Julius was surprised. Mint truly wanted to return to the beautiful estate where she once lived, to the place where she loved everyone, but she couldn't do that. She knew she had to be stronger. She sincerely wanted to protect her family. She wanted to protect Yuli. Mint said she simply couldn't forget the past and live happily. She looked at him and asked him to leave. Julius looked at her in surprise and asked if she really wanted this. Mint said yes. A moment later, Julius stood up and walked slowly. Mint was puzzled. He left, and she succumbed to memories. She remembered their first meeting, when he had told her with a smile on his face to make herself at home. She remembered him telling her he wanted her to go on living. He told her she shouldn't worry about anything. Mint said goodbye to him in her memories. Suddenly, she heard some noise. Mint was shocked when she saw the Archduke enter the room. She saw his serious and intent gaze. Mint looked at him and asked why he had come again. Julius moved closer to her. He looked at her and said he would ask just once. He looked at her and asked if she had any unpaid debt to him. Mint said so. The Archduke looked at her and said that in that case, he was asking her to make things easier in advance, not for his actions. The young lady was shocked, unable to understand what he wanted to do. A moment later, he picked her up. Mint was in shock at the whole thing. She was shocked and asked him what he was doing. Mint said it was just a kidnapping. Julius, puzzled, said he was kidnapping her. Julius looked at her and said that she owed him something. Mint, puzzled, said that she would try to pay him back. She looked at him and said with fury that she no longer wanted to be his ward. Yuli looked at her and said that in that case, she would pay her debt where he could see her. He said he was just about to hire a personal maid. Yuli looked at her and said with a grin that a worker had just appeared, who she didn't have to pay. He said with a grin that everything had worked out just fine. Mint was shocked by what she heard. She looked at him and asked what he was even talking about. Mint slowly knocked on the door. The Archduke said she could come in. Mint looked at him and said that the afternoon tea had been brewed for him. The Archduke looked at her puzzled. Mint was furious. She didn't understand at all how it came to this. Yuli looked at the young lady and showed her the guardianship documents. She saw that the guardian could demand compensation in any form from the ward. She was very surprised and shocked. She looked at him and said angrily that it was an unfair agreement. He looked at her and said that it was the way it was anyway. He looked at her and said with a smile that she herself had put her handprint there with great desire. Mint said she was only 15 years old at the time, and not only didn't he explain it to her, he didn't even give her time to read the contract. Julius looked at her and said with a grin that he was very sorry and that he hoped that this incident would serve as a lesson for her in the future. He looked at her and said he'd made a great investment in her future. He even thought she wouldn't be able to repay in this life everything he'd given her with her maid's salary. He looked at her and said that if she wanted to become a lady of his family again, he would forgive her the entire debt. Mint was furious. She didn't understand how he'd behaved this way towards her. She looked at him and asked what would happen if he too were accused of paganism. She asked him what would happen if his property were confiscated and he himself were executed. He looked at her and said he would take care of the family's protection himself and that it wasn't her concern. He said he wouldn't act so recklessly without a plan. Julius said he could protect her and Elsidonia. Mint looked at him and said angrily that she did not want to cause him any inconvenience, and be in his debt all the time. He looked at her and said that he understood everything, and she could atone for her debt by serving him. Mint was furious because she realized that it was simply impossible to talk to him. He looked at her and said that he knew perfectly well that she wanted to stay on the estate. Mint looked at him in surprise. He looked at her and said he understood perfectly well that the past could not be erased, but even if she ran away now, her past would remain with her forever. Julius looked at her and asked if she wanted to live a lie for the rest of her life. He told her to just accept her past. He said, "Boss, it's okay. It'll be very dangerous for her, and people will point fingers at her." Julius looked at her closely and said softly that this opened up a chance to find people who would accept her for who she really was. Everyone stared at the young lady, completely confused as to what was going on or why she was walking around like that. Mint was furious. She knew it was just too much. Mint entered the kitchen and apologized. She looked at everyone present and asked where she should put the cups. Mint was in shock because everyone was looking at her. She just wanted to sit down and cry. The maid looked at her and said she would clean everything up right away. Mint looked at her and thanked her. The maid looked at the young lady and asked if she really was a pagan. Mint was shocked by the question. The maid looked at the young lady and with tears in her eyes told her that her parents had died in the war. She asked Mint why she was still alive. The maid was furious, screaming that her parents could never be brought back. Another maid ran up to her and shouted. The maid looked at the young lady and said that they would clean everything up themselves and also asked if she could leave the kitchen. Mint was shocked by everything that was happening. She of course understood that something similar would happen, but it was still difficult for her. Mint walked slowly down the corridor. She could still hear the voices of the maids in her thoughts. Mint knew it was a natural reaction, but for the defense of the Archduke, she did not really understand everything that was happening. Mint walked slowly down the corridor, lost in her thoughts. Unexpectedly for herself, she ran into someone. She looked at her friend and apologized. She said she was just thinking about it. Mint was surprised to see that it was her friend. A moment later, Mint remembered the note she had written him. She felt very uneasy. Urian glanced sideways at the young lady. A moment later, he turned and began to walk away. Mint, surprised, stared after him. A man approached her and asked if she was okay. Mint was surprised and frightened, as she hadn't expected to see a man. The man looked at her and greeted her. He looked at the young lady and said this recipe was very popular. He said there had already been 2 at the estate, and she was the 3rd one he'd hit. Mint was surprised as she'd seen a new service. The man touched the mint. He said the knight must have had similar vision problems, since he'd pushed away such a sweet girl. The mint bounced off him like lightning. The man came closer to her and asked what she was pretending to be, since they were both servants here. Urian walked up to the man, and with lightning speed pulled him away from Mint. The man looked at the knight with horror. Urian threw the man to the floor and told him to leave immediately. Mint looked at her friend in surprise, as she didn't expect this. Mint wanted to talk to him. He looked at her and asked what she was doing there. Mint looked at him intently and didn't know what to answer. The young man looked at the young lady and asked how she could tolerate this. He told her to tell the gentleman everything and stop this theater. She looked at him and asked for forgiveness. Urian was surprised, as he did not expect to hear such a thing. He looked at her and asked why she was apologizing. Mint looked at him and said that he knew everything perfectly well. She said she was confused that day and didn't think about him. She looked at him and asked if he was angry. The young man looked at her intently. He did not know what to answer her. He looked away from the young lady and said he wasn't angry and wouldn't dare. She looked at him and said he could treat her informally. He looked at her and said that he couldn't do this. He said that when she became mistress again, then she could talk to him. She looked at him and said that in her dream he had addressed her informally. The young man was shocked by what he heard. He looked at her and said that this did not happen. Mint realized that the incident must have really bothered him. She looked at him and said with a smile that she must have misheard. He looked at her and said that he had to go already. As he left, he told her not to try to be friends with him. Mint was shocked by what she heard. He said he remembered everything. A moment later, he said he needed to hurry about his business. Mint was shocked. She realized that her friend had changed, and very much. A moment later, Mint heard a loud rumble. She was shocked and thought it must be an earthquake. The Archduke looked at his butler and told him to calm down. The butler was beside himself with rage. Roel looked at his master and asked if he was really handing over the Eternal Stone Mine to the Emperor and the sanctuary. Roel looked at Julius and asked angrily if he had gone mad. The butler was very angry. He looked at the gentleman and asked who would allow him to do this. Julius looked at the butler and told him to listen carefully, as he intended to hand over only the mine to them. The butler looked at the gentleman and asked if he really wanted to deceive them. Julius looked at the butler and said he was being tactless. The eternal stone is different from ordinary spiritual stones. This stone cannot be used with ordinary magical power. Julius said this truth is unknown in the palace, much less in the sanctuary. Yuri said that while they were fighting each other, they would lose all their strength and time. Meanwhile, they would have already completed all the preparations. Julius said that the emperor and the sanctuary would not ultimately get what they so desperately wanted. The butler said he understood everything. He also asked why he and the young lady had quarreled. The butler asked how long she would continue to wear servants' clothes. The archduke said he had no intention of delaying it. Julius said there was no need to pity her and let her do everything the others did. The harder her duties, the sooner she would return to her place. The butler looked at him and said she should learn just how cunning and treacherous he was. Mint woke up from the noise. She looked at the maid and asked what time it was. The maid looked at her and said it was time for all the servants to wake up. The maid looked at the young lady and said that the beta had risen quickly because she needed to prepare for her morning duties. The maid said that her duty today was to prepare a bath for the archduke. The maid looked at the young lady and told her to fill the bath and spray fragrance. She also prepared a change of clothes. She said all preparations must be completed before the archduke woke up. Mint looked at her and, puzzled, said she understood everything. Another maid called Bess. The maid told Bess that the young lady was playing Preslugu, implying that she was a real servant. She said that she would get into trouble later because of the young lady. The servants began to whisper that the young lady was a pagan. The maid looked at everyone present and asked what was wrong with him. She said the young lady was very young when it all happened, and that a small child couldn't judge whether something was right or wrong. The servants continued to whisper and discuss the matter for a while longer, but Mint had already abandoned them. Mint thought that once the estate learned of her past, everyone would avoid her. She remembered the archduke's words that if a chance opened up to find people who would accept her as she was, Mint thought it would be better than she expected. Slowly, she entered the master's room. Mint knew she had to do everything right before the master woke up. Entering the bathroom, she unexpectedly saw the gentleman. Julius looked at the young lady in surprise. Mint froze in bewilderment. She didn't expect to see him. Mint became embarrassed and started screaming. Julius saw that it was already beginning to get light outside the window. He noticed that the young lady was hanging on longer than the others, even longer than he expected, but he would be very glad if she returned to her place. He knew she had the opportunity to see the world, meet interesting people, and gain experience, that it was her choice, and whatever she decided, so it would be. He didn't understand why he was trying by any means possible to keep her close to him. He knew the decisive battle was just around the corner. Julius knew he had to put these thoughts aside. Mint looked at the gentleman in bewilderment. She hid behind the door, embarrassed, and apologized to him. She said she hadn't known he was already awake. Mint closed her eyes and looked for a towel. He looked at her and said that he thought she was not suited to be a servant. He told her to return to her previous place as soon as possible. Mint walked over to the bathtub and started filling it with water. She looked at him and said with a smirk that in that case she would rub his back. Julius looked at her puzzled. Mint realized she'd been a bit hasty in saying those words. She was in shock, not understanding what was going on. She knew she had no need to worry, as she had already received instructions from the head maid. She knew she could scrub his back, just like her maid had scrubbed his soap. Julius looked at her and told her to start with her hands. Mint slowly began to complete the task. She washed his hands with care. Julius looked intently at the young lady. Mint touched him tenderly. Julius was shocked, looked at her confusedly, and asked what she had just done. Mint looked at him puzzled. A moment later, she asked him if everything was okay. She looked at the gentleman and asked if he was uncomfortable. Without looking at the young lady, he said never. Mint was surprised, not understanding why he was so sensitive today. Mint slowly climbed into the bath and said that she would wash him from below. For a moment, an awkward and incomprehensible atmosphere reigned between them. Julius looked at her and asked who had told her to do this. Mint looked at him in surprise. She said the head maid had told her to do it. Yuli was shocked, unable to understand the young lady's nonsense. He looked at her and told her he no longer needed her help. Mint was shocked. She looked at him and asked if she had done something wrong. Julius sheepishly told her to leave. Mint looked at him in surprise and agreed. Mint thought this whole situation was very strange. After all, she had been told to massage his feet well. By the way, she was very surprised because she didn't know that a maid was supposed to do this. Mint was puzzled because she knew that in his eyes, she was still a little girl. Mint was very deep in her thoughts. A moment later, she heard some noise. Turning around, she saw the immortal knights. Mint realized that they had returned from an expedition to hunt monsters. Mint saw people who were injured. She was stunned and did not understand why there were so many of them. In a war between those who have, it's always the ones who have nothing who suffer. That's what happens in the land where Tamara is worshipped. The man looked at the shaking man and said that it was thanks to this that he was able to meet him. Shalamarigold was overcome with fear. He begged the man to have mercy on him. He also asked who he was. For a moment the man thought about how best to introduce himself. He looked at him and said that he was a loving father of Mint. Mint saw the knight Lucive and called him. She looked at him and asked what happened and why there were so many wounded. The knight looked at her, puzzled, unsure what to say. He said the number of monsters had increased recently. He looked at her and said that there were losses in every corner of the empire. Mint was surprised by what she heard. She looked at him and asked if the Archduke had dealt with them that time. The knight said they thought so too. He looked at her and told her with a smile not to worry, as the Archduke was with them, and they would definitely keep the monsters away. He looked at her and asked why she was wearing a servant's uniform. Mint looked at him puzzled and said nothing. Mint understood that the monsters were coming because of them. She remembered her friend, who said she envied her because she could use her power however she wanted. Mint realized that if it was up to her, how she used her power, she could certainly help them. The butler looked at the master and said that someone was giving orders to the monsters. He said that otherwise they would not have been able to advance so harmoniously. He said he had killed their leader. Roel looked at him and asked if there really was a descendant of the demonic dragon. Roel said that either the leader himself had been reborn or Miss Mint was leading a double life that they didn't know about. The Archduke looked at us angrily at his butler. Roel looked at him and said that couldn't be true. He looked at the gentleman and asked if he thought the others wouldn't reason that way. He said she was once taken in by pagans, given powers, and able to control monsters. He said that without knowing the details of her life, anyone would suspect her. The Archduke looked at the butler and said the mint had nothing to do with it. He said it didn't matter who was there, he'd rip everyone's throats out. Roel understood that the Archduke was very foolish. The butler said that now the entire empire feared the outbreak of a second war with the monsters. Mint entered their office and said with a smile that she also wanted to take part in the monster expedition. The Archduke's butler looked at the young lady intently and with surprise. She looked at them and said that they knew she had the power to control monsters. She said that if she were on the battlefield, no one would be harmed. Roel knew that if the young lady was on an expedition, the imperial family and the sanctuary would not be able to touch her because her past. He was glad that she had grown up. The Archduke looked at her and asked who had given her permission to interfere in this matter. Mint was surprised. Roel in turn was very angry with the Archduke because he was stupid. She looked at them and said that she saw people who had lost their families and hated pagans. She said that she saw people who were suffering because of this. She said that because of her powers, people would suspect Elkadonia. She said that her existence had begun to drag the family into the dirt. She said that if she were to use this power to defend the empire, perhaps she could restore at least some of the lost dignity that Elsidonia had. The Archduke looked at her and said it was none of her concern. He said that unpredictable circumstances always arise on the battlefield, and her monster control abilities weren't yet reliable enough. He said he had no reason to involve her. She looked at him and asked how much longer she should stay at his house. Julius looked at her puzzledly and asked what she was talking about. She said she was currently a burden on him. She looked at him and said with fury that she was like a time bomb, and no one knew when she would explode. She knew that this was the reason why the princess was so desperate to separate her from her master. He said that no matter what the princess did or said, he didn't share her opinion, so she shouldn't worry about it. She looked at him and said that's how she felt, that's what it was. He looked at her and asked why she had such delusions. She looked at him and said furiously that this was not a delusion, but the truth. She asked him how she could not think about it. She looked at him with rage, expressing that she probably still seemed completely useless to him. The Archduke was shocked by the young lady's words. A moment later, Mint realized what she had said. She looked at him and apologized for raising her voice. He looked at her and said he couldn't allow her to participate in the expedition. He said he didn't even want to hear about it anymore. Mint looked at him and told him to forget it. Mint screamed angrily that he was annoying her. She slammed the door angrily and ran out into the corridor. The butler looked at the gentleman and said that it was all his fault. Roel looked at the master and called him. Roel was in shock, seeing his master literally crumble to pieces. He was in shock, not knowing what to do. The knight called Roel. The knight said that when he arrived in the morning, the man was in this state. Everyone present stared at the man with steely surprise. Rael was shocked, unable to understand how the mercenary could have cut through their barrier and entered the underground prison. The knight looked at Roel and said that he must have been a difficult mercenary. Roel saw the man had a note. He was shocked by the contents. He shouted at the knights to summon the Archduke immediately. The note stated that he wanted to personally kill the man who had abused his beloved daughter with mint. The servants at the estate leisurely decorated the house. They were overjoyed and couldn't believe a year had already passed. Meanwhile, the atmosphere between the Archduke and the mint was tense. Julius looked at the mint and called her. He looked at her and said he had prepared a gift for her. He looked at her and said that in honor of the new year, he was planning to give everyone gifts, and if she had any wishes, she could say so. She looked at him with an angry look and asked if he could see that she was busy. She looked at him and asked if he really thought all this was so insignificant that he allowed himself to get in her way. She said it was because she was simply useless to him. Mint said she was grateful for the gift, but would still decline. With lightning speed, she left the office. Mint left the office with anger and indignation. Urian looked at the gentleman. He said that Mr. Roel had told him there was a problem with the underground prison and that he needed to go down there immediately. Julius looked at the young knight and said that he would come right away. Julius looked at the young knight and asked if Urian thought he was wrong. The young man looked at him with puzzlement, as he did not expect such a question. The young man looked at the gentleman and said that even if she hated him and could be protected, this was the only way he had made the right choice. The Archduke was surprised. A moment later, he pulled a pistol from the table. Mint sighed heavily. She was furious. She was furious and didn't know what she was doing. She wondered if she really was untrustworthy. She was very angry because the Archduke tried to smooth things over with a gift, as if he were consoling a child. She knew, of course, but now she realized that she had felt it firsthand, that she was just a ward who always had to clean up for herself. The young lady approached Mint and looked at her with admiration. She smiled and asked if she was really dressed in a maid's uniform. Mint unexpectedly saw her friend. Kelsika looked at Mint and greeted her with a smile. Mint looked at her friend and asked what brought her to the estate. The young lady looked at Mint and said that they had missed each other that day because of the monsters. She said that she heard out of the corner of her ear that she had returned and was very worried. The young lady saw that her friend was very upset about something. She looked at her and said with a smile that they should go get a drink. Mint said she didn't want to because the gentleman didn't like it when she drank. But a moment later, Mint changed her mind and said they could go. Mint knew that from now on she would do everything the way she wanted. The young friends were having a good time. The young lady looked at Mint and asked why she looked so sad. She said she had a very gloomy face. Mint didn't answer and simply turned the glass over. Mint said in a rage that it was all because he didn't listen to her at all. Mint said, puzzled, that she just wanted to prove that she was useful. She genuinely wanted to prove her usefulness and show that she too could control her own life. She also wanted to protect the Archduke as a princess. She didn't want to be pointed at. She didn't want to be called a pagan. She wanted to be confident in herself and her defensive abilities. She looked at her friend and, puzzled, said that she just wanted to stand next to him as an equal. Mint was shivering from the cold. She was a little confused, as she had been too late. For a moment, she was very surprised. In the distance, she saw an incomprehensible silhouette. The young man looked at the young lady with a grin and asked who was there. Mint was in shock. Mint looked at the man and said he was drunk. She said sarcastically that she would call for help now. The man looked at her and asked with a grin who would come to her aid at such a time. He said there was no one here who could protect her. He looked at her and told her not to be afraid, as he just wanted to talk to her. A moment later, the man was surprised. The Archduke looked at the young lady and said that he should have given her this gift. Earlier, Mint was surprised. Julius put a pistol in her hand and told her to shoot. He looked at her and said it was a gun from the Eastern continent. He told her to concentrate magic in her hands and pull the trigger. He looked at her and said that in that case, the man would die. The man looked at the gentleman and said angrily that he had misunderstood everything he said, that this girl had seduced him first. A moment later, the mint exploded. The man fell to the floor. The Archduke looked at us roll and told him to take the man to the underground dungeon. Mint looked at the man who was already leaving with confusion. Mint asked the Archduke if he had been here from the very beginning. He looked at her and said he was there from the start. He said he had to see if she could handle it. He said that if she had been able to hold the trigger, he wouldn't have been able to send her to the battlefield. Mint looked at him in surprise. He looked at her and told her to do whatever she wanted. But he had conditions. He said she had to return to her place first, but in a different way. A moment later, he placed the bracelet on her wrist. Mint looked at him in surprise. He looked at her and said he wasn't superstitious at all, but until the war ended, he asked her to always wear the bracelet as a talisman. She looked at him and asked if he was going somewhere. Julius looked at her puzzled. A moment later, he said he had some business to attend to, and it involved the pagans. He looked at her and said the situation was worse than he could have imagined, and he was leaving tomorrow. Mint was shocked. Mint was puzzled, as she had a bad feeling about this. She knew that if she let him go now, she would not see him for a long time. The Archduke asked her to come inside. With the speed of lightning, Mint ran up to him and grabbed him by the clothes. She looked at him and in a trembling voice told him not to go anywhere. She asked him to leave this matter to others. She asked him why he still had to go there. I looked at her and wanted to calm her down. Mint looked at him and said she loved him. Julius was shocked. She knew he was her savior and her light. She loved him like no one else. She looked at him and apologized for all her whims. She said she wouldn't behave like that again. She said she feared losing him more than anything in the world. She asked him not to leave. Julius looked at her and said that this feeling was probably her delusion. Mint looked at him in surprise. He looked at her and said she was like a little bird, impressed by what it saw for the first time, and in fact, she had felt quite differently towards the prince. Mint was very surprised. She looked at him with fury and said that she never liked the prince. She said it was just a pact to save her friend. He looked at her and said that his answer remained the same anyway. He looked at her and said that in the future, when she met many people and gained experience, she would understand his words. Julius looked at her intently, with a soft smile on his face. Julius hugged her tightly and asked for forgiveness. He looked at her and apologized. He said that his protective thoughts had narrowed her world. Hugging him, Mint realized that this had likely been her delusion. She thought that such a heartfelt feeling was unlikely to be love. 2 years later, the knight looked at the lady and said that the time had come to leave. Mint stood silently and didn't answer. A moment later, she said they were leaving. The knights were very scared because they met a big monster. The monster in turn attacked furiously. With lightning speed, Mint shouted at the monster to stop. He in turn was instantly installed. Everyone present was in shock. They couldn't believe that that big monster had stopped. The knights were shocked. They could not believe that the rumors were true. They were surprised that the princess herself came to them. They knew she had come to end this war. People were all celebrating and rejoicing because Mint had ended the war a couple of days ago. She had returned home after the battle with the monsters. Roel still scolded her. He looked at her and asked why she was dressed so lightly. He asked if she knew how cold the spring wind was. The young lady looked at him and said with a smile that she missed him too. He was furious and shouted at her, but she in turn quickly ran away from him. Mint looked at her friend in surprise. She looked at him and was very pleasantly surprised. She looked at him and asked how he was. Mint said with a smile that she thought he'd grown taller in all this time. He looked at her and said that he was glad she was okay. Mint looked at him in surprise. He looked at her and said that in that case he would go. Mint was shocked. She didn't understand why he was acting like this. She didn't understand why there was some awkwardness between them after the events of her escape. Mint really wanted to talk to him. It had been days. She wondered when they would be able to talk like before. Julia stood on the edge of the cliff and read the letter that Mint had written to him. She wrote that she missed him very much. A knight approached him and said that they had examined all the areas and no remains were found. Julius said that was good. The knight looked at him in surprise. They were wondering if the one they killed this time was a true descendant of the dragon demon. Yuri said he didn't care whether he was real or not. He would destroy anyone who even suspected of being a demon's descendant. Julius looked at those present and told them to slowly get ready to return. The knight looked at his master and said with a smile that he had received a letter from Mint. The knights noticed how the Archduke smiled. Kelsika sat and waited for Mint. The young lady came out and her friend was very surprised. Mint was dressed in a dazzling outfit. Mint came out and looked at her friend. She asked her with a smile if she liked the dress. She said she hadn't worn a dress in a long time and felt awkward. Her friend smiled and said she would shine brighter than anyone else at the banquet. Mint smiled and told her to stop saying things like that. The butler and maid echoed the young lady's words. Mint looked at them and told them to stop as they were embarrassing her. Mint knew she had to make sure no one felt the absence of the head of the family. The young man looked intently at the young lady. The young man came closer to the Mint and tenderly kissed her hand. He looked at her and said with a smile that she looked great today. She wrote letters to the Archduke about this all the time. She wrote to him about everything every time, and this time she wrote that she had a boyfriend. Kelsika sighed heavily and said with a smile that this zone was also finished. She looked at the Mint and said with a smile that they had done a good job. Mint was surprised because the young lady called her a hero. The young lady smiled and said that thanks to Mint, the tide of the war had turned. She looked at her and asked with a smile if when the war ended, her status would skyrocket. The young children ran up to Mint. They rejoiced and thanked her for saving the village. They looked at them and asked if they were hurt. Mint sat down and thanked the young lady for the flowers. Mint thought about the Archduke for a moment. She hoped he was okay and not injured. The young people entered the banquet hall and were introduced. Cedric looked at his young companion and said that points were very inconvenient. When she first saw Cedric, he introduced himself as Count Theord. He was Lord Camen's older brother. He came to convince his brother to return to the family when she first moved to the estate, and then he fell in love with her at first sight. At first, she didn't want to meet him, but then he simply overwhelmed her with concern. He looked at her and said that if the ballroom was too stuffy for her, they could go outside. Mint looked at him in surprise and said that she was fine. She looked at him and asked if he should say hello to his family. She looked at him and said that the Lord seemed to be looking at him very passionately. He looked at her and said that he would calm him down now and return to her. Everyone started discussing Mint. Some admired it. Others said very strange things. Mint thought that the overall atmosphere wasn't that bad. A moment later, she saw an old friend. She looked at her and said with a grin that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. A mine containing a huge amount of spirit stones was discovered in Develian territory, and this turned the continent upside down. Their family became the second richest in the empire, and thanks to this, Acela S. was able to successfully return to social life. The young lady looked at the Mint and said it smelled surprisingly pleasant. She said she'd heard that the smell of monster blood was downright disgusting. She looked at her and asked if there was any forbidden magic that could remove the stench. Mint stared at them and said nothing. Mint found these attacks very cute. Mint calmly sipped champagne. Acela P. looked at the Mint and said that she still saw that she was close to the Count. With someone else after she'd forcibly taken her man away, she said she had no shame or conscience. Mint realized that she was talking about her friend again. Every time Mint met her, she talked about her friend. Mint was fed up with all this. Mint looked calmly at the young lady and asked her to calm down. Mint said that staying in Elkadonia was Lord Urian's free will. She looked at the young lady and asked what it was to her. Mint said threateningly that they were no longer 15 years old. Acela froze in shock. Mint looked at her companion and asked for forgiveness for leaving now. Acela in turn was very angry. Mint walked leisurely around the neighborhood. She sighed heavily. She'd said it herself at the banquet, that they weren't 15 anymore. She didn't know to whom these words were addressed. She remembered being rejected when she confessed her feelings. Now she found it funny to watch how he had rejected her back then. What hurt her most was that he did not believe in her feelings, calling them a delusion. She was puzzled as she was again filling her head with unnecessary thoughts. She realized that this was long in the past. Mint looked into the distance in surprise as she noticed something. Coming closer, she saw the Archduke, the Empress, and the Princess. She came closer and saw the Archduke. Mint called him. He looked at her with great surprise. Mint was in shock. His beauty blinded her. The princess in turn glared at the young lady. Mint was shocked and didn't understand why she was looking at her like that. Mint looked at everyone present and greeted them according to all the rules of etiquette. The Empress and the Princess looked intently at the young lady. The Empress looked at the Archduke and said that the two of them had not seen each other for a long time, so she would leave them. The princess gave the young lady an angry look. Mint looked at the princess in surprise. She didn't understand why she was looking at her like that. The Archduke looked at her and called out. A moment later, she ran up to him. She looked at him and said he always came back without warning. He looked at her with a smile and said, "It just happened that way." Julius asked if she'd wished well all this time. She looked at him and said with a smile that she was very happy that he had returned safely. Mint smiled and wanted to hug him. Julius looked at her in surprise. He hugged her tightly and quietly whispered, "Thank God she's healthy." Mint was surprised. She didn't understand why he was so awkward. Mint realized that this was their first meeting since she confessed her feelings to him. She looked at him and asked if he wanted to take a little break. They sat in silence for a while. She looked at him and asked if he remembered that day 2 years ago. Julius looked at her in surprise. She said she yelled at him that day and told him he treated her like a child. She said she found it very embarrassing now. She looked at him and apologized. Julius said she didn't need to apologize. She said she really wanted to apologize because now she had thought it over very carefully and realized that his words were correct. She said she'd been thinking about everything about the harsh words she'd spoken to him, about her childish behavior. She looked at him and said with a smile that she regretted everything. She looked at him and said that she was very small at the time. She looked at him and said that if he was uncomfortable with her past actions, it would be nice if he didn't worry about it. She said she wanted to be on good terms with him. Her escort approached them. He looked at her and said with a smile that he had finally found her. He looked at the Archduke in surprise and said that he had heard that he had returned. The Archduke looked at the young man and asked who it was. Mint said that she had written to him about him. She looked at the young man and said that they had been seeing each other a lot lately. Mint looked at him and said that he was Common's brother from the Immortal Knights. Mint said that compared to his younger brother, he was quite the undercover officer. The young man looked at the Archduke and congratulated him on his safe return. He said he felt a little awkward, but he was looking forward to the day when he could formally greet him. The Archduke looked at them in surprise. A moment later, he said that it was good. The young man was surprised. Cedric smiled and said it was an honor for him. Julius shook the young man's hand very vigorously. Everyone present was shocked. Julius said that he had urgent business to attend to, so he had to leave. Cedric looked at the young lady and asked if he had done something to make her so angry. Mint looked at him and said that perhaps so. Cedric looked at the young lady and said that he didn't want the important people in Mint to hate him. Mint was surprised. She stared at the young man. She felt comfortable with him, and she felt that he loved her. She knew it was enough, and it was different from the pain that seemed to be cutting into her bones. She thought that maybe this was love. She looked at the young man and told him not to worry. She asked him to find a place where they could talk. Cedric looked at her and said that it was very good. Common looked at Roel and called him. The butler was surprised. He looked at the knight and asked what had happened at such a late hour. The knight looked at Mr. Roel and said that this was very important. He looked at the butler and asked if he could have stopped Mint from meeting Cedric. The butler looked at the knight and said that no matter what he was upset, that his brother was dating a girl, and he could not interfere in their relationship. Cammon was furious. He shouted that that was not the issue. He shouted that his brother was no good for this girl. Cammon was very angry. He couldn't allow Mint to date his brother. Cammon knew that the real Cedric was different from the one who was presented to society. Cedric looked at him and said that he would go where all his friends hung out. Cammon looked at her brother and asked if he had been having fun with the Baron's daughter. He said the two of them had agreed to marry. He looked at his brother and told him to go and apologize properly. Cedric looked at him in surprise. He looked at his brother and said with a smile that he had only had a one-night stand with the Baroness. He said it was foolish to think about marriage. He said that marriage should be with someone of a suitable level. Common was furious. He couldn't believe that his brother fell in love with a girl at first sight. Cedric P. looked at his brother and said he was serious. Cammon was furious and shouted that his lady was not someone to be touched. Cammon said he was simply power-hungry. Cedric looked at his brother and said that he didn't care. He said that no matter what anyone said, the little princess was already falling for him. He said he also planned to love her long and faithfully. Wealth, fame, and all the rest are like a small medal for a man. Camin was furious. He attacked his brother with fury. Camin looked at the butler and, puzzled, said that he did not want the princess to get burned because of his brother. Camin said it was better to tell everything honestly. The butler was puzzled since the young lady trusted the count greatly. The butler said it would be obvious if she was injured. They didn't know if anything could be done. The butler looked at the gentleman and asked what they should do. Mint looked at the Archduke and noticed that even when he was alive and not chewing, he stared at her intently. He looked at her and asked why she was looking at him like that. Mint apologized. She smiled and said she was very glad they were having breakfast together. She said with a smile that this was the first time they had met during the war. She looked at him and said with a smile that she missed him very much. The Archduke looked at her and asked what she planned to do today. Mint replied that she was planning to leave after lunch. Mint said that Cedric would come after her. Mint said she really wanted to tell him. She also asked how he was doing with the young man. Julius looked at her and asked why she was asking his opinion about that guy. Mint looked at him in surprise. Mint looked at the Archduke and said that she meant if he liked Cedric. Mint looked at him and asked if it was possible that he didn't like the young man. He looked at her and asked if there was any reason why he should fall in love with someone he'd never heard of before. Mint looked at him and said she liked the young man. Therefore, she hoped he would be kind to her. For a moment, an uneasy atmosphere reigned between them. Mint, in turn, was surprised and perplexed by the whole situation, as it was a situation she was facing for the first time in her life. She certainly didn't expect him to be happy, but she thought he would support her. She didn't know what he was disappointed about. She noticed that he wasn't paying any attention to what she was doing. He looked at her and said that if she was finished, she could go. Mint didn't have time to reach the door when the Archduke called her. Julius looked at her and wanted to tell her something about Cedric. Mint looked at him in surprise and said that she was listening to him. Julius looked at her and told her with a smile to have a good time. Mint strolled around the estate. She thought that Yuli most likely didn't like her new friend. The young man called the young lady. He looked at her and asked what she was thinking so hard about. Mint looked at him and apologized. She said she'd been daydreaming the whole time. He smiled and said he thought the fact she'd taken the time to talk to him was a huge gift. He looked at her and said he was still thinking about when to give it to her. Cedric looked at her and asked her to turn around for a minute. A moment later, he was fastening the chain around her neck. As he fastened the chain, he softly told her that he loved her. Mint looked at him intently. She was very surprised. The Archduke watched them silently through the window. The butler looked at the gentleman and asked if he was really going to leave everything as it was. Julius, in turn, did not answer. A moment later, he said they needed to watch a little longer. The young lady looked at Mint and asked if she was really getting engaged to the Count. Mint smiled and said that it was so. Mint didn't understand her friend's reaction. The young lady was furious and shouted that the young man was a complete freak. The young lady looked at her friend and said that she always spoke sincerely. She looked at the Mint and asked what the general good goal in the graph was. She asked the young lady how she could fall for the Count when she had grown up next to the Archduke. Mint looked at her friend and said that of course the gentleman was handsome as a god. Mint felt a little awkward, but she knew she had to talk to the gentleman. She knocked on the door, but no one opened it, and no one answered. She said she was coming in. She felt very uncomfortable and knew that if she went in, she would make things more difficult. Mint was about to go when Julius suddenly called her. She turned around and looked at him in surprise. He looked at her and asked what happened. He said that she came to him. Julius looked at her and asked why she came. She said he hadn't answered, and she was planning to come tomorrow. He looked at her and said she had entered without permission before. Mint suddenly remembered that she had once told him that she loved him. He looked at her and said that she was mistaken. She looked at him and said that everything was different now. Mint noticed that he was drinking. He looked at her and asked if she had come because of the Count. She looked at him and said that she had really wanted to see him, but since she had the chance, she would like to talk about the Count. She looked at him and said that she would like the two of them to have a proper talk one time. She said she couldn't tell him everything in the letters, but the young man was a very good and pleasant person. She said that if they talked, he would like him too. Julius looked at her and called her. Julius asked if she really liked him. Mint looked at him intently and said with a smile that it was so. Mint looked at him and said that, of course, he had confused her at first, but everything had changed. She looked at Julius and said that Cedric really loved her very much. She said with a smile on her face that if she were with such a person, she would also be happy. She looked at Julius and said with a smile that even if he didn't like him now, she hoped for his blessing. The Archduke didn't answer her. A moment later, he said with a smile that of course he wished her happiness. He looked at her and said that no matter what she did or whoever she chose, he wished her happiness. She looked at him and thanked him. She said that he was the only one who cared about her. Mint looked at him with surprise and confusion. She came closer to him and took the glass. A moment later, she turned over the contents of the glass. She looked at him and asked if he was awkward with her. She said he wasn't even looking at her. He looked at her and asked why she didn't break the habit of drinking when something was wrong. Quietly sipping alcohol, Mint said that she liked it. The Archduke was shocked, as he did not expect to hear such a thing. A moment later, she said she didn't like him as a man. She said she wouldn't be deluded anymore. That's it. She said she always thought of him with respect and gratitude. She said that frankly, she wished things could be like they used to be between them. He looked at her and asked if she really wanted this. Mint smiled and said that's what she wanted. He looked at her intently. A moment later, he said that it would be so. Walking down the hallway, Mint thought his reaction was strange. She hoped everything would be okay. The knight looked at the young lady and wished her good night. She thanked the knight. The knight looked at her and said that she had received an invitation today. Mint was surprised. The knight hesitated. He said that something was wrong with the sender. The servants were shocked by everything that was happening. Acela was furious. She shouted that this time she would definitely return him. Mint was walking on a beautiful day. She was very happy because her friend had returned. She wanted to meet and talk to him. While walking around the estate, she noticed something. She saw her friend, and next to him was a beautiful maid. Mint was very happy and called her friend. A moment later, she saw that the maid was kissing Urion. Mint was very surprised, as she did not expect to see something like this. The maid ran off like lightning. Urion looked at Mint in surprise. Mint looked at him and said with a smile that she heard he was back. She looked at him and asked who the maid was. The young man answered evasively. He said she had burst in very suddenly. He looked at her and apologized, saying it was wrong. Mint was shocked, realizing the rumors were true. He looked at her and asked if she really had any business with him. Mint said she just wanted to see him and talk like before. He looked at her and said that if she allowed him, he would go. Mint was shocked and didn't understand why he was acting like this. For a moment, he remembered Mint's conversation with her friend. She said that Cedric was very kind. Julius sat and remembered this. Roel said that he was entering the office. A moment later, he entered and looked at the gentleman in surprise. Roel looked at the gentleman and asked why he was not in the mood. Julius said he didn't need to know. The butler looked at him and said he had brought a report, but unfortunately, it wouldn't improve his mood. He said that he brought additional investigation on the count. He said that, in addition to his brother's testimony, there is something else. Talkative was angry. He looked at the butler and told him to bring Cedric to him. He said he wanted to force him to confess to the young lady himself. Roel looked at the gentleman and said that the young lady said that she was going to go out somewhere today. Julius looked at his subordinate and asked where she had gone. Mint sat waiting. She received a letter from Acela. Mint was puzzled and didn't understand why Urion was accompanying her. Mint looked at the young man and asked for forgiveness. Urion, he looked at her and asked what she was talking about. She said that, because of her business, he had to accompany her to the mansion. He looked at her and told her that she didn't need to worry about it. Mint looked at him in surprise. She felt awkward. She didn't know what to do, but she knew only one thing, that her friend should do what he wanted. Acela burst into the room like a whirlwind, saying she was honored to meet them. Mint looked at the young lady and said that she was glad to meet her. The young lady looked at the Mint and apologized. She said it was impolite to invite a guest and keep her waiting. She said she'd start with the main thing. She said she'd actually heard a very unpleasant rumor. She said this rumor concerns the Count whom Mint is dating. Mint looked at the young lady and asked in surprise if she really planned to cause a quarrel between her and the Count this time. Mint said she trusted the Count. The young lady looked at the Mint and laughed. She apologized and said it sounded too funny. She looked at her servant and told him to give her something. Mint saw the photographs. She was perplexed. The young lady looked at the photograph and said it was a cute child. She said the photo was taken with magical devices. Acela looked at Mint and asked if the photo reminded her of anyone. She said the child's name was Eldon Dagia. Mint suddenly remembered her lover Acela, said he was Cedric's illegitimate child. The young lady looked at the Mint and smiled. Mint looked at the young lady and asked what she had just said. The young lady presented the documents to the Mint and told her to look at them if she didn't believe her. She said that the maid who served him was Eldon's biological mother. Furthermore, numerous ladies had romantic relationships with the Count, but were betrayed and abandoned by him. The young lady looked at us and even said with a smirk that he had chosen her for marriage. Acela, with a smirk, said that he was indeed resourceful. Mint was shocked and didn't understand what she was talking about. She remembered how he confessed his love to her. Mint jumped up abruptly and said that she would go. A moment later, she fell. Urion caught her. The young man looked at his mistress and said that it was time to return. Acela looked intently at the young man. Urion, I heard Acela calling him. She ran up to him out of breath. She ran closer to him and asked him to wait, as she wanted to talk to him. She looked at him and told him to come back to their family. She looked at him and said that if it was a question of money, then she would give him as much as he wanted. She said a spiritual location had been discovered on their property, and now their family was very wealthy. She said she could give him whatever he wanted. She said she was a complete fool back then and didn't realize how much he meant to her. She looked at him and tenderly told him that she loved him. He came closer to her and quietly said that she did not have what he wanted. The young lady was shocked and stared after him.